and welcome to this video. And yes, this is the video on Power BI interview questions you have been asking for long. And today I'm going to present you a few set of questions which can help you in preparing your interviews. So friends, in the today's data driven world, Power BI is leading the business intelligence and analytics market. Power BI is #1 BI platform and it is on top of the Gartner quadrant for quite some time. Microsoft has recently released an integrated analytics platform, Microsoft Fabric, and Power BI is part of that. It means Power BI jobs are going to increase, and also the Power BI professional will be able to get jobs more quickly. It is really important that you should learn Power BI, you should expertise on that, and you should take the advantage of this emerging job market on Power BI and Microsoft Fabric using your knowledge on Power BI and Microsoft Fabric. Now, I have done a lot of videos on my channel around Power BI and Microsoft Fabric, which can help you in learn the basic concept. But sometimes these videos are not sufficient to answer some of the questions which could not be answered in a video which is prepared in a series or prepared for a full tutorials. Videos focus on concepts. These videos focuses on the processes, how to execute the things. So they might not directly answer the interview questions, though they are the base for the interview questions. So that is why I have decided to come up with a set of videos which will cover interview questions and tell you how do you relate your concepts with your interview questions. So when I will be moving through some of the slides or the questions for which I already also created a blog, I will also try to jump on Power BI every now and then to showcase you how exactly it happens. So not only you remember the answer, but able to remember where it actually happened in Power BI. So that will help you to clear your concept. Other than that, on my channel, there are various series. There is a 11-hour video which covers 100+ concepts on Power BI. If you are a beginner, it is a must watch. If you're a little bit ahead, just go ahead, jump around that video and watch what concept you are not comfortable with. Then there is a Mastering Power BI series with 200+ videos. Again, look at the topics of those videos and watch wherever you want to have more clarity. Similarly, there is a series Expertise Power BI with more than 100+ videos on advanced concept, on use cases, and on newly released features and functions. So go ahead and watch those. If you watch all of those videos, they would be around 400 in number. Might take 10 to 15 days for you if you're preparing for a Power BI interview. So before you attempt this interview question video, my advice would be, if you are a little bit new to Power BI, please go ahead and watch those. If you're a little bit experienced, watch with little bit of choices. Means I would like to know this concept, so I will watch these videos and then come back to this interview questions. You will find that most of time you will be able to answer these questions. So friends, what I've done so far is basically I have created around 50 videos, and most of those videos I have released individually on the channel. But one of the things you have always been asking for is one combined video where you can see all these questions. In this video, I'm combining all such videos. And what I'll also be doing is I would be adding at the end some useful tricks or case studies or the videos which are also important for executing some of the key concepts which are required. And they may help you answering some additional questions. This particular video will cover 50 questions, 40 from the blog 1 on the Medium and 10 questions from the blog 2 on the Medium. There are overall 101 questions, and by the time we will come up with the next video, which is part 2, we will have more questions there. Again, in that I will also try to add additional case studies and important videos which are required for your preparation. Now, some of those videos may exist independently on the channel, but this is an attempt to consolidate and provide you one video where you will be able to watch all the things together which is important for your interview preparation. So with that objectives, let's get into this video and watch out what all stored for you. So let's go ahead and start our journey of interview questions. In any interview, the first thing you would be asked to introduce yourself. Make sure your introduction is not too long and it finishes in 2 to 3 minutes. You talk about yourself, you talk about your total experience and your Power BI experience. In case you have experience which is, let's say, other than Power BI, like say I am experienced in data analytics or BI domain for 5 years and I'm having 3 years of experience in Power BI. Talk about that. Technologies you have worked on. So you say I have worked on DAX, I have worked on Power Query, I have worked on Power BI Service, I know SQL, I know Azure Data Factory or Azure Data Pipeline, SSIS, SQL Server, etc. You also talk about your expertise area. What this will do is it will reduce questions from some of the uncomfortable area. You can say, while I know Power BI pretty good, but DAX is my area of expertise or Power Query is my area of expertise. This will lead the interviewer to ask more questions on your expertise area. Also talk about your current project and work. If that has been asked as a part of introduction, if not, they might ask about that. And whenever you introduce your project or work, make sure while you hide the details about the customer, but you do talk about what special things you have worked, what kind of challenges you have faced, and what is the problem that you were trying to solve. So we are more interested to know what problem you were solving, because business intelligence and analytics is more about understanding the business problem and solving it, not just writing down a DAX or Power Query code or creating models. So please focus on what problem you were trying to solve. You must remember while introducing and answering all the questions that these are the things we are looking for. We are looking for your functional knowledge. We are looking for strong technical expertise, and that depends on experience what you have. If you are a fresher, we are looking for a technical expertise in a small areas, like you can say Power BI visualization or DAX or Power Query. Hands-on experience. If you're claiming that you know Power BI, you worked on that, we will tweak the questions in a way to know whether you have really worked on it or you're just claiming by doing some projects. So don't hide that. Face real world challenges or not. And that's where when I say, when you talk about your project, talk about what problem you are solving, what challenges the customer had, what challenges you faced in your project and how did you solve it. So we are looking that you have faced some challenges and there could be no project in the real world where you have not faced any challenges. Problem solving approach. How are you solving the problems? So this is something which what we test out. We ask certain questions and these questions might not have some correct answer, or that you might not know the correct answer, but how did you approach the problem? Did you try to solve with what you know, or did you simply surrender the problem? Or did you try to relate it with something which you have done? How did you concluding that you don't know? Or how you are trying to solve a complex question on the areas we are not comfortable with. So we are looking for problem solving approach. Cultural fit. These days organizations do look for cultural fit. So not only how you are solving the problem, they may tweak and ask some question about your organization, how you deal with different situation, how do you solve some of the people aspect to know whether you are a cultural fit or not. So get ready for all these things. Make sure that you are covered on the Power BI part, and these should also help you out. So now let's jump on to the real questions. So one of the easiest question that you could be asked is, what is Power BI? So Power BI is a unified, scalable and self-service enterprise business intelligence or data analytics platform. It helps in data-driven decision making by converting data into meaningful insights. Power BI is a business intelligence or data analytics platform developed by Microsoft. It's a suite of software products that help businesses to collect, analyze and visualize the data. Power BI can be used to create interactive dashboards and reports as well as share insights with others. So this is the answer what you can provide. You can provide more details what you know. So you should cover that it's a platform, it's created by Microsoft. So the next question is, what are the components / elements or part of Power BI? It may be rephrased a little bit, but you have to talk about that, Power BI, we have Power BI desktop, we have Power BI service, we have Power BI mobile app. You can also talk about Power BI report builder and Power BI service. Power BI report builder is nothing but paginated report. Power BI report service is something which you can install on premise. It has a different version of Power BI desktop, which is also known as Power BI desktop optimized for report server. You can also talk about Power BI embedded, where you will be able to embed Power BI into your own applications. So try to remember this picture. I tried to cover most of the things in this one picture. So basically we have Power BI desktop, and when you publish anything from Power BI desktop, it gets published on Power BI service. Power BI service is the place from where we share the reports with other users, and that's where you see this is the sharing which is happening. Now when you have the file on the Power BI desktop, when you're saving it as a PBIX, you only have one file which is PBIX. Now the PBIX, when you publish it, it becomes data set and report in Power BI service. So data set holds the data, report holds the visualization. On Power BI service, you can also create dashboard. You can create an app. App is really important for premium customer because they will be able to share it freely with the users who doesn't have even pro license. Now, similarly, once the data set is published, we can use it for analyze in Excel. So Power BI service is for the collaboration. On the Power BI service, we do have data flow, which is basically the online version of Power Query. We do have something known as data marts. Also, we have Power BI report builder, which is a desktop version, which helps us in creating paginated report, which again can be published on Power BI service and can get integrated with our Power BI reports. In desktop, you have a visual for Power BI paginated report. Similarly, we have a Power BI report server, and which is having a different desktop version, Power BI report server, Power BI desktop optimized for report server, different version is available. So these are various components. You can remember this diagram, and this will help you in explaining some of those components. So next question you can be asked is, what is Power BI desktop? So Power BI desktop is a free application that you can install on your local computer to connect, to transform and visualize your data. It is a powerful tool that can be used to create interactive reports. Please remember, Power BI desktop is free. You are charged for Power BI Pro, and you require Power BI Pro when you want to share the reports with other users. If you just wanted to learn for yourself, you can use Power BI desktop. And even if you have organization ID, you can even create your login onto Power BI service and can view the data on app.powerbi.com. Continuing with the Power BI desktop, Power BI desktop empowers you to seamlessly connect with diverse data sources and blend them together through data modeling. So we have a data modeling there in the Power BI desktop. This process creates a comprehensive data model, laying the foundation for building interactive visualization and assembling them into interactive reports. These reports can be easily shared with the colleagues within the organization. Yes, you need Power BI license for that. So let me give you a glimpse of Power BI desktop here. Now this is how a Power BI desktop look like. You can do data connectivity here. You can do data modeling here, data visualization, report authoring. So you have get data, you have model, you have data, you have visualization in this place you can build in. You can see on the right hand side data. So you have so many things around in this Power BI desktop. It is a Windows application. It get installed on Windows. So you can answer this question regarding Power BI Desktop with these few things covered in your answer. You may be asked, why do we need Power BI Desktop? So there are many reasons why you need Power BI Desktop. So you can connect to a variety of data sources, create data model, create interactive reports, and publish those reports on Power BI service. You must remember that right now on app.powerbi.com, you can do most of these things, not all of that. When you go to Microsoft Fabric, yes, you are able to do most of these things. You are able to bring in the data also from different sources, create a model, and do end-to-end stuff without even going to Power BI Desktop. But in the Power BI world, you might find some of those things missing into the Power BI service. So Power BI Desktop act as a tool where you can, create and all these things and finally publish it to Power BI service to share with the reports. As a whole, Power BI Desktop is a powerful tool that can be used for analyzing data, creating report, and sharing insights. Power BI Desktop offers a great way to visualize your data and make better decision making. Please remember, you should not share report using Power BI Desktop. That's what not Power BI Desktop meant for. It doesn't have a password kind of a security to lock your file. Means anything which is there on the Power BI Desktop like model or report or data would be visible to any other user with which you are going to share your report or what we call as PBIX file. So Power BI service is the right mode. Once you publish there, you should share report from there. So with some of these things covered, you can answer this question. You may be asked, what is Power Query? So Power Query is a data transformation and data preparation tool developed by Microsoft. The Power Query is a powerful tool that provides user with a powerful graphical interface to fetch the data from various sources, as well as a Power Query editor for applying the transformation to the data. It's an integral part of the Microsoft Excel, Power BI, and other Microsoft product. Using Power Query, users can connect to various data sources, extract, transform it, and load it for analysis and reporting. Let me quickly show you where is Power Query. So in the Microsoft Power BI Home tab, you have something known as transform data. And there you have another option for transform data. And once you press that, you will reach to Power Query editor. Now Power Query uses the AM language, so all the transformation happens using the AM language. You have various menu options to bring in, like say data, to transform your data, or prepare your data, like keeping the rows, deleting the rows, splitting the rows by delimiter or by characters or by positions, or by merging the various queries, or by appending the queries. And you have various transformation also available under the transform section, which includes pivot columns, unpivot columns, transpose, reverse rows, replace values, fill in the values, fill up, fill down. Then you have a split column. Again, you have format, lowercase, uppercase. You have extract values like length, first character. So many transformations are available. Power Query provides a wide range of data transformation capabilities, including filtering, sorting, merging, splitting, pivoting, and aggregating the data. The tool allows users to clean and shape their data in order to make it more suitable for analysis without having to write complex code or manipulate data manually. You can answer your question in various ways, but do try to include some of these things what I'm showcasing here. The next question is, what is DAX? DAX is data analysis expression. Is a formula language that is used in Microsoft Power BI, Excel, and other Microsoft product for use in data analysis and calculation. It allows users to create custom formula and expression to perform complex calculation, manipulate data, and create calculated column and measures. It is specifically designed for working with data models, and it is widely used to drive insight and make data-driven decision making in the context of business intelligence and data analysis scenarios. Now, let me give you a glimpse where DAX is used. So whenever you are in the Power BI and you are not in the transform data, and the transform data happens to be here. Now you are in this part of the world where you see your visualization and you create a new measure. So if you go to the table tools, you have the option for new measure and a new column. The language which you are using to create these formulas, like some of these formulas I can show it to you. This is DAX basically. So your calculate function, your distinct count function, your sum function, your sumx function is all coming from DAX, which is nothing but data analysis expression, and that is what is being used for analyzing your data or making sure you solve the complex problems of your data analysis using calculated columns, measure, calculated table, etc. So these are some of the things you can answer for this particular question. So the next question is, what is the difference between a calculated column and a measure? Now in DAX, when you do the calculation, you create a column or a measure. Now, so calculated column, what happens is you create a calculation and it is done row by row and also stored in the file. It's saved in the file, and because it is saved, it's pre-calculated, it becomes static in nature. So let me tell you, it's on the Power BI so that you can understand the difference. So if I go to the Power BI and if you see here, I have a table. Here in the table, I have these kind of formulas. So these are my calculated columns. So this is sigma with the column name. So these are my calculated columns. Now if I go above here, you will see some calculator sign, and here these are my measures. So measures are dynamic in nature basically. So major calculations can respond to the slicers and the filter. So if in a page you have a slicer or a filter and you're changing that, so in your visualization the calculations will change. Now doesn't it change the numbers of calculation? It will change, but if you are expecting that in your data model view, let's say I created this column in my data model view, which is basically, let's say, gross sales, quantity into price. Now you select something on the slicer or filter, this calculation is not going to change. This table is not going to reduce. This quantity into price is still going to result in the same data. It is created, executed row by row, saved in the file, pre-calculated, and it occupies space. And in the runtime, when you use in the visualization, it needs an aggregate. You can use it unsummarized without an aggregation, but it needs an aggregation. Like in this case, it will need an aggregation. Now with that aggregation, when you use in the visual, you apply the filter, it will do respond, but it is not going to change here. It is only changing there. Okay. Now measure, on the other hand, the major calculations can only be used in visual. They are not visible in the table. So look at this calculation, which is of gross, which I've actually done on using the sales table only. It's lying into the measure. Measure typically belongs to model, while calculated column belongs to a table, and they don't appear in any of the tables. So if you look at my sales table, the measure is not appearing. Measure calculations are done runtime. They are not static in nature because they are done runtime and they are on the visual, so they are dynamic in nature. Let's look at some of the definition part or differentiate part. A calculated column is a column that you add to a table in your data model. Calculations are performed row by row and results are stored in a new column. It is important to know that the calculation formulas is applied individually to each row of the data, and the results will be fixed for each row. So row of in the table, the result is not changing. In the visualization, filter response can change. Okay. Calculated column cannot use visual filter or slicer, means it's not going to change the calculation here in the row. Calculated column are best suited for the calculation that depends on individual row values, such as concatenation, string manipulation, or simple arithmetic operation. Calculated columns are static and cannot be used for dynamic aggregation or calculation across multiple rows or table. Means dynamic in terms of slicer value in the table row, not in the visual. Okay. Now what is measure, on the other hand? A measure is a calculation that aggregates or compute across the multiple rows on a table. Now we can do row level calculation using expression function in case of measure also. The formula used in measure adapts to different contexts, thus resulting in dynamic outputs. So it adapts to the context, the filter context, the row context. The calculations are utilized in reporting tools to combine and filter model data based on various attributes. A measure is used to summarize the data in the visualization such as chart and table. So when I use a measure is explicit measure. But when I use a calculated column and when I used with some min max, it is actually creating an implicit measure. I'm not declaring a measure, but it is a measure when I use some kind of aggregation. The way to use is not summarize, but when I'm summarizing, it is actually a measure. So most of the time, most of the visualization, other than the group by or the not summarized value, we have the grouped values or aggregated values. So those values are something which is basically your column also has to do when it want to become a part of, let's say bar. Let's say I created these crosses. You want to become the part of the bar visual where I want to say gross sales on the y-axis or basically on the value axis. Then it has to become sum of gross sales or count of gross sales or min of gross sales or max of gross sales. Okay. So a measure has to come out. Calculations are applied based on the visual or the report context. Measures are dynamic and adapt to the data displayed in the visual depending on the filter and slicer applies to the report. These measures are best suited to use when performing calculations of sum, average, count, and many other type of aggregation across a wide variety of data sets. Now you may be asked when to choose a calculated column and when to choose a measure. Now there are times when there is no alternate. Let's say if I want to do a divide, like I calculate margin percentage, division should always be a measure because division should happen after the aggregation of the column or the field. So sum of A divided by sum of B. Then we need to use measure. There are some 10 row context calculation which can only be done using measure. So you need measure. But where we can use both, the call will be taken based on what we want to increase. The calculated column will increase the load time because it will be calculated when the data preparation happens or the data load happens, and it increase the load time. The measure will increase the run time. So if you have a really complex measure, it may increase your load time of the visual. Now, if part of it can be converted to a calculated column or part of completely it can be converted into calculated column, we might want to load that cost to the loading time instead of the visualization time, because visualization or the report or the page loading time is in the front of end user, and there we want things to be faster. So based on that, we can take a call whether we can create a calculated column and a measure. A measure is always a preferred way wherever we can create. So these are the few things you can include in your answer. You may be asked a question, what is the difference between import mode, direct query mode, or live mode? Or you may be simply asked a question, what are the 3 different kind of modes, or what are the various modes in which we can use data or bring data into Power BI. So basically there are 3 kind of mode. Import mode. In import mode, what happens is basically you bring in the data and the data is stored on Power BI. So if it is on desktop, it would be stored in the desktop file. When you publish it, it will be stored on the Power BI cloud, and you have the data as well as model in the Power BI. So model and data is all owned by the Power BI in that case. So using import mode is the best option. You need to perform complex data transformation on your data because most of the complex things, most of the complex calculation, most of the things are supported on import mode. Then comes the direct query mode. Now what happens is sometime your data is too large or you need real-time data. Now import mode is limited to, let's say, 8 refresh for pro and 48 refresh per day for premium. It means if you need a data which is more real time, then you can opt for direct query mode. Now sometimes the data is too big and you think your database can do a better job, it's really powerful, and also you will opt for direct query mode. So in direct query mode, data is not stored in Power BI. We create a model is stored with Power BI. It knows all the relationship measures, everything. It is known to the Power BI model, but the calculations and everything what you are doing finally will create a query, and that query would be sent to the source database. From the source database, we'll get the results, and those results would be as real time as your source data set is. So if you have created warehouse which is not getting refreshed for a day, then it is as old as one day before because you are using a data warehouse which is not getting refreshed. Now, using direct query mode is one of the best way to interact with real time or with large data set. You need to make frequent changes. So if you are doing a frequent changes, then it is really best way. But you have to remember direct query mode has quite a few limitations. Calculated column support is very limited. So if you want some calculation across table or within the table across rows, those kind of calculations are pretty limited and they have to come from the source data set. So while direct query is a great mode to interact, but it has limitations over the import mode. Now third mode is basically live mode, very similar to direct query mode, but supported on certain data such as Power BI dataset, analysis services. Now in the live mode, the data as well as the model stored with the source model. So basically the Power BI dataset will own the dataset as well as the model. Now you can't change much in the model. You can only create few measures in the live query mode. Now there is an option to use a direct query on such sources like the Power BI dataset or analysis services, so that you get more flexibility. But if you are using them in a live mode, it's really restricted. You can't create new table. You can't create the new columns. You can only create few measures. But live query mode, you know, because the data set is owned by the source, the data is owned by the source, the refresh is also owned by the source. So it is as good as what is your source refresh frequency is. So you can use live mode for that. And in Power BI, as one of the best practices, what we do is we create a Power BI dataset and then we use it using the live query mode and then create the visualization. So we try to separate out the model from the visualization by using the Power BI dataset and in the live mode. So that's how we implement. Now let's quickly have a look at all these things in Power BI. This is my import mode file. Now in my import mode file, as you can see, I have these tables and I can see this data view, and in the data view, the data do appear here. And if I go to the model view, which is on the right hand side here, the model view, and if I click on any of the table, let's say the table which I got from the source, and scroll down, you will see a mode as import mode. Okay. And how do I get that? I simply, whenever I say, let's say get data, let's say take an example of SQL Server. If I say get data, I use this import mode. Now for the direct query, I'll use the direct query mode. Now let me showcase you one file which is on the direct query mode. Now this is the direct query mode. Now this is pure and play direct query mode. I have not created any import mode table. Now here you don't see the data view, you see the model view. One more thing which you can see here, and this is important to know when you go to the live query. If I click on any of the table, I still have the option for new table, new column, etc. and new measure also. Now remember this new column and new table before we go to the live query. You can have an import mode table, you can have a mixed mode with the direct query. Now if you go to the model view and you click on any of the table and you scroll down to the advanced option, you see this is a direct query mode. You can convert it into import mode or dual mode. So this is direct query for you. Now the model is owned by Power BI. You can create measure, you can create tables. So Power BI is owning the model, but not the data. Data would be queried when I ask, or when I run a visual, or when I ask for it. Now, in case of live query, you again see very similar structure here. Okay, there's model view. So there's a model, there's a relationship and everything is there. But look, when I click on any of the table, I don't have new column and new table here. Means I can't create it. Okay. And if I go here, if I say transform data source setting, it actually asks me to change the data set directly. In others, you will be able to see the properties of the data set. Now, this is using Power BI dataset. How I got it? How I got it from get data Power BI dataset. Same way I can use the analysis services model, which I can also use here. Now, if I want to add something additional here, let's say Excel workbook, it will ask me a direct query connection is required. So add to a local model I have to do. So these are the difference between import mode, direct query mode and live mode. And you should include these in your answer. So the next question you could be asked is, what is the different kind of visuals in Power BI? See, Power BI is a really powerful tool and it provides you most of the visuals which you need. And some of the common visual name which you can take is bar chart, line chart, pie chart, area chart, scatter plot, tree map, K chart, map, table, matrix, card, funnel, KPI, key influencer, composition tree in Q&A visual. Let me showcase a quick look here. So this is your, Power BI, and here in the visualization pane you have these stacked chart visuals. Then you have clustered bar visual, clustered column bar. Then you have 100% stack bar, 100% stack column chart. You have line, you have area chart, you have stacked area, you have line and column stacked column chart. We also call the combo visual, line and clustered column chart. We have this ribbon chart, we have waterfall, we have funnel, we have scatter chart, pie chart, donut chart, tree map, different kind of map, field map, shape map, Azure map visual, gauge, card visual, multi-row card, KPI visual, slices is also available as a visual, table, matrix, R and Python visuals, and then we have key influencer, decomposition tree, Q&A, smart narrative, matrices. Then we have paginated report, new card visual, we have ArcGIS map if enabled, Power App available, and then I have added some of the custom visuals also here. So you can discuss about some of these visuals and tell the information, and in this way you can answer this particular question. You can be asked a very simple question, how to do multi-column sort on a visual in Power BI. See, multi-column sort, if you want to do manually, it is supported on table visual only. On other visuals, Power BI takes care after you select sort ascending or descending, which is available in 3 dots. Okay, but here in a table visual, what you can do is, let's say you can click on any of the column, you will get the first sorting. So I clicked on a brand, I get ascending or descending, and if I'm getting ascending, I can click again and I can get the descending sort. Then you can press your shift key, and let's say I click on the net. Now you can see something has changed here. So now inside the brand 10, you can see the values of the categories are appearing on the descending sort of the net. Same is true for brand 11 also. So this is what we call the double sorting or multi-column sorting, which is possible in table visual primarily. So this is the way you can answer this particular question. The next question which you may be asked is, what is conditional formatting? So in Power BI, conditional formatting allows you to highlight a specific data in the visual based on a set of criteria you specify. It can be used in order to make data easier to understand as well as identify the trends or outliers within the data set. Now you have different kind of conditional formatting option. You can have color, which is font and background. This type of conditional formatting changes the color of the cell based on their value, so basically of the font or the background, and you can color or highlight the cells that are above or below certain values, or to highlight the cell that fall within a specific range. So various conditions you can have based on a measure or based on rules or based on gradient. Now icon, with this conditional formatting techniques, you can display the icon beside the cells. Depending on their values, icon can be utilized to show if the cell is above, below certain values or falls within particular range. Then data bars, this type of conditional formatting, a bar is displayed next to the cell according to their values, the length of the bar corresponding to the value in the cell. And then there is something known as web URL. This conditional formatting displays a hyperlink on the text of the cell. When you click on the link, it will open up a web page in your browser. So let me quickly take you through on a table visual these conditional formatting, and the location of these conditional formatting may change depending on the visual. But so if you have a visual, you click on that and you go to this format visual. Okay, format visual here. Now if you are using on object interaction, you may reach here by clicking on the 3 dots. Now scroll down, you will get cell elements. In case of table visual or matrix visual, it could be bar, it could be column, depending on the visual. Now here, if you have a measure like net, a numerical value, you will see background, font, data bar, icon, and web URL. So if you enable this, it shows some color, background color, and it is automatically doing the gradient conditional formatting right now. Now if I click on the font, again it will color the font. If I click on the FX, I get all the options like gradient, rule, and field value, etc. Now, if you want data bars, then it displays the data bars, and the size of the bar represent, you know, how big the value is. Now, icon conditional formatting, if I simply enable it, gives me the icons. I can click on the FX to go to the rules or to the field value to define a better conditions and create different kind of icons. We have different kind of styles which are available to be used. Now, web URL, something, if let's say, and let me go to category, let's say, you need to have a URL to enable this, and if you click on, it will ask for a field value. Basically, it needs a major or column with an aggregation. So I have a URL with me, and if I select that URL, and summarization is first because it's a column. If it's a major, then I don't need a summarization. It gives a link, and I can click on that link, and that will open that link into the browser. So these are the different kind of conditional formatting options you have in Power BI. You can explain them with examples in your interview. You may be asked, what are the 3 format styles in Power BI conditional formatting? So we have this gradient base, rule base, and field value base. Let me show you and explain you there. So if I go to the Power BI, and if you go to the conditional formatting, let's say specifically to a major or to a category or something. Now, depending on the visual, the conditional formatting may change. Now here I'm using a table visual. So in the table visual, into the format your visual, under the cell elements, I'm getting the conditional formatting. So let me click on that. Now background of these, you will get these options. And here if you see this FX option, and that's where it's a format style. And that's why I use the word format style. So you have gradient. It's basically based on the lower to highest value. You can have 2 colors or 3 colors. You can add a middle color. So this is what we call gradient base. So basically from lowest value to highest value, 2 to 3 colors. Now rule base, you can decide based on the rule. Now another thing which you must remember here, most of the time you are going to end up using numbers, even for the percentage measure like margin percentage, because when you use percentage here, it actually means the allocation, not the actual percentage value. So when you use actual percentage value, it means the value which is in ratios, it's less than 1. So from 0 to 1, that kind of values you are using 0.1, 0.2 or 0.0102, something like that. Then field value, you can use a measure, and that measure should actually return a color. Okay, so I have this color scatter measure which I can use, which will basically do some coloring. Okay, and let me show you this color measure. So it has different condition. If margin is greater than that, and discount is greater than green, blue, something like that. So basically what happens, I can write down a measure, and that measure should return a color, and that's the color which will be shown here. So these are the different formatting styles which you can use in conditional formatting. So you may be asked where the conditional formatting is not supported. This is a very simplified version of the question which is displayed in front of you. So I'll tell you, if you go to the Power BI, say, let me convert this visual into a matrix visual. So I go here and I click here and I convert it into a matrix visual. Now, when I go to the matrix visual, I have this brand and I have the category there, and let me bring it here, let's say, and I can expand it. Now, if I go to this cell elements, which gives me conditional formatting, you don't see any option for brand and category, even if it is in row field or column field. Both the cases, conditional formatting is not available. So this is one case. If I go ahead and create a pie visual, let's say, now brand, and let's say I bring in net. Now here also, if when I go here to the conditional formatting, and here I go to these slices, I don't see any option for conditional formatting. There are alternates for which I can give you the links. Same happens when I do a line visual. So line visual, even if I go to the lines, you will not see in the colors the FX icon. Showing FX icon means I can do conditional formatting. So it's not available. Now, if you go to the bar visual, let's say, this is my clustered column bar visual. And if you go here to the columns and bar, you do see the FX icon. But when you bring in, let's say, one more major gross, and if you go here now to the bar columns, you don't see conditional formatting option. Now you remove it, and let's say you add a category as a legend, and you go here again to the column, again you don't see the conditional formatting option. So these are the few places where you're not going to get that FX icon or the conditional formatting option. So you have to remember in case you come across this question. So you may be asked what is interactions in Power BI, or maybe the question will framed a little bit differently. Maybe you will ask that I have a slicer 1 and bar 1 and slicer 2 and bar 2. So slicer 1 should only filter bar 1 and slicer 2 should only filter bar 2. There could be few ways where this question could be framed. The ultimate objective here is how do we control the interaction between two Power BI elements, especially visuals. So interaction is the feature in Power BI which allows you to change the interaction between the two elements, visuals or slicers, so that you can change the behavior. So the behavior could be cross filtering. So cross filtering means if you click on something on the first visual, the other visual will get filtered. Slicer typically have the cross filtering behaviors. If select something on the slicer, all other visual will get filtered. So then you have cross highlighting. Now cross highlighting, it means the, instead of a value getting selected into the other visual, it will get highlight or fill. It happens typically when the second visual, the visual where we are looking at this, is a bar visual or is a pie visual. Cross highlighting is not supported in all kind of visual. That it cannot happen on a table visual or a matrix visual. Now no interaction could also be one option where you switch off interaction between two visuals and they are not interacting each other. So let's say you don't want to apply a slicer value to a set of visuals, or you don't want one visual to filter the another visual. You can switch off the interaction between these two visuals. So these are the three ways you can control the interaction between the various elements of Power BI. So let's go ahead on the Power BI and check how can we achieve this. So let me add a page here and let me quickly add a brand and convert it into a slicer, and let me copy paste and convert it into another slicer. Now let me bring in category here as one of the visual, and along with category let me have net. I'll bring in, I'll copy and I'll bring in another visual which say, let's say a bar visual, and in this visual let's say I bring in brand. Now if I filter here, you can see there's something which is getting highlighted because this is selected as highlight. Now how did I get these options? How do I see this? So if you select any visual, you can go to the format and you can enable the edit interaction. So once you enable the edit interaction, you will be able to see how these interactions are going to come in. Now I'll remove the slicer values. Now if I click category here, and you can see I can do highlight. Now highlight is option which is supported on visuals like bar and pie. Now because if I go here and let's say if I do this thing, you can see it is getting filtered because the only option you have here is the filter. You don't have a highlight option here. So we have highlight, we have filter, and we have no interaction. So if I say no interaction, let's say, and there is a driver chart. So I click on whatever chart I click in, that becomes a driver, and I can disable the interaction for other charts. So if I click here now, the other charts, at least this chart is not interacting. Now similarly, if you want to divide it into two portions, what you're going to do is you will click on this slicer, disable, and disable. Now you click on this visual and you say, okay, this part should not be interacting. Same way you click on this and you say disable, disable. You click on this and you say disable and disable. Now this portion is changing this visual, portion is interacting this one. So in this manner, you can enable and disable interaction or change it to highlight depending on what you need. So cross filtering, cross highlighting, and none. You can choose those options and let your visual interact with each other. Edit interaction under the format is the option which is going to control it. And this is known as interactions or edit interactions in Power BI. So you may be asked a question, what do you mean by field parameters? Or this question may be phrased a little bit differently. You may be asked that I want to have a dynamic axis or a dynamic measure slicer. Then how can I achieve that? Or you may be asked that let's say I have a axis which is on brand. I want to change this to category, subcategory, or state or city using a slicer. How can I do that? Or you may be asked, I have a measure on my y-axis of my clustered column bar visual, and that is net, and I want to change it with let's say gross, margin percentage, discount percentage, etc. How can I do that? So answer to all these questions is field parameter. The field parameter feature was released in May 2022 update. Prior to that, we have certain alternate to do that. and it allows user to dynamically change the dimension or axis slash row. So it changed basically dimension. So basically categorical variable. So that could be an axis, that could be a row or a column or a group by or unsummarized value basically. And it can also be used for measure slicer or value slicer. So this feature alone can serve for both the purposes of dimension slash axis slicer or measure slash value slicer. So this is a really good feature. So the case of dimension or axis slicer field parameter can completely replace the need of bookmarks and unpivot table columns to have dynamic axis. For the measure slicer, it replaces the old technique of creating an independent table and writing down a measure where one can change the measure in the visual based on the slicer selection from the newly created table. Or the calculation group was another alternate for measure slicer. It replaces all those old techniques. So let's explore how can we use field parameters in Power BI. So I came to Power BI and here I'm adding a new page. And in this new page, I'll tell you how to use the field parameters. So the option of field parameter is available under modeling. You go to new parameter. Previously it used to be only numeric parameters. Now you have fields parameter. Now if you want to create an axis slicer, what you should do is you should select the categorical values. Let's say brand, category, subcategory, item name, city and state. And it also gives you an option add slicer to this page. If you want, you can do that. Otherwise it will create a table. From there you can again drag it and create a slicer. So it creates a slicer for you. Now you can use this on axis. Now before I do that, I'm going to go back to modeling again and I'm going to go to new parameters, leave numeric, and I'll click on fields. Now this time I'm going to create for measure. So what I'm going to do is measure, let me call 1, and I'm going to bring in measures now. So basically what I'm going to bring measures is basically I'll bring net, gross, COGS, discount percentage and margin percentage. And it again creates a slicer for me because that option was checked. Now what I can do is I can really create a dynamic visual. So I can go here and I can say I will create a clustered column bar here. And here in the clustered column bar on the x-axis, which is axis 2, I'm going to bring in. So let me see which is this axis 2. Okay. And then I'll go to measure. And once I have the measure, you will be able to see measure 1. And I'll bring it to y-axis. And now I'll check one value. So you will see now this is brand wise. Now if I click here, this is category wise. This is subcategory wise. This is name wise. This is city wise. And same way I can change it to gross, COGS, discount percentage. This it automatically change to the percentage value and margin percentage. So in this manner, field parameters can give you both dynamic axis as well as dynamic measure. So this is a really important feature you should remember and practice for your interviews. You may be asked if you code field parameters for dynamic axis and dynamic measure, that what was the option you have prior to field parameters to achieve the dynamic dimension or axis. Now prior to field parameters, we used to use bookmarks and button. That was the one option. Now this method involved creating necessary visual for each of the desired axis and dimension, and then we used to use selection, hide those, and make the uses of button. Another technique was to manipulate the data model by unpivoting the relevant columns in Power BI, such as item, brand, category, subcategory, which would result in creating a type or attribute and representing attributes values. So these were tricky methods. I'll just try to showcase you quickly here. Now what I'm going to do here is basically I'll tell you the two options. So let's first start with the unpivoting one. So for that, what I need to do is I need to take the help of the Power Query. So I'll go to transform data, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate the item dimension. Now I'll say here duplicate, and let me call it as item UP unpivoted, and then I'll go to all these columns, and let me remove these columns. I don't want so many things, so I'll remove these columns. And in fact, our name is going to make it pretty big, but let's for the time being do it. Select all these 4 columns and we'll say unpivot columns. Unpivot only selected columns we can do. So we get a table like this, and we say file, close and apply. And then we go here. Once the data is loaded, we have to go to our model and join this table. Now I have duplicated, that's why, because I don't want to change the original table. So, and you can see there is a join which is automatically created between item up and item which I don't want. I'm bringing it near to the table so that I can so I need to drop this join, and then I'm going to create it item ID to item ID. Now this attribute has been created, which I'm going to change as type, and this is going to be a many to many because item ID is going to repeat. But what I'm going to say, it's fine, it's many to many, but I'll say item up, filter the sales, and that's direction I'm going to keep here. And then this attributes, let's rename this attribute in item up as type. So now I can create a slicer, which is basically on type, and then I will have a visual where I will have value on the axis and bring in some measure here, and I can say brand. So you will see brand. I'll say category, you will see category. Name, you can see name, subcategory, and you can make it a single select. Now the other way which is there was the bookmarks. So what we supposed to do in that is basically, I'll just quickly take one example. I'll create a visual brand, and with the brand, let me take net. Let me make it as a clustered column bar. Control C, Control V. I'll just keep a little bit of difference here so that you can understand these are 2 different visuals. And then I'll bring in category here. I'll remove the brand. So now these are 2 visuals. Then we used to go to views and we say selection. Now here I'll hide one of them, and this stage I can say this is a new bookmark. So I go to the bookmark menu and I'll say add a bookmark. Let's say I'll call it, let it be bookmark 4. Okay. Then I hide this and I make it visible, and I'll add another bookmark. Let's call it bookmark 5. Fine. So bookmark 4 and bookmark 5 I've created. If I click here, you can see bookmark 4 or bookmark 5. So let me add the buttons to control this. So I can go to button and I can add the blank button. Let me bring it a little bit down. Let me make it a little bit bigger. So now I need to do 2 things. First of all, in the style on the format properties, I can switch on the text and write down, let me call it as brand. And then I can go to the action, and inside the action I can say it is a bookmark, and inside the bookmark I can say bookmark 4. Now I can duplicate this button, and now I can rename this under the style text as category, and then I can go to the action and I can change my action from bookmark 4 to bookmark 5. So now I got the 2 buttons and I can switch using those. So what I can do is control click. In the desktop we do control click. So if I do control click on brand, it is showing me brand. If I say control click on category, it shows me category. But if you go to Power BI service, there you can simply click on the buttons. You don't need a control click. So in this manner, we used to create the access slicer using the bookmarks and button. Now this feature can be completely replaced with the field parameters, but it doesn't mean that bookmark and buttons doesn't have a role in Power BI. They still have a role for many other things which it can do, just like creation of menus, etc. So if they ask you about the alternate, you can say yes, bookmarks was the previous alternate and unpivoting the columns was another alternate. In this manner, you can answer this question. You may be asked a question, what is bookmarks in Power BI? So bookmarks in Power BI saves a state of a report. With Power BI bookmarks, you can keep track of the current state of the report, visuals, filters, and other settings by capturing the state of the bookmark. You can save these states for later use or interactions. Bookmark serves as a snapshot of your report layout and configuration at a specific point in time. This feature is particularly useful for creating interactive and dynamic reports. So there are two kind of bookmarks, personal and report. Report bookmarks is something which we create on Power BI desktop. When you create the bookmarks, it records the following information: the visibility, the visual state, the visibility of the visual, filter, any filter applied on the visuals, slicer, so selections made on the slicer filtering control, sort order, and cross filtering and highlights. These are the things which it captures. Bookmarks are powerful tool to improve the report usability. They can be used to create interactive reports that allow users to explore data in different way. You can utilize bookmarks to create interactive experience in the reporting consumer. Button navigation. You can associate bookmarks with the button and other interactive, allowing users to switch between the different views of state of a report. I'll give you one example. Was the bookmarks. So what we supposed to do in that is basically, I'll just quickly take one example. I'll create a visual brand, and with the brand, let me take net. Let me make it as a clustered column bar. Control C, Control V. I'll just keep a little bit of difference here so that you can understand these are two different visuals. And then I'll bring in category here. I'll remove the brand. So now these are two visuals. Then we used to go to views and we say selection. Now here I'll hide one of them, and this stage I can say this is my a new bookmark. So I go to the bookmark menu and I'll say add a bookmark. Let's say I'll call it, let it be bookmark 4. Okay. Then I hide this and I make it visible, and I'll add another bookmark. Let's call it bookmark 5. Fine. So bookmark 4 and bookmark 5 I've created. If I click here, you can see bookmark 4 or bookmark 5. So let me add the buttons to control this. So I can go to button and I can add the blank button. Let me bring it a little bit down. Let me make it a little bit bigger. So now I need to do two things. First of all, in the style on the format properties, I can switch on the text and write down, let me call it as brand. And then I can go to the action, and inside the action, I can say it is a bookmark. And inside the bookmark, I can say bookmark 4. Now I can duplicate this button. And now I can rename this under the style text as category. And then I can go to the action and I can change my action from bookmark 4 to bookmark 5. So now I got the two buttons and I can switch using those. So what I can do is control click. In the desktop we do control click. So if I do control click on brand, it is showing me brand. If I say control click on category, it shows me category. But if you go to Power BI service, there you can simply click on the buttons. You don't need a control click. So in this manner, you create the access slicer using the bookmarks and button. So let's continue what else bookmarks can do. So bookmarks can do the storytelling. Bookmark can guide the users through a narrative by showing specific view of the data in sequence. So we can create the sequence of, this is how it has happened, this is how it has happened, then create the buttons and we can travel through that story. Another thing is comparison. Bookmarks enable user to compare different visualization or combination with a single click. So what we can do, okay, this is how my data was looking in, let's say, with this combination of data, and this is how it is looking with this combination of data. So we can create the bookmarks. So in this manner, bookmarks can help us in creating interactive reporting experience. So these are the things you can answer for this particular question. You may be ask a question, how can we maintain or pass slicer value across bookmarks? So for that, you need to unselect or deselect the data option in the bookmarks. Let me show you. See, I have these two bookmarks right now, which is I have created, and let me add a filter. Now I already created this one. Okay. So I go ahead and create a brand filter here, and I add a slicer to it. And let's say I select brand 10 value. Now this is category visual. Now if I go to the brand visual, you see that value is gone now. Okay. The slicer value is not passed. If I go to the category visual or brand visual, those values are not passing. If I select brand 2, it is there, but if I go to this one, it wipes out. So for that, what you need to do is right click on this one and uncheck data. Right click on the other one also, uncheck data. Now you say brand 2, You go here, you're seeing brand 2. You come here, you see brand 2. Now you click on brand 3. Both the visuals you are seeing brand 3 data. So in this manner, you will be able to pass the slicers value across the bookmarks. So you may be asked a question, what is the difference between sumx and sum, countx or count, or between the expression function and the normal aggregate function? See, sumx is an iterator function, which means iterates through each row of the table and applies an expression to each row. After the result of the expression has been calculated, it's summed up to get the final result. The sumx has its advantage to be used for calculation to perform row by row operation, such as calculating sum of gross sales based on quantity multiplied by price for each order on the row by row basis. As you know, multiplication should be done at row level. Performing such calculation made easier with this. With the help of the values and summarize, row level calculation in sumx can be changed to perform more complex calculation. Means you can push basically a group by where the calculation need to be done. Sum, on the other hand, is not an iterator function. It simply sum up all the values in a column regardless of any filter applied. This makes sure sum less flexible than sumx but faster. If you don't need row by row calculation, sum is the right choice. Now let me take you through my calculation here in Power BI. Now what happens if you need simply sum of quantity? So you can create a measure and that can give you sum of quantity. But what happens in my case, if I look at the sales table, and if you look, I have this gross sales with me. Now gross sales is nothing but quantity multiplied by price. So what has happened here is I have calculated a simple measure here. If you look at gross, which seems like, sum of gross sales. Now because the column was available, let's say I don't want to have the column, then how do I do that calculation? Because this function doesn't allow two columns. So if I need to calculate this gross row by row calculation, which is same as gross, but I already calculated a column and then created a manager, then I need a sumx sales quantity star sales price. Now you can't do the same thing inside the sum. Now I can bring in these values, let's say with brand, and check out these. So this is my gross, which is a simple measure because the column was already calculated, and this is my gross, which I calculated based on each row. Okay, so we are able to do the row level calculation. More complex calculations can be done, but this is the simple difference which you can highlight. You may be asked a question, difference between calculate and calculate table. See, calculate is there to calculate the measures and calculate table is for table. That's the main difference. So calculate takes an input, an expression that evaluates to a scalar and returns a scalar value. This means the expression can be only written a single value such as a number or a text string. An expression is evaluated in modified filter context. The table expression filter applies a table object as filter. A table object could be reference to a model table, but it is more likely to be a function returning a table object. Filter can be used to apply complex filter conditions, including those that cannot be defined by Boolean expression. Calculate is a function that allows calculate an expression in the specific context. Context is set of filters applied to a measure or expression it is in. Calculate table takes as an input expression that evaluates a table and returns a table. This means that the expression can return a set of rows such as a list of customer, list of products. A table expression is evaluated in a modified filter context. Filter can be used to apply the complex filter condition, including those that cannot be defined by a Boolean expression. So you can have filter condition in calculate and calculate table both, which can give the results. Calculate gives you a measure, calculate tables gives you a table. We can take a very simple example. So let me showcase you some of the measures which I've created. So one of the measure which I created and I'm using here is this calculate net item brand equals to brand 1. So I'm simply giving a condition in the filter section of the calculate. So first section is an expression where I'm giving a measure. Instead of measure, I could have given sum of net value or sum of gross value, or I could have done some kind of a calculation, divide A by B, divide sum of A by sum of B actually, or divide measure A by measure B. These kind of calculation I could have given. Here I am giving my filter conditions. I can give multiple filter conditions. So here I am giving the filter condition without using a filter function. Now in the second one, here if you see brand 1 net 2, which is I'm using here, which is only showing one value, I'm using the filter function to give the filter condition. Same way I have purchase brand, where I'm concatenating the items brands which I have purchased, and I'm also giving a filter where the gross sales is not blank. Then similarly there are time intelligence function, which actually takes like DATESMTD, DATESQTD or DATESYTD, which actually returns a table which is part of the model. Now these are the different way I can provide the filtering to calculate. And this kind of calculation where I'm actually providing a DATESMTD function which is going to return a table, the context is really important, whether we are getting the date from the row context or from the filter context. Based on that, the entire calculation will happen. So now let's look at the calculate table. If I want a table, I can actually go ahead and say here, let's say new table, and here I can say calculate table, and I can use item, and then I can say item brand equals to brand 1. So this is calculate table for me. This is creating a table that was creating a measure. Okay, so here the complex calculations are creating measures for me. So these are the few things you can tell when you will be asked a question, what is the difference between calculate and calculate table. Now you may be asked another question, and this is a very common question. What's the difference between summarize and summarize columns? Now both of them are used to create the calculated tables. They are DAX function and used for creation of calculated tables. Now the main difference between summarize and summarize column is that in summarize you are allowed to use row context as well as filter context within the expression, and in summarize columns functionalities only allow the filter context, not the row context. So summarize column doesn't have the row context, and because it doesn't have the row context, you will not be able to use it into the measures. So little bit of syntax of these two. So basically summarize, the way you write down is summarize, then you need a table, and then you give the set of group bys, and with name you give the measures. In summarize column you don't require that first argument of table, but you can have the set of group bys, and then you can have measures, and you can also add a filter clause. So both the functions, when you create a calculated table, can do a similar kind of job, but when you want to talk about the context, especially in terms of visualization, summarize column doesn't offer you row context, and that is really important for the measures. So let's see these things in action in Power BI. So let's say here I wanted to create a new table. So if I go, how do I use summarize? So let me call it sum1 and summarize. I can take a central table sales, I can say item brand, and I can say geo state, I can say a measure which is gross, and I can say gross, and I can create it. Okay, let me do to create the next one very quickly. I'm going to copy these things, and I have this table, and you get these kind of values. I can have another table now, which I'm going to call sum2, which is summarize columns, and here I'm not giving any table name, I'm simply giving the, and you can see similar kind of results I got. So here there is no table, I only giving the group by and the gross, and then if you need you can add the filter conditions also, both in summarize and summarize columns. But there you had a row context, here you don't have a row context. That's the major difference. So you can talk about that in your interview. So the next question which you may be asked, what's the difference between all and all selected? So let's look at the couple of measures which showcase you what exactly has been asked. So this is a measure which is using all, and within all you can have, let's say, table name, all sales, or you can even have a column name, all sales item, or all item, or all item brand, or all item category. Same way you can have all selected, where you can have all selected completely empty, or with all selected you can also have table name or a column name also here. Now what is the difference between two? Now what happens is, basically in case of all, you don't want the filters to work, you also don't want the row context to work, whatever value is there in the row. But in case of all selected, the filters will still work, filter or the slicer will still work. So what happens, all disregards the filter on a specific column or a table to retrieve the unfiltered data for the calculation. It removes all the filter which has been mentioned inside it. Now all selected preserves the user selection for the filter in the specified column while moving filters from the other column along the selective adjustment. So what would happen in this case is, basically it will retain or preserve the filters, but whatever filters are there on the other column, specifically the visual rows, that would get removed. In short, all ignores both filter context and row context. On the other hand, all selected ignores only the row context. So let's see these things in action. So what we are going to do here is, basically we are going to create a new page on Power BI, and in this page let me bring in brand and net for you. Now here I'm also going to bring in brand as a slicer. Now I need to tell you the ignorance of the filter context as well as the row context. So let me create two measures here. So I'll say net all, and I'll say calculate net, and I'm using all without any column or something. It means complete all. You can have a column like all brand. Then let me create all selected, and this is all selected, so I'm going to use all selected here. So I create two measures. Now so I'll bring in net all and net all selected. So I'll bring in net all and net all selected in my visual. Now you can see both are showing grand total. So the row context has been ignored. You can understand that. Now what about the filter context? Anything has changed in terms of filter context? Let me go ahead and do that. So I take a brand one here. Now you must remember, if I select brand one, it's going to show me only brand one. That's how Power BI works. But look at net all, it's still showing the grand total which was previously there, while all selected is only showing brand one value. Now let me add more. If I add 2, if I add 3, if I add 4, see, the all is still all, but all selected is showing me the grand total of the selected values here in the, for each brand. It means it's ignoring the row context, but it is honoring the filter context. Now if you use the column, there is a difference how it behaves. So all those you can understand by trying various combination, but this is the main difference which you should remember and should quote in your interview questions. You may be asked another question, what's the difference between filtering data in calculate with and without filter expression? Now what does it mean first of all? So basically if you look at the first expression, I'm filtering item brand, but I'm not using filter function, the DAX filter function. In the second one, I'm using a DAX filter function. What's the difference between two? Both of them filtering item brand equal to brand one. What's the difference? There is a difference, and you can only experience that difference when you create a visual by item brand and put these two measures. If you create by something else, you may not experience that difference. So calculate function without a filter expression, you directly apply filter to a specific column with the calculation. This modify the filter context and affect how the expression is evaluated. Calculate without a filter expression applies the filter directly to the column, altering the filter context and impacting the calculation. So what actually would happen in this case is basically it will become filter all item brand equal to brand 1. So this is the modification which will happen in the context, filter context. Okay, while in case of filter expression, using the filter expression with calculate, the functions allow to create a filter table based on the specific condition. So you can have multiple conditions and you will get a table, and that table will be used for filtering. This offers a more flexible approach to defining the filter context and customizing how the calculation interact with the data. Calculate with a filter expression, construct a custom filter context by creating a filter table based on specific criteria and return values based on that. So basically in this case what happens is when you filter item brand 1, actually the brand 1 row will get filtered out also. But in the above case, the brand row 1 will not get filtered out. You will get the value for brand 1. But if you have a visual which contains the brand, let's say if I have a table visual which has item brand and the above measure, you will get item brand's value for all the brand 1, brand 2, brand 3. Let's see this in action now on Power BI. Now I need to showcase you the difference so that you understand and how the alternative could be created for without filter function. So let me bring in brand and let me bring in net. Now let me create a measure which I'm going to call net B1, and I'll say calculate net item brand equals to brand 1. So that's what I'm creating now. Let me create the second one, and then I'm going to bring both of them into the visualization. I'm going to call it B2, and then I'm going to say filter item brand 1. So this is with filter and the previous one was without filter. Okay, so net B1 and B2. So now there is an error. Okay, the parenthesis is wrong. So now this is your B1 and B2. Let me bring in both of them into the visual and you will observe a difference. Now the B2 where I use the filter is basically giving me only one row, which is actually basically filtering out. It's creating a filtered result. Now in the case where I use B1, it's actually showing me the brand 1 value, but for all the brands. So it has modified the context and it has given me brand 1 value for all the entire column. And this is only visible when you are using brand, because if I go ahead and duplicate this visual, and in this visual instead of brand I start using category, I may not observe that difference because they both are behaving in the same manner. Now here this B1, what is its equivalent when I use the filter? Okay, you may ask how I understand its behavior. So to do that, what you can do here basically is go to the net B2, copy this, create a B3 measure, and here you say all item brand you're getting the same result. So this is equivalent of that one. We have put the filtering without using the filter function. So if this question has been asked, you have to explain and try to quote an example. This is how it's going to behave. So you may be asked a question, basically the crux of the question is, in the RANKx function, is the rank by default ascending or descending? So they may be asked, I have a sales table with a measure known as gross. The sales table is joined with geography table based on the city ID. The geography table contains a column for city ID, city and states. I have created following measure. By default, the rank would be ascending or descending. So by default in the RANKx function, it is descending. You have to remember there's a rank function which is newly introduced. There it is by default ascending. It has a entirely different syntax. So I'm not going into details of that one, but I'm going to show you this thing. So I'm going to bring in the city here, and along with that I'm going to make it as a table visual. I'm going to bring in net, and then let me see I already created a rank here or not. So I've created RANKx all city, and let me bring in this, and as you can see, if I sort the net, it is in the same order the rank has been created. So it is by default descending sort. So that's what the question was. So it is by default descending. You may be asked this question in continuation with the previous question. So let me show you. Let's say that I have a rank like RANKx all geography city gross, and in a visualization you take city ID also from the city table, which is at the same granularity as city. So are you going to get the same ranks? If I have a measure which is RANKx all selected geography city gross, and which we know by default the sort is descending, if it is placed in a visual like this, which is city gross and rank, we know it is working. But what happens if I add the city ID also? If I added a city ID here in this visual, will this rank will change or remain same? What would happen to that? So this is the question. So what happens in such cases? When you add an additional column which is not participating in the table expression part of the rank, what happens in such cases is basically the rank will get partitioned or redistributed inside the new column. And because city and city ID are at the same level, one city for one city ID and one city ID for one city, what would happen? In each city ID you only have one city. So how many ranks are possible? Only one rank is possible. And what is that rank? 1. So in such scenarios you will end up getting all the ranks as 1 1 1 1 1. Now in place of city ID it would have been a state. Then let's say one state contains more than one cities. Let's say it contained 5. You would have got rank 1 2 3 4 5. Now depending on the dense and skip and number of same values, the answer may differ a little bit, but yes, it will get redistributed or partitioned in a column which is not present in your visualization. So the answer would be no, we will get 1. Because if the column does not participate in the table argument of the RANKx and it is used in the visual, the rank will be partitioned inside the new column. Now I have used the partition word because it is easy to understand, but basically it's get redistributed inside this one. So let me showcase you what happens. So this is my visual where I have city, nat and rank, and this is my rank is. Now if I add a city ID which is at the same level in the geography table as city, here you can see all the ranks are 1. This is happening why? Because the rank of the city is now happening inside the city ID, which is not participating in my table of RANKx. Now to understand it better, if I remove and I put it state, you will be able to better understand it. When I sort on state and then with the shift I sort on net inside those, you can see that inside the Arizona the net values is sorted for the cities inside the state. So that's the same thing which is happening. It's getting distributed inside the state, that was getting distributed inside the city ID, but each city ID has a unique city. That's why all the ranks were 1. Okay, so that's the way the RANKx function works. If you don't include all the elements which are participating in the visual, it's going to get partitioned or redistributed inside those columns which are not participating in the RANKx function. You may be asked what's the difference between skip and dense in the rank. See, skip in a rank means if you have the same value, and if you look at the example here, let's say for rank 1 you have the same rank 1 and rank 1, then the next rank would be rank 3, not rank 2. It means that rank would be skipped, and if there are 3, then you will see directly the 4. So in skip rank option, if there are ties value, the subsequent ranks will be skipped and the next unique rank will be assigned. In the other word, if there are 2 or more values of the same rank, the next rank will be assigned as there were no ties in the rank. Means because if there were no ties, it would have been the rank 3. Okay, the next rank would be assigned if there were no ties. There may be gaps in the ranking sequence as a result. So skip means there would be gap. But in the dance rank, you can see this is 1 1, but it is 2, means it will always be continuous even if the rank repeats. So in contrast, when the dance rank option, if the ties value exists, they will receive the same rank and the subsequent rank will be adjusted accordingly. There is no gap in the ranking in this case. So in this case we have 1, after that we'll have 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. That's how the dance rank works. So you can tell this difference between skip rank and dance rank. You may be asked a question, I have a sales table with a measure known as gross. The sales table is joined with the geography table based on the city ID column, and the geography table contains column for city ID, the city and the state. Please provide me a measure that will display me top 10 states by gross sales. Sometime it will be gross sales, sometime it could be a net sales. So if you have not been asked for a measure, you can use the TOPN properties of the visual level filter. If it is be specifically asked to give a measure, then you need to use the TOPN function. And I'll give you the example here. So let me go to my Power BI here and I'll bring in state and let me convert it into a table visual. And if I say here, if I have gross and if I want top 10 and measure has not been asked, I can say here the TOPN filtering, and in the TOPN I can bring in gross in the value and I can say 10 and I'll get the 10 value. Let me clear this. But if this not has been asked, then I need to create a measure specifically. Then I need to create a measure. Here I'll create a TOPN measure, TOPN, and I'll say calculate gross, keep filters, TOPN 10. First argument is 10, second is table, which is going to be all or all selected, state, geography state. I have customer state and geography state, so I need to take one which has been used in visual. Order by is going to be your measure, which is gross, and descending, and then I'll close everything, and then I'll bring this TOPN measure. And let me remove this gross measure. You will see I only get the top 10 values. I can sort it on TOPN and can see those top values. So behaving in the similar manner, only giving me top values. So you can use TOPN functions in such cases. You may be asked a question, what are the common scenarios in which the grand total does not equal the sum of the rows in both the countable and summable measure? So basically countable measures mean when you are performing count, distinct count. Summable measures mean summing up the values. That's the intended meaning here. The common scenarios for this discrepancy are as follows. Power BI recalculates the grand total. In the case of a distinct count, the grand total might not be the same as the sum of the row values of distinct count. There might be values that repeat for rows that will get excluded from grand total, so total might not match. When you use measure with row context or time intelligence, time intelligence formulas often utilize row context, which can lead to differences. If you have a formula like column equal to max of column, which uses row context, the grand total calculation will not have access to the same row context, resulting in a mismatch between the grand total and the sum of your rows. To address these scenarios, you can use the sumx function in combination with values or summarize to handle such situations. By using sumx along with values and summarize, you ensure that the row context is maintained for the calculation of grand total. This helps in matching the grand totals with the total of the rows. In this manner, you can answer this question. You may be asked why a date or calendar table is so important in Power BI. or why a date table holds so much significance in Power BI. A date table is integral to any well-designed schema model, whether it's a star schema or a snowflake schema. It's not just a best practice in Power BI, it's also required for time intelligence. Time intelligence relies on a continuous sequence of dates, which can come from a dedicated date calendar table. This table should be marked as a date table, which ensures the presence of a continuous range of dates, facilitating their utilization in time intelligence functions. Your response should present at least two key reasons. Firstly, deploying a central date table strategy in model design is recommended. This involves creating a dedicated date table that serves as the primary reference for all date-related fields. This ranges from number crunching to filtering and analyzing data across various tables. Essentially, when you need to analyze data spanning multiple tables, the date table becomes invaluable. It can be linked with multiple date-related columns, enabling cohesive data analysis for various time frames such as months, years, quarters, and more. Secondly, the necessity of a date table becomes particularly apparent when dealing with time-based calculations. Time intelligence calculations like comparing sales from the previous year, month to date, quarter to date, or calculating totals to date require a continuous sequence of dates. This is where the designated date table, marked as a date table, is a must. It ensures a continuous date sequence, facilitating smooth and accurate time-based calculations. This underscores the true importance of having a date table in Power BI. In this manner, you can answer this question. You might be asked about best practices regarding time intelligence and date tables. For example, which type of join do you prefer between date table and transaction tables or fact tables? In Power BI, how to avoid errors when utilizing time intelligence or set up the most appropriate configuration for time intelligence. In Power BI, to avoid errors when utilizing time intelligence functions and setting up the most appropriate configuration for time intelligence is crucial. If you're setting up date table or using time intelligence functions, remember these guidelines for Power BI. Utilize date tables. Firstly, ensure you have a date table with continuous dates. Join it with the date column in your fact or transactional table. Mark this date table as a date table in Power BI. This is vital to ensure a consistent sequence of non-missing dates for effective time intelligence. Leverage date table columns. Utilize date table columns in your visual measures, filters, and slicers. It's essential to note that when you are using a date table column in a measure, you should also use the same column in the slicer, filter, and the visual. This will ensure the proper functioning of your time intelligence. Avoid timestamps in transactional dates. Be cautious about timestamp presence in transactional tables like the sales table. Timestamps can disrupt joins with the date table, as the date table typically lacks timestamps. The join might only be possible with the 12M timestamp, leading to missing data. To address this, you might consider adjusting data types to date time, checking if there is any timestamp. If so, create a date-only column for joins. Comprehensive date range. Make sure that your date table comprehensively covers the required date range across all relevant tables and dates. If you have multiple dates, ensure your date table includes the widest range needed for those dates. Bidirectional join consideration. Be cautious about bidirectional joins. These joins can inadvertently filter your date table, potentially causing missing or irregular date sequences for time intelligence functions. To avoid this, stick to single directional joins to the date table. In this manner, you can answer this question. You might be asked the question, what do you mean by MTD, QTD, and YTD? You can answer, MTD stands for month till date, signifying the duration from the beginning of the month up to a given date or today. For example, if it's August 15th, MTD covers the period from August 1st to August 15th. QTD means quarter till date, spanning from the start of the quarter to the specified date or today. In this scenario, on August 15th, QTD would extend from July 1st to August 15th, considering the quarter runs from July to September, the standard quarter. YTD stands for year to date, indicating the time span from January 1st to August 15th within a typical calendar year. You may be asked which function to use to obtain MTD, QTD, and YTD results in Power BI. Alternatively, you may be asked for the formulas to calculate MTD, QTD, and YTD. We have two sets of functions. The first set includes dates MTD, dates QTD, and dates YTD, while the second set includes total MTD, total QTD, and total YTD. The total functions do not require a calculate since they directly accept an expression and date column for calculation. However, the dates function takes only the date column and returns a table, requiring the use of calculate or a similar method to complete the calculation. For these time intelligence functions, make sure you use a date or calendar table marked as a date table. Here are examples of each. For MTD calculation using calculate and DATESMTD, calculate sales, DATESMTD date of date. For total MTD calculation without calculate using total MTD sales, date of date. For QTD calculation using calculate and dates QTD, calculate sales, dates QTD date of date. For YTD calculation using calculate and dates YTD, calculate sales, dates YTD date of date. You may be asked a scenario-based question. Let's consider a scenario where a date table contains dates from the 1st of January 2020 to the 31st of December 2022, and the sales table contains data from the 1st of January 2020 to the 30th of November 2022. The sales table is connected to the date table based on the date column, with the date table designated as the primary date table, marked as a date table. The sales table featured a measure called net. Now, an additional measure named sales MTD is created with the formula calculate net dates MTD date of date. This newly created measure is displayed on a card visual on a fresh page without filter or slicer. The question at hand is which month or for what doing will the sales MTD measure display its value. Now, what happens with these MTD measures, dates MTD, dates QTD, and dates YTD if you don't choose any date on your page as a filter or use a slicer, and there is no filter context and row context to supply a date because of the card visual. This is why they mention the card visual. These functions pick up the last date from the date column used in the function. In this case, the calendar ends on the 31st of December 2022. It will pick up that month, and because it doesn't have sales data, it will show you a blank. To demonstrate, I can show you an example on my Power BI desktop. Let's look at my date table in Power BI. In my case, I have a slightly different date table, but I can still demonstrate it. Let me adjust my date table to extend up to December 31st, 2020. Now I have data from 2018 to 2020. This means I have 2 years worth of data. In the scenario given, when there is no filter or slicer, I can check it by creating a table. A table won't consider or filters or slicers. So I can create a table based on the function dates MTD or dates QTD or dates YTD to see what it gives me. I'll use dates MTD and use the date from the date table to create this new table for testing. As you can see, it's only giving me the dates for December 2020. This is what happens when there's no context provided by a row or filter. It picks up the last available date from the date column you've specified. Based on this, it calculates its MTD, QTD, or YTD. In this case, it will provide data for December 2022. In the scenario, the calendar ended in December 2022, so it will provide data for December 2022. However, since there is no data for December 2022 in the sales table, the measure will display a blank result on the card visual. To summarize, the DATESMTD function considers the last available date in the current context. In the absence of any date in the visual or filter, it defaults to the last date in the column specified within the function. In this case, the last date is December 31st, 2022. As a result, the sales MTD measure will reflect data from the 1st of December to the 31st of December. However, since the sales table does not contain data for this particular date range, the measure will display a blank result. I hope this clarifies things for you. So whenever you encounter such functions, remember whether they use the last date or the first date. Functions like previous use the first date, so don't assume they always take the last date. You may be asked another scenario-based question, again related to time intelligence. Let's say you have a date table covering January 2020 to December 2022. In this table, an additional column is introduced using the dateadd function with a subtraction of 1 year. Now consider a specific row where the date column value is the 1st of January 2020. What date will be presented in this row as a result of the calculation? Or in this new calculated column, what date will you get? First, remember that the dateadd function requires a continuous sequence of dates. Because there are no dates available before January 2020, it cannot display any dates before that. Even if you subtract 1 day, you will not get any value. I'll demonstrate this with an example in Power BI Desktop. Let's navigate to my date table, which is different but starts from 2018. I'll adjust it to cover 2020 to 2022. At this point, we're at the same level of scenario as the question in which it was asked. I'll add an additional column and call it new date, which will be calculated using the dateadd function. New date equals dateadd date of date minus 1 year. To determine what we are getting, I'll sort the dates ascending. Since the dateadd function requires a continuous sequence of dates, I will not have any data for the entire first year until the 31st of December 2020 for the new column. You will not be able to see any dates that are not present on the calendar. Remember this. You might be asked for an alternative approach, and when you encounter such a situation, you can refer to my video on the same topic to find your answer on how to get the result when subtracting 1 year. In this case, you will obtain a blank result. The dateadd function requires a continuous sequence of dates. Since there are no dates before January 1st, 2020, the expected date value of January 1st, 2019 cannot be achieved. This is due to the lack of a continuous date sequence. Therefore, we will receive a blank value. This question may be asked directly or as a follow-up to a previous question related to dateadd function. As the dateadd function cannot give a year before date, how can one obtain a date that is not present in your date table? So you may be asked, what is the best way to get the year before date of a given date without using the dateadd function? How can I subtract minus 1 year from a date? The date function can handle this. You can subtract or add year or month or days from the respective portion of the date function to use the date as the dateadd function. To subtract 1 year, you can use the date function in this format. Date function year part of date minus 1 comma month part of date comma day part of day. You can use the year part of the date function to subtract or add the year. You can use the month part of the date function to subtract or add the month. The same way you can use the date part. If you want to subtract days, you can simply subtract the desired number from the date. That is the most effective method to subtract or add the desired number of days. This is a better approach because sometimes when the day part becomes 0 in the date function, it might not work properly. It works effectively when subtracting the same number of months and years, even if those become 0. However, it faces challenges when days become 0. If you want to subtract a few days from your date, let's say this is my date. You can simply say date minus 30 if you want to subtract 30 days. This method works well and is more straightforward, avoiding potential issues. Remember that the date function has 3 arguments, year, month, and day. You can manipulate these arguments to achieve the desired calculation. Additionally, it's worth noting that when using the date function, ensure that the day value doesn't become 0 in the day part of the date function, as it can lead to errors. Let me show you how it works in Power BI Desktop. Let's go ahead and create a new column 1 year in the Power BI date table. I want minus 1 year. I need to split my date into date parts, year, month, and day, and use it in each part of the date function. date function, year of date table using year function -1, comma month of date table using month function, and finally the day of date table using day function. I'll say date, I'm taking the date function, and in the date function I'll say here of date -1, that's what I want here. And again in the day function I have to give the argument. Now if you observe this new column in the date table, you can see we have data for the date January 1st, 2020. We can get the date January 1st, 2019, which is not present in the date column of the date table. As let me do one more thing. Let me also subtract one day from the date part of the date function, and you can see the new column is showing an error. This error is because of the fact that we are getting 0 in the day part of the date function, which it cannot handle. However, you can subtract one day from this new date or simply subtract it from the original date. In this way, you can use the date as a dateadd function without worrying about whether the date is present in the date table or not. However, unless you come across a situation where you are using DATESMTD, then you need a previous month's function in a measure, since continuous dates will be available then, and if continuous dates are not available, we may not have the data. In such a case, we can safely use the dateadd function. I have mentioned the same answer on the slide here. You can answer this question by mentioning the date function. If someone asks you to get a date before, you can use the date function itself. Hope this video will help you understand how to use date as a dateadd function. You may be asked another scenario-based question. Consider a scenario where the date table contains dates from January 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2022. The sales table contains data from January 1st, 2020 to November 30th, 2022. The sales table is connected to the date table based on the date column. The date table is designated as the primary date table or marked as a date table. The sales table features the following measure, that equals sum of net sales. Additionally, the following measures have been created. The sales LMTD equals calculate net, DATESMTD date at date of date, -1, month bracket closed. We have also created a previous month measure which calculates the previous month's net sales using the previous month function. Sales previous month equals calculate net, previous month date of date. We can ask the following questions. Question 1. Will both measures display the same value? Question 2. If I choose the month of October 2022 in the slicer using the same date table, will both measures, sales LMTD and previous month, display the same value? Question 3. If I select a date range from September 1st, 2022 to October 31st, 2022, will both measures display the same value? The answer to the first question is no. The measures will not display the same value. They are only the same when you select the entire month. They differ when you choose a specific date within a month. The MTD measure displays data for the month up to the selected date, while the sales previous month measure always provides the total for the complete previous month. For the second question, the answer is yes. When you select a complete month, both measures will display the same value on the card visual. The answer to the third question is no. If you choose a date range, there is differentiation. The sales previous month measure calculates based on the first date in the range, whereas the MTD measure considers the last date. Consequently, when the date range is from September 1st, 2022 to October 31st, 2022, the MTD -1 month from the last date from the selected date range will give you data for September 2022, while sales previous month will calculate previous month based on the first date of the selected range, and it will give you data for August 2022. I will now switch to Power BI desktop and try to present examples of these questions. But I'll change the date, month or date ranges based on the availability of data in my sales table. I'll first check if I already have the MTD measure. I already have the sales MTD measure, which is good. I will put it into a table visual. The next thing I would like to do is to see if I have LMTD. Yes, I also have LMTD, which is great. I am now going to look at whether I have the previous month measure or not. Yes, I also have the previous month measure. Now let me show you the difference. Let's start by adding the date to the table visual. This will bring the date field to the row context. Now that I have the date in this visual, take a look at these values. Let us observe this data. First of all, I don't have any previous month's value for the first month because there's no previous value. Looking at LMTD, you'll notice that it only starts on the 13th of the following month, which is November 13th. It is because there is no value before the 13th of the last month, which is October. However, the previous month measure starts from the very first day of November, showing the total value for the entire previous month, meaning the value for the entire month of October. You can see it is the same as MTD of the last date of last month. Since MTD on the last day gives the monthly total, that's what it shows. So that's the difference. They will not give the same value other than month and dates. Now we have also asked, when I select October, will they give the same value? For this, I need a slicer on my page. I also need card visuals. Let me add 2 card visuals on the page. I can add month year to the slicer from my date table. The same date table has been used in measures and visuals. On the first card visual, I'll bring in my LMTD measure. It is blank as of now. In the second visual, I will include my previous month measure. It is blank as of now. Now, from the date table, I'll add the month year column to the slicer. Let me select October 2019 in the slicer. Both card visuals show the same value, and the value is of September 2019. Before I show you the date range use case, I would like to have more visuals on the page. This will help you understand the values better. I am adding another table visual on the page. I'll add the month year from the date table in the visual. I will also add LMTD, MTD, and previous month measures to the new table visual. Now I'll disable the interactions. For this, I will go to the Format tab, use the Edit Interaction option. Let us disable interaction between the month year slicer and the new table visual. This will show us the entire trend, and we can compare values to understand the results. I would like to scroll down until the month of October 2019. In addition, I would like to add a measure and resize this visual a little bit so that it looks better. If I select October 2019, both measures show the same value, which is what we expect. However, when I select 2 months or a range, for example, from the 1st of September to the 31st of October, you'll notice the difference. The previous month measure shows 204.62, which corresponds to the month of August 2019. On the other hand, LMTD shows 245.42, which corresponds to September 2019. The sales previous month measure calculates based on the first date in the range, whereas the MTD measure considers the last date. Consequently, when the date range is from September 1st, 2022 to October 31st, 2022, the MTD minus 1 month is calculated from the last date from the selected date range and will give you data for September 2022, while sales previous month will calculate the previous month based on the first date of the selected range and it will give you data for August 2022. So it's important to remember which function uses which date and how they behave when you select a range or a particular month. This understanding is crucial when working with time intelligence functions. Remember these nuances. You may be asked another question. Let's consider a scenario where I have a date table joined to my sales table based on the date column. Additionally, the date table contains a month year column. Now, if I select a specific month, such as October 2022, how can I display the trend for the last 12 months? I want to display the months from November 2021 to October 2022 on the axis of visual or row or table. Now, this could be quite tricky. And the reason is when you select something and your date is connected, in particular, the data in the visual will not extend beyond the selections made in the slicer or what's available on the page. Let me show you this on Power BI desktop. To visualize a trend, let's use the month year column in the date table and let's include a measure net into the visual to create a trend for the entire data set. Now let me add a slicer and filter a value. The moment I filter the slicer in order to limit the value to a specific month years, I am then only able to see that value or those values on the visual. No matter how I create a measure by using remove filters or using dates in period, I will not be able to create a trend for 12 months no matter how I create it. For October 2018, I will be able to roll up the values from the past 12 months into a single value. To understand this trend better, we take an independent table or disconnected table approach. We have two tables, one with dates and another with sales data. But here's the challenge: when we try to visualize the trend, we can't go beyond what we choose in the slicer or what's visible on the screen. So to tackle this, we'll create a new date table. It's like having a separate or disconnected calendar or date table. I'll copy the date table settings and create a fresh one called date 1. This date 1 table won't be connected to anything else, keeping it independent. Now this date 1 table isn't part of our main model. In the model, you can see there is no join with the date 1 table. I'll adjust the slicer to work with the new date 1 table. This change ensures that my visual is not filtered by this slicer. Month year column is not sorted properly. I'll address the sorting issue separately in another question and video. Here's a scenario that's relevant to these dates. If I choose a month year, let's say October 2019, I want to see the last 12 months trend, but the current setup won't do that. To make it work, I need to introduce another measure. Measure name is last 12 months equal to, let me create a variable first, var underscore max equals all selected date of date 1. Press shift plus enter. Var underscore min equals 0 month underscore max comma minus 12 bracket close plus 1. We move behind 12 months, which is the end date of the 13th month. We then add 1 to land on the first date of the 12th month. That's how we arrive at the first date of the selected month. Return calculate net measure comma filter date table comma date of date greater than equal to underscore main and date of date less than equal to underscore max. Now I'll bring in this last 12 months measure into the table visual. Remove the net measure from the table visual. As you can see from the table visual, the data is now from November 2018 to October 2019. This approach works not only for dates but also for categorical variables like category or brands. The key is having a separate disconnected table when you need more data than what's initially selected. In this manner, you can answer this question. You might come across a straightforward question presented in a variety of ways. For instance, you could be faced with a situation where a column isn't sorted correctly. Your task is to rectify the sorting issue. Alternatively, you might encounter a scenario where a month-year column has format MMM-YYYY, but the months don't align properly due to alphabetical sorting. How to correct sort for this month-year column? Sometimes the question might be, how to sort matrix column field in descending order? There is only one answer to all of these questions, the sort by column feature. It is important to have a column that has the correct sorting. Then you need to mark that column in Power BI as sort by column under the column tools section of the toolbar. In case of month year, a sort column need to be in YYYYM format. Let me demonstrate how this is done in Power BI desktop. I already have a column in date 1 table, the month year column, that is sorted in properly in the slicer visual. We need to create a sort column. Click on the month year column. You can do this in the field list. Check if the column tools are available in top tabs. If not, select that. Look for sort by column within these column tools. Identify a column that can do accurate sorting. In this case, it's the month year sort column that will do that. Format it as YYYYM. Click on month year sort. Upon returning to the slicer visual, you notice the months are now properly sorted. This question helps assess your understanding of the sort column feature and its application. In this manner, you can answer this question. A very common question in Power BI modeling is about the preferred schema type. Power BI has a strong preference for the star schema. This preference is shared with data warehouse models as the star schema offers several advantages. The primary reason behind this preference is that in a star schema, you can link facts and dimensions with minimal joint operations. Facts don't join with other facts and dimensions don't join with other dimensions. Instead, facts are connected to dimensions and dimensions are connected to facts, creating a star-like structure. Let's explore this with an example from my model layout. In the ideal star schema model I've designed, you can observe that the sales table is linked in a one-to-many relationship with the date table, the item table, the customer table, and the geography table. However, the sales table does not directly join with any other fact table. This alignment showcases the essence of a star schema. Imagine you want to access brand information. In the star schema, you would navigate through the item table to find brand details. This is achieved without joining with the brand category or subcategory sub or super dimension tables. This approach avoids creating a snowflake schema or a relational schema. I highly recommend delving into the concept of schemas, particularly star and snowflake schemas. You can find detailed explanations in my 11-hour video and other related webinars or beginner Power BI learning resources often cover these concepts extensively. Understanding these schema types can significantly enhance your modeling skills. In essence, a star schema revolves around a centralized fact with surrounding dimensions. Each dimension may have multiple associated facts, and when visualized, they resemble a star formation. This robust schema structure is a hallmark of effective Power BI modeling. In this manner, you can answer this question. The related function is a very common function, and you might be asked, well, you can use the related function. Alternatively, if you find that you're unable to use the related function while creating a column from another related table, what might be the reason? The related function works in a one-to-many direction, but not from many to one direction. So if you have a one-to-many relationship, the related function will work. I will use an example to explain this on Power BI desktop. I have a table called sales that is connected to items, geography, and customer dimensions. The sales table is on the many side of the one-to-many relationship. If I want to bring data from one side table, I can use the related function to retrieve information from any of these dimensions within the sales table. I can simply click on any column, which will show the column tools on the ribbon. From there, I can create a new column by clicking on new column and then use the related function. For instance, I can get the customer's name using the related function. However, if I navigate to one side of the relationship, say the customers table, and attempt to bring data from sales to customers, I'll not be able to use related. If I want to create a new column and use the related function, it doesn't show up as an option, and even if I forced it, it wouldn't work as expected. This is because the related function works effectively from the one-to-many side, allowing us to retrieve data from the one side and bring it to the many side table. It doesn't work in reverse, bringing data from the many side to the one side. In cases where you need to bring data from the many side from the one side table, there are alternative approaches you can use. So explore these concepts. To answer this question, make sure you consider the nature of the relationship involved. The another question which you may be asked is, what is the difference between related and related table? So both are DAX function, and related function is basically going to work only from one side of the relationship to the many side of the relationship. Means you can copy the data from a dimension table to a fact table. So the definition is a related function retrieves a single value from a related table that is on one side of one-to-many relationship. It is typically used in a calculated column or a measure when you want to fetch a specific column value from a related table for the current row based on the relationship defined in your data model. So it's going to use the relationship. So you said, okay, my sales table is related with item table, and I want some information from the item table, which is a master table, which is on one side. I want to bring it into the sales table as a column or inside a measure calculation. You can do that using the related function. Specifically useful when you have the price which is lying in the item. You can bring in the price from item to the sales table and can use it there. Now, then what does related table does for us? So related table function retrieves an entire table from the related side of the relationship. So it means you will go to get a complete table. If you are in a measure or a column, you would need some kind of single value. So you need to use some kind of a function or expression function or some kind of a calculation once you retrieve data using the related table. So let's continue with the definition. In this case, it returns a table containing all of the related rows in it. It's useful when you want to perform further operations on the related table as a whole. Means you will get a complete table and you want to perform some operation as a whole, such as filtering, summarizing, counting related record by using this function. So you can further perform the operation. So what we are going to do is we're going to take some examples how to use this. So let's jump onto the Power BI desktop. So on the Power BI desktop, I'm going to showcase you my model first of all. So So let me go to the model view, and if you're seeing some changes, yes, we have a DEX query view available because of November 2023 release. In November 2023 release, this feature has been added, and we will explore it in some other video. So in the model, I have this sales table, which is joined with dimension geography, customer, date, and item, and all the dimensions are on one side. I do have a relationship of item with brand all as many to many also, bidirectional. So now let's try to use this model to understand related and related table function. I'm going to go to the table view by clicking on the left hand side table view, and I'll first go to sales table, and sales table is on the many side of one to many relationship. I click on the sales table, and under the table tool on the top, I have option for new column. I'll click on new column and create a new column. I would like to bring in the data of, let's say, brand from the item table. So I'll say related item brand. To understand why this function is able to work from one to many direction, because in case of one to many direction, here there is only one value available for this item. There is only one value available in the master table, and because of which there is only one brand value available. So that is why without using anything else, I'm able to get a single value, and that's why this function is successful when I use it on many side and bring the data from the one side. Now let's go to a one side table item, and under the table tool, let's click on the new column. Now when I click on the new column and try to create a new column using related, let me see if I can use the related function. I'm able to use that related function, but the related function only show me the brand all. It is not showing me the sales table. So let's try to bring in brand all brand. What does it give? And it returns error because it's a many to many relationship. In that case, there are more than one data points which are coming. So now let's try something else. What I'm going to do is, now I'm going to show you how you can use related table. So let's say if I want to bring data from sales table, so I can say sumx related table sales, and then I can say quantity, sales quantity. And what it's going to do is going to bring in the related table sales. The related rows will come, and you can see the value in this columns are not same values. If you simply go ahead and use sum of sales in a new column, and let's understand that what is the difference between this and doing simply sum of sales. So now let me do sum of sales quantity. What's the difference between doing this versus doing a related table? Now here you see one number. So first of all, sum function is not taking care of the relationship. Second, in a column, it gives the complete value of a column. So whenever you do sum of a quantity in a column, then it's going to give you the complete value. But why it's not giving a complete value in the column 1? Because the related table is only bringing in that related slice of the data, and then the sumx function is summing that up. So we are only getting the related sum. In case of many to many relationship, this can also help. So we are going to create another column here, column 3, and there we are going to say concatenate x, and there we can say related table brand all, comma, brand all. Let's close the parenthesis, and then we can bring in brand from brand all or all brand. Let's bring in all brand, and you can see the values are brand and all values. For every brand we will have one value as a brand and another value as all. That is what it is. And if you want to differentiate, you can add a comma here as a third argument, and you can get the values. So now you know how to make it work in case of one to many relationship. When it's able to identify a single value, you can use related. On the many side, when you don't have one value, you can use related table and then do another operation to bring in a single value in case you need a single value. And also we have seen how to deal with many to many join. In this manner, you have to answer this question. There are a couple more things which you can explore, and there are videos on the channel. Also explore lookup value function, and also explore how we can use these expression functions and the filter function inside the expression function to create a custom join within the filter function and then bring in the value. Hope in this manner you will be able to answer this question correctly. The next question which you can be asked, what's the difference between search and find? Both search and find are DAX function, and in Power BI or DAX, both search and find functions are used to search for a substring within text string and return the position. It returns the position of the first occurrence of that substring. So let's say you want to find out new in the cities. So in case of New York, it would return 1 because new is at the first position. The first letter new, but you are searching is starting on the first position. So that's what is going to return. Now, but there are a few differences these two functions have. And one of the most important difference is that the search is case insensitive. So when you search, you don't need to bother about the case. So whether it is in uppercase or lowercase, in both the cases going to work. Search function returns the position of the first occurrence of the search substring within the text starting from 1 as the first character position. So first is the starting point. Search support wildcards, and you have to remember this is a big difference. When I go to find is case sensitive. It means uppercase and lowercase is different. It means if I write down new with N capital and new with N small, both are different. It also returns the position of the first occurrence of the search with the text starting from 1 as the first character position. If the search substring is not found within the text, find returns an error. Find doesn't support wildcard, so it does not support the wildcard. What we are going to do next is we're going to jump onto the Power BI and we'll try this function out. Now we can try this function both as a column or a measure. For simplicity, I'm going to try out it on a geography table as a new column to test this. So how do I create a new column? Click on geography table. From the column tool, new column. And let's call this column as search. Left hand side we rename, right hand side we write the code. And we say search. Now what does it require? Find text. What I wanted to find? I actually wanted to find new. Within text, what is my text? I can write down a text also, means I can give a simple text like New York, or I can give a column here. I say I want to do it in city column. Starting position I am leaving. Not found value. I say if I don't find it, give me 0. So you can see it's only 1 for the New York. Now what I can do is I can say sort descending here. So any other places where new is there is going to come here. Now as you see, new is in the same case as New York or New Walk. What happens when I make an EW all caps or only NES cap? Still works. Still works, and it's going to give me the position as 1. What happens when I say so it supports wildcard, still able to give me New York, or so it is still able to give me the values of the starting position when we have N and W, and which may not be in the same case. So this is search function for you. Now, what happens if I remove this 0? Let's say if I don't give the value, it will error out. You have to give the default value. So I'm giving it as a 0. Now let's go ahead and try the find function. Again, you can click on the table, column tool, new column. And let's give this column name. Left hand side, the name. Right hand side, we are going to write down the code, find. What we want to find out? We want to find out new, and let's call it NEW all capital. Then we'll say we want to find out in the city column. We want to leave the starting position. Leave the starting position empty and new not found value is 0. And as you can see, it returns 0 because it cannot find out new. Let's try with a small new. Again, because of the case sensitivity, it is not able to find NEW and all small. Let's make N capital now and try again. Now it is able to find. So it need to match the case. So these are few differences between search and find. So in this manner, you can answer this particular interview question. The next question which you may be asked is, what does first non-blank value function do? In Power BI or DAX, the first non-blank value function is used to return the first value that is not blank when evaluating an expression for a column. Means it will evaluate expression and based on that it's going to give. It's not same as first non-blank. Any valid DAX expression can be used as the expression. The column can use any column. We will actually use the sorted value of that column in the current table or one that referenced by relationship in the current table. Either the current table or one that is referenced. We'll take up some examples of that. What is the syntax of the first non-blank value? So you need a column, and this is the column based on which we are going to decide the first value and then the expression. We have a very similar function, last non-blank value also, which is actually going to return the last value. What we are going to do is we are going to jump out of the Power BI and take example to understand that. So for this one, what we are going to do on Power BI, we are going to create measure and we will use them in the visualization to understand this better. So let's begin our journey by creating a new page. I clicked on the plus button below, and here what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the name from the customer table, and I will bring in sales date and quantity from the sales table. We make it as a table, and what I'm going to do here is, let me arrange it. Now first sorting I want on customer, and then shift and second click on the sales. So now what I want to do here is I want to create another visual where I'll bring in customer, the name, and now what I want is I want to see the quantity on the very first day, the first purchase quantity of the customer. How can I get that? So this is 2 in the case of customer 1, this is 4 in the case of customer 10, this is 1 in the case of customer 100 based on the sorting order we have. So let's go ahead and create a new measure, and new measure is available in the table tool or the measure tool, even on the home tab. And I'll call this as first sales, and we are going to use first non-blank value sales date, comma, sum of, and here we need expression where we will need a sum of quantity because it's a measure, sales quantities. A measure should use a measure and should read something which is aggregated. So sum of quantity is something which is aggregated value which we can return. And let me bring in first sales into the visualization. Is it working as expected? What we have for the customer 1, 2. What we have for the customer 10, 4. What we have for the customer 100, 1, and so on. Now what happens when I drag this one into the first visual? In the first visual, it doesn't show me the first quantity, it just show me that date's quantity. Please remember why it's happening, because in my row context now I have only one date, and that date itself is the first date. See, measure work on the data which has been given in the context. So in the context for the customer, I am getting only one date. In the second visual, in the context, I'm getting all the dates. If I want to make it work for the first date also, I need to go beyond my row context. And what I can do for that is, so now to do that, what I need to do is I need to modify this measure, and I need to do it a little bit carefully because remember the customer is coming from a separate dimension, and then the fact sales date has been used. So instead of doing something on the customer dimension, because if I let's say if I say remove filter of sales date, it may actually end up removing every date filter from the sales date and might give me all the sales date for each customer. So what I would do here is I'll say filter all selected sales, means I remove all the filter from the sales from the row context, and then I say sales customer ID, which I will be able to get because I have customer's name, and because of the join I will be able to get that, is equal to max of the sales customer ID. And now you can see that for the customer 1 I'm getting 2, which is for the first date quantity. For customer 10 I'm getting 4, and for customer 100 I'm getting 1 in this one, without even when I have the date column. Now quickly we will take an example of last date. So what we are going to do is we will copy this code, and from the measure tool on the top we'll click on new measure. We'll paste this and name it as last sales. And here instead of first non-blank value, we are going to use last non-blank value. And we will drag this measure into our visualization. And now you can see for the customer 1, the last value is 1, and we are getting 1 here. Same for customer 10, the last value is 2. And we are getting a 2 here. In this manner, you can use first non-blank value and last non-blank value and explain the difference. The next question which you may be asked is, give example of Power BI or DAX function that are very similar to SQL Windows function. In December 2022, in Power BI, we got 3 functions: DAX function, offset, window, and index, which are very similar to SQL window function. This question also have one more objective. Most of us in an interview will claim that I would like to learn new feature, I like learning. And because this feature is being released when we are recording this video in just last 1 year, it is expected that if you want to explore new feature, you want to learn Power BI, are you aware of the feature which has been recently released? And this is almost a year old in case you are appearing in an interview now. It's really important that you keep an eye on the new releases of Power BI on blog.powerbi.com and try out these new features. And most of the time you will find a video on my channel after the new release where we will discuss some of these features. So let's look into the answer of this question. The DAX functions are offset, window, and index are very similar to SQL Windows functions in that they perform a calculation across a set of table rows that are related to the current row. So based on the current row, based on the relationship from the current row, we will be able to find out the calculation. These functions are not quite like SQL Windows functions because they rely on something called as DAX evaluation context to figure out the current row. It's not exactly same, it's similar kind of stuff because they still need the current row context to identify, and the current row context is identified still by the columns or the fields. Unlike some of the tools where it is just the table movement up and down, it is not like that. Still depends on what is the column for which we are looking at the current row. The DAX function do not return a value but rather a set of rows. This set of rows then can be used with other DAX functions such as calculate, sumx to calculate the values. We'll take an example for that. Also, in April 2023, rank and row number has been released. We already have a rankx function. And these functions are also very similar in the uses like the previous three functions. So today in this video, I'm going to explain you the first three. And we have another question which is coming up where I'm going to explain you the difference between rank and rankx. So let's jump quickly onto the Power BI. For this function, we are going to create measures. They are best suited for measures. And we need to understand each function, what they can do. So now index function is something which can help me in finding out top or bottom performer. So basically the role of the index function is basically it's going to give me, based on the context, I can find out what is my first value or last value. So let's begin this journey. Let me bring in brand. Now let me bring in my major net. I already have a major net with me, and those of you following my series knows that I have this common schema which I keep on using. You can download this common schema, and Power BI interview questions would also be available as a file on Power BI community. Here I want to know what is my top brand or what is my bottom brand. Now based on what? Based on net or based on brand name itself? Definitely we would like it based on the net. So let's create a new measure. I have an option in the home tab for that, and let's call it topper. Here let me first try the index function and let me explain the syntax. So first thing which is asked, it's going to ask is for the position like first position or the last position. And we can change this first and last position using order by. Like if I say order by descending of net value, then I'm talking about the top. Order by ascending of net value, then I'm talking about the bottom performer. Relation is typically the table. And here we are going to use all or all selected of a particular column or a set of column. Order by should come from this relation. Next one is blank. We can leave that as blank. Partition by again should come from the relation. Let's say I have the category and the brand, and I want to say within the category I want to find out the top bottom brands, then I can do that. And the match by. Now objective here is when I run this function, I want to find out the brand name or I want to find out the maximum value. There are two things which I can do here. So let me first see what index function can do for me. And this function behavior has changed after its release from December 2022, that in the order by, when we want to use a measure, we don't need it in the relation. And if you watch my previous videos, there you need it, but here we will try out without that. Let's begin our journey. So we say we need the first one. We say all selected item brand, and then we say order by, and here we are simply saying net, comma, descending, and rest of the things we leave just as is. We don't need a partition by here. In our visual right now, we are only using brand, so we don't need a partition. Now you can see it's giving the value brand 8 to me. Now, in case you are using a order by column, let's say in some of my videos, what I do is to correct the brands order, like after brand 1, brand 2 should come. So I sort it on brand ID. In such cases, the brand ID should also participate in all selected. So please take care of that. Now I got the topper. Now the topper's name is brand 8. Now what happens if I need topper's value? So name and the value. So I'm going to create another measure. Again, the measure tool was visible. I clicked on new measure, and topper value is, now here I can use with calculate. And why I was able to use this index function without calculate, because it was returning only one value. And when it returns only one value, even though it may be a set of row or a row, I can actually use that value. So when it returns the one value, I don't need a calculate. I can do it pretty much without that. So here I wanted the net, and net for this, what index function is going to return. So I'm going to say keep filters, because if I don't use keep filters, it may actually give me the same value for all of them. So I'll tell you the difference between. Now you see the value only once. So if I want this value to repeat, I don't have to use key filters. If I just want this value, so if I want to filter the topper when the brand itself is used, then I can use key filters. If I don't use key filters, just for your understanding of yours, then this same value will repeat. In that case, I can say what percentage you are from the topper. Similar way, you can get the bottom performer using the index function, and let me do that. And I'll say bottom, and the only thing I'm going to change it here, I'm going to call it ascending. Actually, I can use -1 also with the descending. So brand 4, as you can see, brand 4, and let me showcase you another one, -1 and DESC. So still you got the same bottom performer. You have to watch the videos which I've individually created on these functions with the difference of how the order by can be used now to get into what all you can do with this. Now with the offset function, I want to compare with the previous one, and the best example which I think with them is the time intelligence, which I always go ahead and look at the last month, and I'm going to bring in month year here, because month year is something which is not sorted by itself. It's the month year sort column which sorts it. So I will take this opportunity to explain you how to handle in such case, because month year is not going to give me the last month if I sort it, and you are getting this blank value because it seems like my date table is not having all the rows. And whenever you see these things, you have to check on either side. So I do have data a little bit longer, so let me make it 2020, and now I have all the values. Now what I want here is I want now the offset function. Offset function can give me -1 offset or previous one. It means based on the month here, it can give me previous row or the current row. It's not about top bottom performer, it's about the previous row from my context, plus or minus. So let me click on a new measure and try to explain you. So I can see the table tool on the top right now, and I can click on a new measure from there, and this time I'm going to create offset. And here in the offset, I'm going to use calculate net. And what I want to do in the offset, so in the offset, and I have the offset function, let's understand. So this delta is nothing but plus or minus value which I want to give. Relation is nothing but that's again going to be all selected, the table basically. Order by, same way, the order by which should order. In this case, month year sort is going to order, and interestingly, we don't have that in the visualization. Blanks and partition by. So here my order by is not a measure. See, order by could be based on a measure, but right now we want to use it based on a column or field, and then we have the match by if required at the last. So we are not going to use partition by. So let's go ahead and say offset -1. I want to go to the previous, and this is previous month because I'm going to use all selected, date, month, year. And the second column, important to note here, is I'm going to use month year sort. I included both of them, and then I say order by month year sort. So now I'm saying you have to do this by using the order by of this month year sort, and then I'm able to create the offset measure. Let me bring in the offset measure into the visualization and see what happens. You are able to see a 1 month before value here. Look at the values. Now I can change this offset to any number. I can change it to 2, or I can change it to +1. I will get the next month value. We don't have a value in October 2019, but we have a value in November 2019, and I can get that in October 2019 using this offset. Another way to go ahead and do some of the calculation for the time intelligence, but it doesn't mean they are going to replace the time intelligence functions. They have their own advantage, and wherever you can use them, they are going to be a better alternative for some of the calculations. Now let me rename this tab. Let me rename this tab as index. Let me add another page, and in this page we are going to use window function. So in the window function, we don't have one offset or one value. We have actually two, and they can be relative or absolute. And because of that relative and absolute nature, we will be able to do running totals, cumulative, even MTD and QTD. But here what I'm going to do here is basically with the date, I'm going to show you an example of cumulative only. And you can modify it and make it rolling also. So I bring in the date, and along with the date, I would plan to bring in net measure. So my visual is ready with the date and the net. I want to bring in the cumulative measure. What I'm going to do is from the home tab, let me create the new measure by clicking on the new measure. And here I'm going to call it cumulative net. The new measure cumulative net is going to use calculate net, and then we are going to use the window function. Here in the window function, start from where? So for rolling, you can say I want to start from -1, -2, -3, -12 months is -11. But what you want in case of cumulative? What do you want in case of cumulative? You always want to start from the first value in the window based on absolute value. Second is what value? It's a relative 0, current row, relative 0, and -1 plus 1, you go on the other direction. Then the relation, the next argument what we need is relation, and we say all selected or all. In this case we need all, because even if it's not selected, we would like that to be used. We would like those dates to be available while calculating cumulative, even if they are not there. We can say all of date table, because date it has the lowest granularity, or we can say date of date. I'm going to use date here, because in that manner I will be able to use it when I'm using month year or quarter year also. The same measure can be used. Order by, I'm going to say order by date of date, date from the date table. Rest of the thing I will leave default. Let me go ahead and add this measure into my visualization. And as you can see, I'm getting a cumulative value. Every day the value is getting added up. So 15 plus 21, 15 plus 21 plus 37, 15 plus 21 plus 37 plus 28, and so on. The cumulative measure, there are tons of other measures you can create. In this manner, you can answer this question. If needed, you can write down a quick example and explain it. Also remember to check rank and row number function. The next question which you may be asked is, what are the differences between text, functions, rank and rankx? The reason of asking this question may not be only limited, they wanted to know difference between these functions, but rank is a new function which came in only in April 2023. And one of the reasons why this question may be asked, that they wanted to check how are you keeping yourself updated with the newer functions. And because of this reason, what you should be doing is you should always keep yourself updated with the latest release from blog.powerbi.com. Every month there is a release, and you should keep an eye on those releases and what new functions is coming in. That will establish the fact that you are learning new things in Power BI. So let's look at some of the differences, and then later on we'll try them on Power BI desktop. So rank and rankx are not like sum and sumx. They are a little bit different. Rank is very similar to the Windows function that were released in December, which is Windows offset and index, where we have this ordering, partitioning, relation, all those concepts. While rankx is an old function, this is available in Power BI for quite some time, and it helps you in getting the rank for column or a measure. Rankx function computes the rank of a value among all the possible values derived from the evaluation of an expression across all rows of a table. It provides a rank number based on the evaluation of expression for each row in the table. The default sort order is descending. So the rankx will compute this based on the expression which has been provided on all the rows available in the table, and the default sort order is descending. It means if you don't provide any sort order, it would be descending. Rank, in contrast, the rank function returns the ranking for a current context within the specified partition sorted by the specific order. If there is no match found, the rank is returned as blank. The default sort order is ascending. So there it was descending, here it is ascending. When used in a measure, RANKx function cannot use a column to provide rank in the order by expression, while rank can. So basically what happens is, let's say I'm creating a measure. RANKx can be used to create a measure as well as a column. And I want to use a column rank. Let's say I want to rank the customer sales by their dates. So I say this is the first sales, this is second sale, this is third sale. Why I can do that as a column, I will not be able to do that as a measure. And in case, because it's really important that when we are displaying in the table, some of the dates might not be available, they get filtered out because of some reason, and in that case the overall ranks should change. And because we cannot create a major rank like that, it may miss out the things. So because of that, rank function provides us a flexibility where we will be able to use a column, and we'll try to take an example when we go to the Power BI desktop. Rank is a better choice to resolve the ties and order of blanks compared to RANKx. So rank, the newer function, has better things available. We have an order by expression where we can add much variety into it to create that uniqueness. While both the function will continue to work, and based on the uses we can decide fit for purpose. So let's jump onto the Power BI now, and in Power BI we will try to use these functions and see what all we can achieve using these. So let me add a new page here on my Power BI desktop, and first thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to create rank for my brand. So I'll bring my item brand in the visualization, and I'll also bring net from the measures. And here let me convert this into a table visual. I'm using on object interactions. It can suggest type based on the data, so that's why it changed it to the clustered bar. I have again changed it to the table visual. Let's quickly create a measure. So measure, you can create measure by using the option on the home tab, new measure, or when you click on a table or on a measure, you will get option of creation of new measure in measure tool as well as table tool. Now this new measure, I'll call it as rank net 1, and I'll use the function rankx for that. Rankx, and what rankx required, a table which is going to be all, in case of a measure this would be all selected or all, depending on how I want to create it. Do I want to handle the filter values or not? Expression, the expression would be your measure, and then value column we are going to leave, then orders and the ties. So let me go ahead and say all selected item brands, only give the rank for the selected one, and then the next one I'm going to give net, and rest I'm going to leave default. So default order is descending and ties is skip. Let me bring it into the visualization, and as you can see, even though I have not given any order, it is by default descending. Now let's create one more measure, and this time we will create rank net 2, and I'm going to use the function rank, only rank function, no rankx. Now ties, what do you want here? I want dense and skips are the ties. Dense means if a value repeat twice, 1 and 1, the next still is going to be 2, continuous rank would be there. Skip means if there are 1 and 1 twice, the next word would be third. So I would like to use dense, though in the rankx if I don't default it would be skip. Relation, again I will use all selected item brand. Next one I would like to use is order by, and that is important here, and order by is net. Now this is a new thing which has came, those of you are using these Windows kind of function, that now to use any measure into the order by, I don't have to add it to the relation part of it. So the third one is order by. I'm adding order by as net, and let me not give anything here, and I'm leaving the blanks and partition by and match by empty, the next three argument. And you can see the rank is by default ascending, the lowest value has the rank 1, and that is why here I will go to the order by and I'll give the argument as descending for this one. So we got the correct rank. Now let's come to another case. Now in same manner, if you need partition by, let's say you have categories, you can use partition by also, but let's take one different example, little bit complex example. I'll bring in customer name and I'll bring in sales date. So, and now I can bring in the net major also here. Now in this table, what I want is, I want this sorting to happen on, reordered it again to have the customer. So I'll sort on customer and then shift and sort on date. Now I want ranking for this. So the ranking not based on the net. I want a ranking based on the sales date. Let's try, can I do it using RankX? Again, I'm going to click on a new measure, and what I want here is basically RankX, all selected. So I want to rank the dates. Now what happen in case of RankX, if you don't consider anything inside the RankX function, it automatically partition it for that. So even if I don't consider the customer, it will, but if I'm able to rank the sales date, it will bring the sales date as, it will rank the sales date inside the customer. So I'll can take advantage of that. So I can say all selected sales and sales date, but what major I give? I can't give net here. So I say calculate max of sales date. That's what I can use. And let me call it as rank date 1, and let me bring it here. And it doesn't seems like giving me some value. Okay, maybe we are doing wrong. Can't we simply give a sales date here? Okay, let's try this out. And I can't use sales date here. Fine. So seems like this is something which is not possible in RankX. So in RankX, I can't give order by of sales date. Now, so let me remove this. Now I'm not able to do this easily in the RankX function. So let me try, can I do it with the rank function? So I'll click on a new measure and start creating a new measure. And here I'm going to create a new measure, which is rank date 2 rank function size. Let's use dense. Now here in the relationship, I'll do summarize all selected sales customer name comma sales date. Now I have everything covered inside my summarize, and all I need is all selected also. That's why I went ahead and given the all selected on sales. So I want to create that combination. Now next thing which I need is order by. So I'm going to do an order by on sales date, which is available in my relation. Any column which I wanted to use should be available in relationship ascending. By default it is ascending. Now I'll leave the blanks, or I can give it default, but I'll use partition by, and I'll use partition by as customer name, and this is also part of my relation. So anything which I wanted to use should be part of my relation. And let's see how does this one behaves. Let me bring it inside the visualization, and as you can see, I'm getting date as 1, 2 and 3, 2022 02, after that 2022 10, which is October 2022, October 14, they are ranked properly. So the difference here to note that I'm able to rank based on a column. It's not a major where I'm trying to rank. And this is the additional flexibility we have. And because we have this order by clause where we can add columns, it do provide us a flexibility to break the ties easily. Now let's try to take an example for that. So let me go to my sales table and let me bring in here one of the column which is order number, and I don't want to summarize order number when I bring it to the table visual. So let me use aggregation as don't summarize. Now let me bring in quantity also here, and sum of quantity, something which and as you can see that these quantity, if I want to order on that, lot of quantities are 3 3 3 3 3 3 and then 2 2. How do I break the ties here? So let's start creating a new measure. So first of all, let me create rank QTY 1. So rank, what I want to do, I want to use the dense rank. After dense rank, I would like to say all selected, order number, sales order number, and that's not going to serve the purpose because I want to order on quantity, so I need sum of quantity as a measure. So I don't have measure, so let me try if I can go ahead and do this. Summarize all selected sales order number, comma, a measure which is underscore 1, let me call sum of sales quantity, order by the column which I've created here, descending, I want a descending sort. I don't want any partitioning right now, so let me create this rank quantity 1. Let me bring it inside the visual. So now I can see the rank is 1 1 1, and as long as this number is 3, I should get all the rank as 1. Let me do one thing. Let me just change the order of the quantity, and you can see for 1, so I have 1 2 and 3, so it is giving me rank as 3. So 1 2 and 3 rank is going to come because I am using the dense rank, so I'll get a continuous rank. But what happens if I want to break these ties? Now in the order by, I can go ahead and add order number, sales order number, and I can use that ascending or descending. Let me use it ascending. Ties are broken, I am getting a unique number. I have another context available which can break these ties. In this manner, rank function provides me that facility to have those columns inside the order by easily compared to rankx function where I can break the ties easily. So very useful function, rank, recently released, so you must go ahead and try that out. In this manner, you can answer the question, and not only you can answer such questions, but you can also show that you are learning new features of Power BI. The next question which you may be asked is, what is the difference between generate and cross join? Both are DEX functions. Generate returns a table that combines each row from table 1 with the result of evaluating table 2 in the context of the current row from the table 1. Remember this, in the context of the row from table 1. If the evaluation of table 2 for a specific row in a table 1 results in an empty table, that row from the table 1 is excluded from the result. So it can do a Cartesian product kind of a stuff, but it can also do that by using filter from the first table. So let's say we have a start date and end date, and we want to generate each date between that. Then generate can take that row context of start date and end date and can generate a calendar for that. Now cross join can also do a Cartesian. So cross join actually returns a table that containing the Cartesian product of all the rows from all the tables provided as an argument, resulting in the table including all the column from argumented tables. Now while generate can also do Cartesian, but it has the flexibility of considering the context from the current row. So when to use generate, when to use cross join. So if simply want a Cartesian product, cross join could be do. Use generate when you want to apply the filter or evaluate expression for each row in the existing table. For instance, generating dates between start date and end date for each row is more efficiently done with the generate. So let's take quick example. Let's jump onto the Power BI. So I am on the Power BI and we want to build a quick example of cross join and generate. So let's generate first example of a Cartesian product kind of a scenario. I'm going to enter a table and let me call it as T1, and in this T1 let me call it as cat column, category column, and I'll enter the value A and B. That's my T1 table. I will create one more table T2 again by using enter data, and this time I will have value column and I'll enter the values 1, 2 and 3, and let me call this table as T2. Load. Now let me go ahead and generate a table T3 and T4, one by using generate, another by using cross join. So by clicking on any of the table, you will get table tools, and inside the table tool you have option for new table, and let me use that. I'll click on the table, new table, and T3 is nothing but cross join T1 T2. Make sure that there is no common column name, otherwise it's going to give error. And if you have the common column names, you can use select columns to rename those. I created T3 using cross join. Now let me create T4 using generate. So you can see for A the values is repeating 1, 2 and 3. So 1, 2 and 3 are repeating for both A and B in case of generate, and the same was true in case of cross join also. It's a Cartesian product. We have 2 values in one of the table, 3 values in another table, everything multiplied by everything. We got a Cartesian product. I have one more table, employee table. And now in this employee table, I have start date and end date and employee ID. And here I don't want to do a Cartesian product kind of thing. What I want here is basically, I want to generate the date between the start date and the end date. So let me first tell you how can I do it using generate, and then we will see can we do it using the cross join also. So I'll click on the new table into the table tool, and here I'll call it employee emp extended 1, and here I'm going to use the generate function, and in the generate function I'll use employee and I'll use calendar function. Now in the calendar function I'll try to use start date and end date, and it is allowing me to use start date and end date. Okay, and as you can see, for date 1 it generated all the dates between the 1st January 2018 and 15th of February 2018. Same way for the second ID it has generated the dates, and the third ID it generated the date. So generate worked pretty well for us. Now let's try cross join. New table from the table tool, emp ext2 cross join employee. Now if I try to take calendar here and I try start date, I don't get an option. Let me write down forcefully. Actually, I'm not able to use those. So what I need to do here is then min of employee start date and max of employee end date. But what I'm getting here is basically it will give me more dates, and let me try to sort it on the employee ID. I will have dates which is going beyond these dates. If I have, like in this case, I should have dates from 1st January to 31st, but if you go ahead down, you will see the dates which is going beyond the January, which was not the case in the other table where we created employee extension 1. The second one is only having the date from the month of January. We don't have any dates in February for that. Now to control this, what I need to do is further I need to go ahead and create a filter on top of it. Now it's generated a date column, so I can say date should be less than and equal to, and now the start date is in the row, greater than, date is greater than and equal to start date, and date is less than and equal to end date. And let's try this. The first one should be fine. Let's look at the second one. Now we can see that the second one is not going beyond January. So in this manner we can control it. But remember, if you have a really big range in the table across the min and max date, you will create that such big cross join and post that you are going to reduce the number of dates. So in such cases, generate is a better option. So in this manner you can answer this question and give the example of difference between two. The next question which you may be asked is, what is the difference between calendar and calendar auto? The main difference between the calendar and the calendar auto functions in Power BI is that calendar auto scans the entire model automatically and returns a date table with all the dates that are presented in the model. Means what calendar auto is going to do is it's automatically going to find out what all dates you have, find out the minimum of that. Based on that, it will find out the start year of the calendar. Means you can give a parameter in calendar auto where you say, okay, my year is ending on the March, so my start of year is April actually. So it's going to, based on the minimum date, it's going to find out which April is applicable or which January is applicable in case of standard calendar, and then it's going to decide a start date and the end date and going to generate the calendar automatically. But on the other hand, the calendar function requires two dates. So calendar on the other hand require you to specify start date and end date for the table. If you want to create date table containing a specific range of dates, you can use calendar. Using calendar, you could create date table containing all dates between, example, January 1st 2019 to October 31st 2022. Now while calendar auto will try to go ahead and take the last date based on the calendar, means standard calendar start date or standard calendar end date or financial year calendar start date or financial year calendar end date, based on the parameter. In calendar we can control wherever we want it to start. I may like to start that from, let's say, 15th of April. So when we create some custom calendar, we have done that in. I have done similar kind of stuff in my videos on the calendar across various series. You can watch those videos and that will help you understanding this thing in more. Calendar auto can be useful if you want to create a date table that contain all the dates that are present in your model. Means you don't need to search for it. It will automatically do it for you. But there is a disadvantage. Sometime when you have multiple tables, when you have the dates, you may get a circular dependency error. So calendar auto function may lead to circular dependencies issues when you create relationship in your model, especially when two or more related tables have date columns or when you are using calculated tables. So in such scenarios, you may face a circular dependency error. So you need to be careful while using calendar auto. So let me go to the Power BI desktop. I'm on Power BI desktop, and here we will try to create the calendar tables using calendar and calendar auto. So right now I am on the report view. I will go to the table view from the left hand side, also known as data view in the past. And here I will showcase you, I already have a table which is created using the calendar function. So the date table using calendar function is basically we have calendar, a start date and end date. So let me showcase you by creating a new table. If you click on any of the table, you will get an option of table tools, and inside the table tool you have option for new table. Click on the new table to create a new table. Now on the left hand side, give a new table name. Let me call it date 1. And then you can write down the code for that, the calculated table code in the DAX. So I'll use calendar function. Calendar function requires two arguments, start date and end date. To give a date, I will use a date function. Date function requires three arguments, year. Let me give year as 2018, month 01, date 01. You require integers. I would like to give an end date. Again, I will use date function for that, requiring three argument, date, year I need, or I can give today's end date. If I like, let's say for simplicity, I can give today's end date, or if not, then I can give the end date of, let's say, a year. I'll give here an end date of 2022, 12, 31. And it will create a series of dates for me. So basically calendar auto and calendar function creates a series of dates. They are sequential or continuous dates. There is no missing dates between the dates which they are generating. From the minimum to maximum, there is no missing dates. So right now you can say it is starting from 2018 and ending at 2022, 12/31. So by default it is showing the first date, but let me do sort ascending 2018 1st January and sort descending 31st December 2022. We do sort ascending again, and let me change it. Let's say I want to start it from 16th of the month. I can do that pretty much easily. I want to end it on today or some other date. Let me end it on today. Today's function. So every time you have your data refresh, this will get changed to today. And there are reasons why we stop our calendar to today. I have discussed that in various other videos. In this manner, I can create a flexible date calendar. Now I can, based on the today, I can also calculate end of month. There is a function EO month with us, and I can use 0 as an argument for current month end date, 1 as an argument next month end date, -1 as an argument last month end date, and that can also help. And to have a look at it, let me do sort descending, and as you can see, this is going to end on 31st December 2023. I am recording this video in the month of December 2023. We have looked at how calendar function works. Now time has come that we look how calendar auto function work. I clicked on the date table. When I click on a table, I'll get a table tool, and inside the table tool, as we have done last time, we need to use new table option. Let me call it as date auto, and I'm going to use here calendar auto function. Right now I'm not giving any argument, so it is starting from 1st January 2018 and For descending, it is ending on 31st December 2021. These are the dates across my all the tables. Now remember, there I was taking 2022 because I was not aware where it is ending. Here, if I want a financial year calendar, what I can do is I can say, let's say it's ending, and it is basically the year end date. So if you look at the argument, when you try to give the argument, it's a physical year and month. So let's say 3 is my end month. I want to end in March. Now you can see that it is starting from 1st April 2017. So basically what happens, the dates are generated from 1st of April 2017. It means it is able to find out a date between 1st of April 2017 and 31st of March 2018. There is a date, and because of that it decided to take 1st of April 2017 as the start date. Let me sort it descending by clicking on the arrow sign. As you can see, it is ending on 3/31/2022, means there is no date after that. So CalendarAuto is pretty helpful in that manner. On top of that, you can add the columns using the add column function and create the scripts as you want. There are a few other things which you can do is you can take a minimum of a date from another table. And remember, when you use minimum function in a column or a table, it is going to take the complete table and going to give you minimum unless you use filter context to refine it. So in that manner, you can create pretty flexible tables using calendar function or comprehensive date coverage using CalendarAuto function. So go ahead and try that out. Another question which you may be asked, what is the best way to find minimum of 5 columns or 5 major values for a given table row or a visual row? So basically what you have, the values are not in different rows. Typically what happens, if you have a column, let's say column 1, and you have a set of value 1 2 3 4 5, and you can use a minimum function, it will give you minimum value, or you can use minx depending on the need. But let's say if you have 5 columns or 5 majors and you want to find minimum of that, then how would you do that? So if you only need to find the minimum value between 2 columns or 2 majors, you can use min function, simply min function. It can be used across 2 columns or 2 majors. Take an example when we go to the Power BI desktop. You can use that. But what should we do when we have 5, not 1? So in that case, you have to use minx. Now, before you use minx, you need to get these curly braces to create a table. What curly brace does it can create a table for us. Once we have a table, we need to understand what is going to be the column name of that table, and then we can take minimum of that. So minx expression allows you to create the table in the table part, and in the expression part we can use that column value. So let's jump out of the Power BI. We have few things which we need to understand here. So I'm there on the Power BI. Now here, first of all, I want to understand what this curly brace is going to give me. I'm saying is going to create a table. I want to understand what would be the column name of that table and how that it look like. So let's take in a single example. Go to the table view. So before I found out how can I take min across 5 columns, let me see how using angular brackets I'm going to get a new table. So I can see the new table option under the home tab. Let me go ahead and try that out. So let's call it as a test table. Left hand side we give the name, and in right hand side in the angular bracket, let me give 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's some numbers I'm giving. For our interest, let's give 5. So we have given 5 values. So you can see this is coming as 5 rows. If I'm able to give 5 columns, it's going to give me 5 columns as a table, and the column name is going to be value. Can I take a minimum of that? So let's go ahead and say minx. Now minx required table as the first argument. So we have given a table which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the angular bracket is a table. Expression, what I want is an expression, let the value column. So we'll give value. Now why it is giving error? This is not a table. Let me convert this into a table now. I'm getting a minimum value of 1, which is fine. Now let's look at our table. Do we have something to find out a minimum? So I'll go to the item table, and in item table I have this item ID, brand ID, category ID, subcategory ID. I have the 4 columns. So let me try to find out a minimum IDs of these. Most of the time it could be item ID, but let's see how can I find out minimum of 5 values, 4 values, or minimum of 4 columns or 5. So here I'm going to create a new column. There I created a new table. Now I'm going to create a new column here, and that was the question. I click on a new column, which is under the column tools. Once you click on any of the column, you will get a new column. So I got this new column, and in this new column I'll say min, and we'll say minx, and then we know we need to create this table using these 5 columns. So we will use this angular bracket start. Let's use item ID, brand ID, category ID, subcategory ID. All I'm using numeric right now, and I'll close the angular bracket. It means I got my table, and in that particular row, now for that particular row I have a table, and I cannot have more than 1 value, so I need a minimum to get the column value, because I'm creating a column and I can have a unique value in that, and the column would be value column. And let me press enter. So I created a new column, and you can see that in this new column I'm getting 1, 2, 2, and this is because one of the value is minimum. So item ID 1 was minimum. Now here again the item ID is minimum, but so in this row the item ID is minimum, in this row item ID is minimum, in this row category ID is minimum, which is 2. In this row again the category ID is minimum, again 2. Same here. Now again here 3 is category ID, which is minimum. Let's see, something else is minimum. In this case we should have 2 again, which is basically both brand ID as well as the subcategory ID is minimum, and you can see the value here. So in this manner we are able to find out minimum. Now we have not used the minimum function. We would like to see whether minimum function works, because typically what we have done for minimum function is we have used the minimum function as, you know, simply for a column. We have not used for 2 scalar values or something like. So item ID and category ID, I'm using it on 2, and as you can see I'm able to get minimum of 2 values also using minimum function. So minimum function can give that. Now let me go to the report view, and in the report view I would like to add a new page, and here I would like to find out minimum of 5 values, major values. First of all, let me put a table visual. In that table visual, let me put 4, 5 majors. I need to have 5 majors. So I go to the base majors. I have cogs, very good. Cross 2 majors, margin 3 majors, net major. We should have a 1 more major, discount. Major. So I have 5 majors. I want to find out what value is minimum out. Okay. And if you use, let's say, brand or something in that particular row, it should also. So first let's create a major. So let me click on the new major, which is available under table tool. The same is also available under the home tab, and let me create a major. This is min of 5. The same way, min x, angular bracket start. First is gross, second is cogs, in the order a little bit, should not matter, margin, net, discount. 5 of them, angular bracket close, table created for the row. Now for that row I can only return a value for a row value, means the field which I want to show can only have 1 value, so I need to take the minimum of those. You can, if you want maximum, you can use max x. So I have used min x because need a min here. You can use max x if you need max. So let me search this and add it to visual. Okay, and as you can see, one of the values which is coming minimum and seems fine to me. What more thing we can test it out? What happen if I bring something into this visualization, like kind of a group by? Will it also work there? We have bought a group by, and as you can see, it's still working on that. So because major do take the row context and filter data based on top of that, means for each row they're going to have the data. So these are bigger numbers. This is 476k, this is 311k, this is only 52k, 363k and 112k, and minimum was 50k margin. That's what is coming here. So in this manner you are able to find out minimum or the maximum values or multiple column values or measures. So in this manner you can answer this particular question. So go ahead and try that out. The next question which you may be asked, how can we repeat the value of a measure or a column? So basically you just want to repeat certain values. Now this question is one which may not decide if you answer it wrong that you're not going to be selected, but this is to test the length and the breadth of the Power BI you are aware of. This is just to see how much in depth you know in Power BI, because you might not need these things on regular basis, so you might not be using it too frequently. So let's go ahead and read what we can reply for this. So with Power BI it is possible to repeat a value of a measure or a column within a measure or column by using REPT function. This function is designed to duplicate the text a specified number of times, allowing you to populate a cell with the multiple instances of the string. This is one example. REPT, you give a text n number of times. This is one option. And the second option is concatenate X with generate series. Little bit different option, but you can use concatenated X, and inside that you can use generate series. And in the generate series you can specify for how many numbers you should generate the series. So 1 to 5 and default increment is 1, so it's going to generate 5 numbers. And then I'm using concatenate X, which will use this table 1 to 5, work with the value A for 5 times. And the advantage with concatenate X is you can decide how you want to separate these 5 values. So you can give your own custom separator also. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly jump onto the Power BI desktop and try these two things out. So now I am on the Power BI desktop and test these things out. I'm going to create a couple of measures to explain you how these work. So I have created a new page using the plus button down below. I'll click on the measures, which is folder, or which is a table I created to store my measure. And now here I'll get table tools because I clicked on a table. Inside that I have option for new measure, and I'm going to use that. Now let me create a measure. Let me call it REPT1, repeat 1. Function I'm going to use REPT. First argument is text. Let me give ABC, and the second argument is number of time. Let me give 5. Let me close it. The measure is created. I would like to put it inside the visualization pane, so I dragged and drop it into the pane in an empty place. It has automatically created a card visual, and I have enlarged it, and you can see ABC, ABC, ABC repeated 5 times. So this is how you use REPT function. Let's see, is there a third argument, hidden argument here? No, there is no hidden third argument. Fine. So now let's look at the second option, which is with the concatenate X and generate series. On the home tab I can see right now the new measure option, and I'll click on that. Let me create a new measure, and this measure I'll call it REPT2, and here we are going to use concatenate X. Inside that, first of all, I need a series, so I'll say generate series 1, 5, and I can give an increment value. That's optional. If I don't give it, it's going to take it 1, so I'll leave it. Then I'll give value A, B and C, which is my expression, which is I'm giving a hard-coded value. And after the space I'm going to give comma and space so that I can differentiate between these values, and my second measure is ready. Now let me drag rename it as rept2, and let me drag rept2 also on the visualization pane, and as you can see, I can see ABC is getting repeated. This is the measure we have created. Same way I can create a column also. Let's see, can we do it on a measure which contains certain amount of value. So let me do one thing. Let me create a little bit space on this page and drag my net measure. So net measure is showing 7 million. What happens when I create a repeat on a measure? I'm going to use rept function there. Rept function and net. Now net is a numeric measure. So first let me try without changing its data type, and let me say repeat it 3 times. Let me drag it here, and as you can see, the values getting appended one after another without any space. And let me do one thing. Now I can use format net. I can specify now a particular format if I want. Let me say hash comma hash dot 0, and let me come outside this one, ampersand, and and at the end I give a space. So I'm appending this space after my format. Let's see what happens. As you can see, now I got a particular format, I got a space. So what I've done here is basically I appended a space in my value, and that is how I'm getting a space out here. And this one was pretty useful. If you remember, a few days back I have shown you a video where we have repeated the star values and different kind of unique icons when we were doing the new dynamic format string. So these are the functions you can use for repeating the values. So in this manner you can answer this question. So go ahead and try this out. The next question which you may be asked is, how can we generate series of odd number or even number? So basically what you have to do is you have to generate a table basically which contains values like 1, 3, 5, 9, 11, or you have to generate a table which contains the values like 0, 2, 4 or 2, 4, 6, 8, something like that. Now this is a really simple question, but again this is targeted to check that how you do the implementation of the same function in a different manner. Means the usual function which we use for all these purposes is generate series. This is function generate series which we typically use to create the series like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now this function can generate the numbers. So basically you can say I want to generate number from 1 to 10 and increment by how much. So you can give how much increment you want. So this is the function. How do you use it? Basically generate series from 1 to 10 and increment by 2. So basically it's going to generate a odd number series, and if you start it from 2 go till 10, it is going to generate an even number series. Now generate series is a function from DAX. So this is your DAX code. It's ultimately going to return you a table. So you will get a table from that. Now if you want to do the same thing in Power Query, we do have a function list.number. Now list.number again can generate the series of numbers. The query is going to return you the list, and that list you can convert into a table. So list.numbers, again if you want an odd number, start with 1, number of steps you want to calculate, and then how much increment you want. So what we are going to do is we are going to go ahead and look at these functions and try to understand how can we generate odd number series or even number series or tables which contain odd numbers or even numbers. So let me jump onto the Power BI, and here in the Power BI, the first thing I'm going to do is I will go to the left hand side panes. I have report view and table view. I'll go to the table view, and inside the table view I'll try to create new tables. And the best way to start creating a new table, click on a table which is already existing. You will get a table tool, or you can go to the home tab also if required. And then you will get an option for new table. And once you get a new table option, you click on that. And let's create a table named as odd_series. And after we given the name, let's come on the right hand side and use the function generate series. Start with the value 1. And the end value is 10. I want to add a 10, or I can say 11 if required. And then increment value is 2. How much I want the difference between the two numbers. So you can see 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. The table has been generated, or the series has been generated. Now let's try to create one more table. I can copy this code. I'm still seeing the table tool, so I can go ahead and press new table inside that one, and it will create one more table. Let me paste this, and this one I'll call even_series, and this time I can start with 2 or 0, and I can end it at 10 instead of 11 or 12, and again the increment step of 2. So first argument start, second argument where you want to stop, and third argument is increment value. And we got a series of even numbers. So this is DAX for you. We've used the data analytics expression. Now time has come that we go ahead and do this in Power Query. Do it in the Power Query. Go to the home tab, and inside the home tab you have transform data, and inside that one again you will get transform data. Click on that and you will reach to Power Query. Let me bring in Power Query window to this screen. Inside the Power Query, I can do this step by creating first of all a new blank query. So inside the home tab of the Power Query we have new sources, and inside the new sources we have a blank query. Let me add a blank query, and let me call it as odd space series. And I can rename it by right clicking and rename, or double clicking, or then after that right click and advanced editor. And here I got a source. Now inside that source I'll use the function list dot numbers, and inside the list dot number, the start number, the number which I want to start, count how many times you want. After this number, how many times you want? I say I want 5 times. This is not the end number, this is different from this one. Increment of 2. So I want 5 numbers starting from 1 with the increment of 2. This is what it means, and I say okay. This generates a list. Actually this is still not a table. Please remember, you have to use to table conversion from the transform menu in case you want to create it as a table. So a list of odd numbers is getting generated, and I can convert into a table by using to table, by accepting the default option. Now I'm going to create another new query using again the new source under the home tab, blank query, double click and rename as even series, right click, advanced editor, and again I'm going to use list.numbers, and here I'm going to say start with 2, again give me the 5 numbers and increment by 2 again, and I'll use done now. Once I click on the done, I'll get a list which I can convert to a table. Let me convert it into a table with the default options, and as you can see I got a table with the even numbers. So this is how you create a list or a series of odd and even number in Power BI. I have explained you both DAX and Power Query options. In this manner you can answer this question. So go ahead and try that out. Hello and welcome to another episode of Abstract Thesis series. In this series, we try to dig deep into the Power BI concept and try to solve some of the real life problems which you are asking on community. So one of the such problems is related to unpivot data, and it is not a simple unpivot. It's basically multiple unpivot. So let me showcase you my data which I'm planning to use for today. So I have added this to the pivot data file, and I will be loading this file to the GitHub. So here, as you can see, I have item on my first column, and then I have state and value combination in the column. So I have state 1 value 1, state 2 value 2, state 3 value 3, state 4 value 4, state 5 value 5. This is the combination which I have. Now this is not a simple unpivot use case where I have the states and I simply unpivot it and then I can use the data. So this require a special treatment, or maybe I first unpivot the data and then pivot it. So let's go ahead and see how would we convert this data into the best suitable data for data analytics or for Power BI. So I have already opened Power BI, and let me jump onto that, and I'll say get data, and inside the get data I'll bring my Excel sheet, and that Excel sheet is nothing other than pivot data, and you will be getting this on my GitHub account. And here you see that I got this unpivot pivot data. So just take this sheet, unpivot pivot data sheet, and then instead of loading, use transform data. Why would you use transform data? Because this data is not in a shape where we want it to use. So why to load and then go to transform data and do the transformation? Why don't we directly go to the transform data? So I'll click on the transform data at the bottom of the pop-up, and it will directly take me to Power Query. Let me bring in Power Query window on this screen. So the Power Query window has opened, and now we have this data in front of us. So what action we wanted to do? So first of all, I'll select item and I'll go to transform, and inside the transform I'll use unpivot columns and I'll say unpivot other columns. Now once I do, you can see I have state value in rows, but I don't want like this. The best way is state as a column and value as a column. Now to do that, I need to do a next step. In the next step, I would use one more transformation, and the transformation which I plan to use is split column. And in the split column is again available under the transform tab. I want to use split by delimiter in this case. You may have a little bit complex case, so you have to find out how you plan to split that. And here I'll click on the advanced option, and I'll say I want to split into 2 columns. That's the most appropriate for this data. For each occurrence, yes, or sometime you may have to use leftmost delimiter. So first delimiter which it gets on that, and you have to say okay. Now what you see here is state number has been separated out. Now you can give it as a separate name there, but that we will do later. But you can click on now attribute and value, and you can go to pivot column again under the transform data. And which column is the value column? Yes, value column is the value column. Advanced option, what I wanted to do is I'll say don't aggregate, but I would prefer to do max if required. So you can take a count here, and once you load this data, instead of list.count, you click on the bar where we are seeing this formula. You say list.max, and now you can see state and value. We could have used don't aggregate, but in case don't aggregate doesn't work, you can use max like this. So I got state, I got value, and this could be state number or type. Let me call it type. Now this data is in a proper shape for analysis now. So this is how you deal with the data where you think it requires multiple unpivot. So why don't you go ahead and try this out, and do let me know what else you want me to cover in this particular series. Thanks for watching this particular video. Thank you. You know Power BI, but still you have lots of questions in your mind. How does it happen? Why it happens? How can I do that? This is the series for you. Subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon to get the notifications. Hello and welcome to another video of Abstract Thesis series, and in today's video we are going to discuss one interesting problem, that is doing the bucketing of the employees tenure in the organization. I am calling it as current age here in this current file which I am using right now. So that's what it is required, like on a given month which I'm selecting, in that given month how many employees are 0 to 6 months old, and that's not the age, it's the tenure of the employee in the organization. How many of them belongs to 6 to 12 months and how many are more than 12 months. Now, this is a really interesting problem because we wanted to know the tenure, and you can see like we see more than 12 2, and then there are 2 employees which is having the current age as 14, which the tenure in this one is 14, and then there are a few employees which is having tenure more than 6 months, and another 4 employees which is having tenure less than or equal to 6 months. So this is what we want. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create all the things which are there in this file. We are going to create the model from this beginning, and to do this you require the file which is employee record file which you can get from my GitHub account. So first let's get the data, let's get that employee record file. So I'm going to search for that, and I'll say I need an Excel file. So I say get data, and then in the get data I want the Excel and I want the employee record file. I don't have that right now, so let me download it. So let me download the employee record file. So for that you have to go to my GitHub account, github.amitchandakpbi power bi. That's where you're going to get it, and here I can download the file employee record employee rec.excel. Click on that and then you will get a download button, and you can say show in folder. I can cut it and I can paste it in my data folder, and let me go ahead and try to get it now. So I got this employee record 2. It was all seems like already present there. Okay, fine. So we got the file. Now this file contains sheet 1, and in this sheet I have employee ID, name, start date and end date. Let me load this data. I don't want to do any kind of transformation, I just want to keep this. So I'm going to load this data, and once I load this data I'm going to do a little bit of cleanup because this file have few spaces at few places like in employee ID. So this table data has loaded. You can see the data here. Now instead of sheet 1 I'm going to call this table as employee, and let's look at employee ID. I don't want employee ID to have the space, and I also don't want my employee ID to sum up. I want to say don't summarize. That's the column is not going to summarize. End date is fine, start date is fine, name is fine. There's no problem. Let's look, is there any space in any of these? No. Now next thing which I require is basically a date table. It's good to have a date table which doesn't join in this case, but what happens is the previous model which I had as a date table joined, and I created those formula, and that could be the usual case where you are having a join with the start date, and so that you can get your hired employee pretty quickly. So looking at that case I'm going to do a join here, but even if you don't join, you means you have all the joins which are inactive, you can still work with that. So I click on the employee, I see table tool, and in the table tool I'm going to click on the new table, and I'm going to create a date table. And to create a date table I'm going to use CALENDARAUTO function. So let me use CALENDARAUTO, and I got my date table created. It has all the dates which I require. Now I need some additional columns, so I'll say add columns. Typically these columns are usually available with me, but let me quickly create it. One of the column which I need is basically month here, and which is the formatted month here. So I'm going to use month here. So what does add columns does it takes a table, and then I can give the column name and the expression where I want to create the column. So add columns table is CALENDARAUTO. The only column available with me is date. So all my operations has to come from the column date, and the column date I'm going to use here, and the format function is going to give me format in a particular month MMM-YYYY. Now the challenge with this date is it cannot be sorted. Alt enter, I need a sortable column where I can sort this. So month year sort is the column which I'm going to use to sort this, because this month year is going to be text. Power BI doesn't understand how to sort the text as the month year. We don't have anything to tell that, so we need to create a sort column. So we are going to create a sort column which is nothing but year of the date, and only thing which is available with us right now for the calculation is the date star 100 plus month. Because the multiplication is going to take higher priority, I don't need a parenthesis there. And now I can close my table. I can right now do my task with these three columns. If needed later, we'll add certain more things. Now I click on the month here, and in the month here I will go to the column tools, sort by column, and the column I'm going to use month year sort as my sort column. So what would happen whenever I put this into the table, now it will get sorted because of this column month year sort, and it's going to give me the correct sorting. Now as you know that when we use date table, we would like to mark it as a date table. So I go to the data model view, I click on this icon. I would like to mark it as a date table and join with my employee table. So I right click here and I say mark as date table, mark as date table, and I say date. Now this option is available in all the three views, whether you are in the report view or data view or model view, all three views, this option is available. Now the moment I does it, the date table is marked as a key column and there's no more date hierarchy which is available. Now I'm going to join first with the start date, because I want to have an active join. It's going to create one too many single directional active join. I'm fine with that. Now I'm going to join it again with the another date which is end date. Again it's going to create a join, but this time this join would be inactive because we cannot have two active join at the same time, and we are fine with that because we are going to handle this into a measure to do that. So now we got it. So we got this table, we got the date table sorted out, and let's quickly look at how many employees we have hired or how many employees got terminated each month. To do that, let's bring in month here, and the moment I bring in, you will see that it is coming in the sorted format. Now let me go and increase the little bit font size so that you can see it easily, and I always prefer to do it using themes. Under the view tab, the theme is available, customize current theme, and I'm not only going to change the portion which is basically the text size, which I'm going to increase by 5 pixels everywhere. And I'm not doing any other changes. So now you can see the text a little bit bigger. Now the next thing which I'm going to do is, see, even if I drag this employee ID and I say the count, it's going to tell me the higher number. Okay, so January I hired 2 employees, and if you look at my data, basically you can see that, you know, in the month of January I had 2 employees, and in the month of February I had another one. Okay, so this looks correct, but this is what we don't need. So let's start creating measures. So for in the employee table, the first measure I'm going to create is the measure which is basically hired, and for this I can simply say count of employee ID, because my active join is hire date. Now in case you feel that the active join can change sometime, you can use calculate count of employee ID and use relationship. This is optional right now. We are doing just to tell you date of date, comma, employee start date. Now what happens in case you make this join inactive or you change your active inactive join, still this will keep on working, and now you get the hired employees. And as soon as I drag this measure, you might have observed wherever the hired is null, it's going to show you the blank, and that's what expected behavior is. Now we need the terminated employees, so we create another measure. Again in the employee table, we are going to create using the table tools or right click new measure. We can create a new measure, and the measure which we are going to create is terminated. And in the terminated neighbor measure, what we are going to say calculate. Again we'll say count of employees. Now if I would have only created the hired one, I could have used that, but right now I need to do it again, count of employee IDs. And now I'm going to say use relationship, date of date, comma, and date. Now once I plot this into the visual, you will realize that I need little bit more than that. So once I plot this, you start seeing this blank, because in Power BI by default, if there is certain things which are available on the, because of the blank values will continue to show that. So that is why, because the end date was blank and that was not joining with the table, they still the value is coming. So we need to here specifically call out that not is blank and date. So we are going to say that the employee end date should not be blank, create a measure like that, and that's how we get the correct terminated count. Now how do we get the active employees or the employees in the every month? Now right now we are only getting the months where either you have a hired employee or you have a terminated employee. Now we want to get the active employees. To now get the active employees, we have to do little bit of more work. So now let's create what we call active employee or the current employee. Let's create a measure which is called is active employee. Now to get the empty employees, what we need to do count x, filter the employee table, and while we have how we have to filter the employee table, we have to say employee dot start date should be greater than, should be less than or equal to the max, means whatever is the max date available in the context, my hiring should be done before that. So max of date, okay, and the person is not terminated in this month. So what we'll say, so one of the two conditions should be there, is blank and date, means the employee has not been terminated yet, or and date is strictly greater than the max of date, whatever in the date context the date is available. Now if you are dealing with beginning of period or end of period, you can use min as for the beginning of period, and there would be little bit change. The higher should be strictly less than, but terminated can be greater than and equal to. So here we are saying, and for the end date it should be strictly greater than. So min is going to give you beginning of period, max is going to give you end of period. So let's say date again, and we so our condition is and is blank, is ended with the bracket, the condition ended, and the now we need to count. So let's count only employee ID. So we will count the employee IDs and we close it. Now we'll put this measure and you will realize this measure is still not complete, because the moment I drag it here in the table visual, you don't see some of the months which we don't have the data appearing here, like there are a few months missing, and still it doesn't seems like account 3 should have been come in the second month, doesn't seems. The reason it is happening because the join with the hire date is still active, and we need to ask this measure to ignore that join. So we go here and we put a calculate, and in this formula we first time going to use is cross filter, and the cross filter we are going to say date of date, you should ignore the join with the start date. Now I can create a bidirectional using that none, one way, left or right, but I don't want to change the behavior of the join. I actually want it to be inactive. So I say, okay, make this join as inactive now, and I'm going to make this join inactive and see what happens. Now you can see in the first month I have 2 employees, the second month I have 3, third month I have another one added 4, then it becomes 6 by adding this. Another month, see there is no record. Now the May started coming even though there is no record, because now because of this formula we will get the months wherever we have the data. So we have now 6 and we have the next one 2 added, and then when termination is happening you can see the same number is getting repeated or it is getting reduced, because one hired, one terminated, only terminated. So now we are all sorted out. Now how do I create the age, current age of this one? So now first for that let's understand, let's have the employee ID. Now to know the employee's age on a particular month, we definitely the month is required for that context. Now is the employees active or not? You can simply print now because of the last date. Now this date, see we hired 19 employees, we terminated 11, only 8 are active, and because of the max available date when we calculate this, these are the active employees, and you are getting that correctly. So now let me remove that. So this is going to be the same formula I'm going to use to calculate the age. Now how do you do that? So to the age of the employee, and now we need the employee context to do that. So age of the employee is nothing but here, instead of counting the employees, Now I need to either sum the age or average the age. So I can say I will take the average x of the age, but how do I calculate the age in this place? So in this place, I'm going to say, so the entire formula remains same. Instead of count x, I'm saying average x, and I need the employee age. And the way I'm going to get the employee's age is basically, I'm going to say date diff, because I'm creating this inside the employee table. You can see in the filter, I have employee table count x. I'm using the employee table. I can simply give my start date of the employee table without any problem, and max date. Now, if you believe in beginning of period, end of period, again, min is for the beginning of period, max is for the end of period. So date of date, comma, months. Now for the first month, it might give 0 and you want it to have the tenure as 1, then you need to give +1. So I'll keep this number as is and let me press enter. Now this is not active employee, this is my tenure. Let me put here. Now you are seeing right now it only for the active employees, and we are going to figure it out how to get it for the other employees. So now let's bring in month here as a slicer. And let's look at January. Now January, there are 2 employees, both of them having tenure of 1 month. To March, April, May, June, July. See, if the employee is available, that's where I can give his tenure. If the employee has left the organization, his tenure is no more available with us, isn't it? So tenure is dependent on month. So for that month date, what is my tenure of the active employees? So this is the tenure of active employees who are available in this month. So there are 9 employees, active employees available, and that's the tenure. And you will see that this active count is also 9. So now what is happening? We know the tenure. Now we want to bucket it. Before I bucket it, what I want basically, let me bucketize this tenure here itself. So I create a measure. So I call it tenure bucket. So tenure bucket, I say switch, I say true, and I say tenure is less than equal to 6, comma, I say, and typically I give this space so that sorting gets sorted out, less than 6 months. And the switch true is going to allow me to write down conditions, multiple conditions I can write down, and I'm writing down in conditions such way that I don't have to check between. Now I'll say between 6 to 8 months, so I can only leave one, and I can say 6 to 12 months. And the last one is default is simply without leaving a space greater than 12 months. Okay, so now we got a measure tenure bucket, which is actually telling us the bucket. Okay, so now you can see it's defining the bucket, and there are null values which is going to come out. We can handle that. We can say, okay, don't calculate it when the for the null values. So, but let's say if is blank tenure, then blank, else give us the bucket. So when it is blank, then give us the blank, otherwise give us. Now grand total doesn't matter, we can handle that, but right now we are getting now in my other file what I've done is I given it 1 2 3 and joined it 1 2 3, but here we can have the advantage of having these 1 2 3 is basically I don't need to be very careful that I'm exactly going to write down that number. So that is why I've done that. So I said this is 1, and let me copy paste. So let me do one thing. Yeah, let me call it 1 2 and 3. So now your age is coming as 1 2 3, and in the February I'm also going to start getting 3. Now I need to create a new table. Now this new table need to have 1 2 3 and the meaning of need to 3. So this is going to be a new table where I'm going to create using the enter data in the home tab, and I'm going to create a new bucket where I'm going to call it, let's say, tenure ID, which is nothing but 1 2 3. If you have more, then you can write down, and then you can say tenure bucket, and then the tenure bucket I can say is less than 6 months, 1 space 6 space hyphen space 12 months, and greater than 12 months, and let me call it as now. The way to join these two, now we need to join this. So the way to join this is basically we have to join either the values level or at the table level. So we will try to perform this join at the table level, and we have the majors and all those. So let's try to do that join. Now to do that join, what we need to do here, basically we need to create count in bucket. Now when we do count in bucket, the bucket should present, and if the bucket is not present, we can put that context. So we are going to put that later basically. Now let's first of all calculate count x filter employee table, means I'm going to perform the operation at the employee row level where my tenure, now tenure bucket as a major is equals to max of tenure, and because I'm taking max of tenure because that's where I need it in the row context, max of tenure bucket tenure ID. Now this join requires the row context, means the bucket should present in this one, and then I can count the employee ID. Now there is one problem here basically, because this is not in the row context, so the grand total will not be correct. So I can push the row context by saying sumx tenure bucket. So I say do this row calculation further at this one, and I'm using calculate because I'm doing a calculation inside, and I put it here. So now what I'm going to need to do is I need to create a new page. Let's call this as active employee page or employee page, and let's call the next page as age page. Now what I need here is basically I need this tenure bucket, and when I bring in this bucket and I try to bring this count in bucket, you will see this all 19 coming here. What's wrong happening here? So is that join? So one of the things which we need to do it again is basically cross. So we need to again make sure that we do a cross join. Not cross join, cross filter date of date, comma, employee start date, which is active, and none. And let's look at this now. Now we start getting 2. Now is it 0 to 12? What is the date context and all those we have to see. We also need to be the employee ID. Are we getting at the correct one or not? So let's bring in employee ID, and we need to validate this formula. It took me few attempts to get that, and I need a month here to calculate that. So let me put that as a filter, and the first month here is these only two employees, and all of them are less than 6 months. That's correct. 1 2 3 the employee ID, and if we look at the bucket there, their tenure is basically 2 2 2 1. But let's look at June. Now the tenure less than month, less than 6, all the 8 employees. Let's look at July. Now we started getting 2 employees, which is more than that. Let's look at January 16. There are 2 employees which it is saying is greater than 12 here. February, you have 10 employees, active employees, and 442. That's the distribution, and that's coming correct. Now, so this is how we done the bucketing. So the count is correct. The active employees is showing the correct age, and that's the age which is reflecting out here. The 10 employees in what age bucket is there. Now this is not only the problem you have asked. You said, okay, fine, I don't need a bucket. Why don't you show me the age itself? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Now very simple thing is going to work. Now this is the age bucket one. So let's modify this by calling it as age bucket. Now actually you need the actual age. Then in that case, the new table which we require is basically going to be a little bit different. So click on any of the table and go and generate a new table using the generate series, and then you can simply call it as age, and you say generate series (1, 100, 1). So it's going to generate the number from 1 to 100. Now what I wanted to see is this. Now I want to use this age. So my formula count in bucket is going to remain almost same, and then I'm going to say count in the age. So I create a new measure, count in, instead of count in bucket I'll going to count the count of age, and I don't want to sumx in the tenure bucket, I'm going to sumx into the age table. Now my join here, tenure bucket is not tenure bucket, it's basically I'm going to join with tenure, and the join is not going to be with the max of tenure bucket, it's going to be the max of age value. Now I join with max of age value, I close my filter, I still continue to count employee ID, I'm going to do the sumx inside the age one and the cross filter of the employee age, that's going to remain. Now let's look at this. Now we got this new one, let's create an age page here. In that age page, let's bring this value. Let's say this value is going to be in x-axis, and then bring in here. Now we got the ages, we need the count of ages. Now right now we have to basically go ahead and look at those values. To do that best, first of all, let's bring in a slicer here. In the slicer, let's put month here. In the month here, let's talk about January. We have only age 1. Let's bring in employee ID. Let's bring in age, which is nothing but tenure. And this is not age bucket, this is basically the tenure only. I called it as age. And now let's go to June. You can see 1, there are 2 people, 3, there are again 2 people, 4, there is 1, 5, there is 1, 6, there is 1. Let's reach to January 2016. Now we have 13 months for 2 employees, you can see it here. 11 months for only 1 employee, you can see here. 10 months for 2 employees, you can see here. So in this manner we are getting, and why you are getting 8.33, because we have used the average there. Okay, so that's why you are getting the average tenure. We got the sumx or we got the age. So the tenure is basically here. So tenure, we use the average x, and so that's why we're getting the average age of the employees. So you are getting the average age of the employees, you are getting in which age they are exactly in. Age means the tenure, which tenure they are in, or in the tenure bucket. So remember, these are snapshot kind of a measure, means at that particular period of time what was their behavior is going to change with the month selected. So that is why we have to write it little bit differently. Otherwise the bucketing would have been little bit easier, and you can watch my all dynamic segmentation bucketing videos where we have done it on the simpler measures like quantity, margin, percentage, etc. They are little bit simpler than this one. So go ahead and try that out, and do let me know what else you want me to cover in this particular series. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. Keep watching, keep asking questions in comments, subscribe to my channel and press the bell icon so that you can get notification for new videos. Thank you. You know Power BI, but still you have lots of questions in your mind. How does it happen? Why it happens? How can I do that? This is the series for you. Subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon to get the notifications. Hello and welcome to another video on abstract thesis series, and today we are going to discuss one interesting Power BI problem, that is TOPN plus others. Means we take certain TOPN and then we want others and then we want to use it. Now most of the time what happens is there are static solutions, like you first find out the rank and then you add the others based on this one. This solution is pretty static. Now the dynamic solution could be really tricky, and I also tried out few solutions in the past, but they become really tricky. So what I've done is I have done something in the past which is grand total with all, and then I try to experiment with that. I said, can we take this approach to make our ranking little bit easier? So rank or TOPN plus others. So I went ahead with that approach, and let me show you how that is going to make your rank or TOPN plus others is going to be pretty easy. So let's jump out of the Power BI, and in Power BI what I'm going to do here is I wanted to do my ranking on the brand, and brand is part of my item dimension. Let me show you my model first of all. So this is my model here, and in this model what's happening is sales table is connected with date, item which is on item ID, with the customer on customer ID and city with city ID. Then what I went ahead, I created a table brand all. How I created this table, let me show you first. So what I said, summarize item brand, all item brand, where I'm taking the max value of item brand only. And you will realize when you look at the second statement in the union, why I'm taking, because next time I'm giving this all. Now here I don't need all, because there I need a grand total. I actually want it as others. Okay. So now what happens is all the brands are coming as brands and all the brands are also coming as others. So it's kind of duplication of values. Now we have 13 brands which are coming as brands, 13 brands which are coming as others. Now we go ahead and do a join here. So what I've done is I have done a many to many join here. And this join is basically filtering from brand all to item. So not the reverse direction, only from this direction to this direction, it is filtering. Okay. So that kind of join we have made. Now let's look at the join actually here. Many to many, single direction, brand all filters this one. Okay. Look at brand all once again. It contains all the brands with the brand names in the all and others, rest of them as others. Now, very simple thing. I want a visual where I use this brand all and I use net, my basic measure, and let me create a rank. As simple as that, isn't it? And let me call it as a brand rank or rank brand all. Okay. So rank X, all selected, which one? Brand all brand, net. What's going to happen here is this others is always going to be on top, is going to take the one brand from us. Okay. So, okay. So let's bring in our rank. If I sort it, you will see this is always rank 1. So now if I need 5 ranks, I actually need 6 because others is always going to be there. Okay. So whatever I select, so let's put a filter also and let's see what happens. And let's put filter on the brand actually, not it. So I select one brand, I get this, and I'll let you know how to handle that one. We need to write down a little bit of code to handle that. Okay, so it keep on giving you the total there. Fine. So now this is there. Now what I need to do? I actually need basically only whatever number of ranks I select and that rank I need. So for that, what we can do is we can actually have a very simple stuff. Let's go ahead to the modeling tab and create a new numeric value field. What if parameter? That's what we used to do in past. And let's say you want top 5, so have a value 5. Okay, add a slicer to the page, numeric value range. We got this parameter and let's set up a value here. Let's set a value 5. It's as simple as that. Now, right now it's not going to do anything. We need to create a new measure. So now we are going to create a measure which is going to control our values. So what we are going to say is top n plus other. That's what you need. So what you are going to say now, we have to build it. It's not going to come correctly in one go. So what we have to say is, okay, so what you give us right now, what we want from this measure is basically that this measure, if my brand rank is less than and equal to parameter value. What if parameter gives us a parameter value? So let's have a look at it. So this parameter is going to have one measure also. So when you add the what if parameter, it adds a column, it adds a value also, selected value. So that's what we got. Okay, top n plus others. So less than equal to and plus 1 because others is always on the top. So plus 1 and then we say net. Otherwise you give us blank. Isn't it? Okay, now we bring in here. Now everything is fine. Now there is one problem. First of all, this others is giving me the value okay, which is basically outside whatever the value is having. So I wanted top 5 plus others. Now it's giving me the overall value. So I don't want the overall value. I want the value to be subtracted ng. So for that I need to calculate the value. I don't have the value for that right now. Okay, that's the one challenge. And then if I remove everything, I think it should display 5. So if I remove this one, let's create one more visual. Let's create a space for one more visual and then remove everything else and then let's try it out. Okay, so let's duplicate this one, and in this visual let's remove. Okay, let's remove this one and let's try it out. Okay, now once you have done that, we see now there are 6 values. When we selected 5, there are 6 because others is needed, but other value is not correct. Why other value is not correct? The other value should have been these values subtracted from this other value. See, other already contain the complete value. Now, so that value should have been subtracted from there. So what should we do? We should find out what is the non-other value, isn't it? Okay, so let's do one thing. So let's try to find out what is the amount other than the others. Okay, so what we can say, where underscore not other, isn't it? And others. So calculate, and we say net, and we say all brand, brand all brand not equals to others. Now because we have not used the filter, it should use the all brand and should give us the value. Now we come to here and write down a return. Now one of the thing which we can think of is that when we get this value, now one more important thing is there, that when we get this others value, we actually would like to reduce it to top, isn't it? Because I can't take all the values, because look, net contains everything, but we only want 6 values. So now I need to reduce it, isn't it? So I need this similar kind of formula there also. Okay, so how do I do that? So then what I have to do, I have to do sumx values all item brand. Now here I can filter, so I can add a filter now, or I can use if. Let me add a filter this one, brand is less than equal to this one, so I add a filter here after the values, and then I keep rest of the things as sumx. So now what we are saying here is basically get the everything others, but while doing that you have to you know take care of the ranking also. So now we have taken care of rank, we are getting the others value within our rank limit. Now how do we adjust it here? So because when this formula is running, so we will say in this formula, when the rank is less than, because the other part is blank, so if max of all brand equals to others, if it is equals to others, then net. So if it is equal to others, then what we want? Then we want net, the others net minus, and if doesn't work, then we have to calculate non others, isn't it? So if it is others, means whatever value we are getting, subtract the non others value from there. Otherwise we can simply give net, and then we don't need this, so this net is replaced by this if, and otherwise let's show blank. Let's see what happens now. So it's coming 0. So what we'll do is we'll change this formula a little bit to avoid this 0. So what we are going to do is this sumx portion, instead of having this calculation inside the sumx, we move this sumx inside the calculate, okay, filter, and this nat, and then we have this one additional. So what we are saying now is calculate sumx, filter the values. So the nat is only calculated based on the brand values, and then we are saying not equal to this one. So that's how we are doing it. So we change these the calculation a little bit, and now let's look at it, what we are getting. So now we are getting a value which is basically this value, other value. Okay, now let's download and check, you know, is this total is getting summed up to this value, because right now we are only seeing this other value. That's another thing which we are supposed to handle. But let's download this one. Let's open and check. So now the sum is not correct. So we have to just make sure that this sum is getting correct up till that level. Okay. So because this should give us the correct total. Okay. So that we need to ensure. Okay. So right now what is happening is this number which is coming is still is not this one. So just make sure that it is less than and equal to at both the places. So let's do one thing. Let's remove 1 from here and let's look at the total now. So now we got a new total out here, which is basically not including the others. And see the rank, basically, because when you not include the others and then you do ranking, actually you are doing ranking for only these 5. Okay, isn't it? So we don't need this one now. So strictly less than 5 we are going to do. And now let's download this again. Okay. So let's download it again. Let's rename this one. Open it again. Now let's see this total we already know is this much. Auto sum, and this should be this minus this should be 0. And let's do a little bit of formatting here. Let's make it as number, so we don't get anything. So we are getting. So now this is correct. Okay. Now why we have done this? We make it less than equal to, because we are excluding this others, and we are using the all selected in the rank. So the rank getting rebuilt with that filter, and it's not having that one. So we less than now. So we are getting with others. Now others is having that value, but look at the grand total. Now that's where our challenge still comes in, that our grand total is now not correct, isn't it? So what you are going to do that in that case? So one of the ways you simply check is in scope. Okay. So we can use if is in scope all brand, then do this, else do simply the net, because our total is already. So now the total is also correct. Now what you have to do is we have to select few things and check it out. When I select one brand, it definitely be going to 0, because others, what you can get in others? Nothing. Now when we select 5, till that is there. Now the moment you select 6, see this is, I have one additional brand and my others number is equivalent of that. Okay. Now let me add one more brand 3, and now you will see my number is equivalent of this one, 6, 1 carry, 7, 11, and then 6. Okay. So you can see the number is matching and the total is matching and all those things are going to happen. Okay. So go ahead and try this method to do your rank plus others, which is top n plus others basically, but I named it as rank plus others, but it is actually working like a top n plus others. So try this out. Do let me know your feedback on this approach. Do let me know what else you want to watch in this particular series. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. Keep watching, keep asking questions in comments, subscribe to my channel and press the bell icon so that you can get notification for new videos. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video on abstract thesis series, and in today's video we would like to do ABC analysis. I've shown you in the past in one of the video how you can get ABC, but now what I would also like to have a filter or the count on ABC. So what is ABC analysis? So what we are going to do here is basically, let's say I have items. So how many items contribute, let's say 80%, how many contribute next 15%, and how many contribute last 5%. Okay. Because item is too big and we need to count each one of them, we will start with the brand and the same can be replicated for item. So now to begin this journey, let's jump onto the Power BI. In the Power BI, what I'm doing is I'm using my common model. You can get this file 80 small GitHub on the GitHub, and then you can use that. So let me tell you a little bit about this model. So in this one, what I have basically is, so I'm using this file which you can get from the GitHub. 80 small GitHub should be the name, and my model is basically I have a sales table which is joined with the date table with the sales date, and sales date is all doesn't have a timestamp. Date table is marked as a date table. It's a one-to-many single directional join. All those 6 things which we need to take care for a time dimension join, it is working fine with this. Then I have item basically which is joining on item ID. Then I have customer which is joining on customer ID, and then I have city table which is joining on city ID. And one more thing you can do is basically, let me tell you, you can do collapse also. You will only see the joint columns. So this is my schema, and this is the schema which I'm going to use today. And I have a major net basically, which is nothing but the sum of net sales, which I'm also going to use. Net sales is nothing but gross minus discount amount, which is net sales, and which is already a calculated column, and I'm using a sum of that. Now let's begin this journey. To begin this journey, we will bring in brand from the item dimension and net. I just dragged brand. It is going to create a table visual because it's text. So by default, it's going to create table visual and net. Now let me sort net, because what I need here is basically the cumulative percentage of total, which I have already shown in the past video. So this time we are going to do a little bit lesser step to do that, and we are going to use Windows function and the recent change in the Windows function, which allows us sorting even when we have the relative functionality use in the Windows function, which will allow us to create a cumulative. So first we'll create a cumulative, then we'll create a percentage of total in the cumulative, and then we are going to create ABC analysis, and then we are going to take the next step forward. So now let me create a measure here. So first of all, I want to create a cumulative net, which is for which I'm going to use Windows function. So this is how I'm going to create calculate, and let me make it a little bit bigger for you so that you can observe it. Calculate, and then I'm going to say net, and in the net I'm going to say next is basically Windows function. So I can say shift enter, and let me press escape so that suggestion goes away. Tab window function now, and then I'll start from one position. Relative absolute is fine, because what happens in case of cumulative, we start from the first position in the partition, or first position available in the context. That's where we start, and then we create the absolute. We take it as an absolute first position. Second position we are going to take relative, basically zero relative. Zero relative means, so relative positions are current row position. So relative 0 means the current row, related -1 means a row before, relative +1 is next row, and so on. So let I want to give the third argument. So basically, which is yes, add columns we need, and rightly it has taken. We need add columns. We say all selected, item brand, And on the all selected item brand, I need additionally the net sales. So I'm going to call it underscore net net. So my this one is done. Now again alt enter or shift enter, then I need order by, which is my new column, and it might give an error here saying it's not going to identify that. Yes, it is not, but we'll continue with this and we'll can close and calculate also. You can actually then shift and tab and you can bring it back. Okay, and then finally enter or right, you either click on this right button or click on enter, both should do. I'm crossing it now. Let me see, let me bring in the cumulative here. And now because I have done it in the ascending order, you are seeing the grand total here, but what I need it is in the descending order. So I'm going to change here the descending order. So topper on the top, and then the numbers are accumulating to the bound. Now we want to know where it is going to have the 80%, 90% ABC. So for that we need cumulative percent, isn't it? So let's make our task really easy now. We have already have the cumulative, so make cumulative percentage. Now if you want more space, you can actually go and click on this arrow. I made it big because so that you can see. Now what I need is basically divide, and then I'm going to say cumulative net, and below that I need grand total, which is nothing but calculate net all selected, and let me use all selected. Fine. So divide net cumulative by net all selected. That should give us cumulative percentage. Let's look at that, what happens in that case. And I need to mark that as a percentage column, isn't it? Now if you watched my previous video, I would like to say like, okay, the if it is, I can create a major, and let me create a major. Let's, so what I want is ABC major. So let me call it as a ABC major. And the way to calculate it, basically switch, we can use switch, and we can say true. And why I'm using true, because I want to use condition in each and every row, comma, alt enter, and let me do a little bit of tabbing here so that it comes on this side. What is the my condition basically is cumulative percentage is less than or equal to 0.8. See, we have marked it as percentage column. It is not percentage actually, it is just a ratio, so that's why it is there. Now let me copy this and comma at the end. Let me copy this, go to the next row, tab. If I press shift enter, it will take me there. 95, so 80%, then 95% is B, and then let me go to the next row, tab, C. If I would have pressed shift enter, it would have given me that one. Okay, so I have an ABC major. Now, but using this measure, I cannot count. I actually need a table where I can bring in this as a dimension. Now, there are two ways to do it. One of the way I could have created it based on the range, and second way is I create it based on the actual value. So I'll create a table which contain both, but I'm going to use only one type of join right now. So I'll say enter data and I'll tell you how that you should actually create that table. So you can call it ABC. You can call it start range. And you can call it and range. Now because my values are already, I have a major A, B, C, I can join with this. If you don't want to have, then you can actually have this range which is between, and don't take less than equal to and greater than equal to. At one side you take only less, strictly less than or equal to. So here you can say greater than equal to or you less than equal to, only one side you take it. Okay, don't take it both the sides, because that's why I'm having overlapping range. So okay, and here we can have a bigger value. And what you can do, you want to make sure that it is truly 80%, just not less than that. You can have here 0 0 0 and you can have 1, and you can have the same value here, little bit bigger decimal place value, and you can also have it 0 0 1. That should give you. Now I'm not going to tell you the range code. If you are watching my channel, you might have seen that, and I'll call it ABC bucket. Okay, and I'll say load. Now I got a bucket. How to use that bucket, isn't it? So now I wanted to know, basically, if I bring in this ABC bucket here, ABC, I want to know how many brands are going to fall, that count. Then I can, once I sort out on the count, I can get the net value and all those. So I definitely need to create a new measure. So let me create a new measure. So what is going to my new measure is? So let me say new measure is count ABC. So I'll say count X, filter. What I'm going to filter? Now remember here, I want to filter when it is item brand. Things are summarized at item brand. So values, item brand. Then I say my measure, which is my measure? ABC measure. If you remember, ABC measure equals to my max of ABC bucket ABC. If you want range, then you have to use now start measure is less. You have to use the cumulative percentage is greater than equal to, and cumulative percentage is strictly less than. That you have to use. So I try to avoid that. That's why I have ABC. But you are, when you are using comparing the value ABC, to make sure there is no spaces, there is no small case, capital case problem and all those. So anyway, both the cases you have to take care of certain things. So I have this, and then what I can do is I can even count my measure, or I even can count my brand. So I'll say let me count my brand. So let me count my brands. And you can see 733. So if you see here, this is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 3 3. That's my correct one. But the grand total is not correct. To correct the grand total, let me try out. Can I do this? And let me do one thing. Quite a few of you are asking that I don't do the formatting. So let me do a little bit of, let me make it sumx, and in the sumx let me enter this. So sumx, I need ABC bucket in the sumx as a table. Let me delete this. So hopefully you are able to understand it better now. So this is my context. Now here I basically, because I'm doing a calculation, so I'll prefer to give a calculate. And why I came, I should not override. That's why I created a space. Now I'll only say calculate, not calculate table. Sumx calculate. And now, so in the ABC table, row level, calculate, and simply. So what I'm saying, the entire calculation, I'm asking it to go to the ABC row level, because that's possible. I don't need to use values again and do it again. And I'm now wanted to save this one. I'm getting 13. So number is correct. Now if I want net, I can able to get net for these three, isn't it? Now, so we know. So now let's just, how do we get net? So just we say count ABC, we copy this formula, we paste it. Okay, I lost the one. I go control C, control V, control V, net ABC. Now because that is a measure, I should be able to use net here. So because the major belongs to model, so I should be able to use that. Let's look at net ABC. And instead of one place sumx, I need to have a count. Countx I need to replace with sumx. Both should be sumx. So now you can see the number is same, and then if we do a little bit of formatting, okay, it's a comparable number. Now you can add decimal places. So I got ABC, but let me duplicate this. What happens when I bring in something additional on this ABC? Okay. What's that an example? Let's say when I bring in month here or category, how it is going to react on that. So let's start with category because category doesn't have all the brands. So I would like to start with that. Now here I have a little bit of trouble now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort on category first. And inside that category, I'll press shift button and I'm going to sort on the net. Okay. Now you can see inside category 1, I'm only getting. So first of all, my cumulative is still coming on my grand total. That's the first problem which we see. So if you want to bring in something like category or something, it should not be there. So what should I do is basically, I need to create all the formulas. So right now what I can do is basically, I can go ahead and say, okay, instead of this one, let me change it here. Cumulative percentage, I can say remove filters, item, brand. Fine. So now you see, and what happens now when I say this almost remains same because item brand is the only thing which is playing role here. So it worked here and it all worked here also for us. That seems like it's working or not, we have to see. So in the category 1, I see this now. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 B's and 1 C. And then I have category 2 where again I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I see 3B and then I see 1 C. Okay. Now what happens when I bring in category C into this visual? I bring in category C in this visual. I sort on that. And definitely I would like an next sort to be here. So I shift ABC. So count of ABC here is in the category 1 is 5. Okay. Then I have 2 B's. Okay. And then I have 1 C. Now the number is 1.2 million and all those that we have to see how much that number is. For that we might have to take help of a matrix visual instead of this one. Okay. So maybe the matrix visual is something which can help in that case. So let's see if we convert this to matrix visual, does it help better? Okay. So, and when we make this as matrix visual, okay. So 177,855 category A, that's correct. And if you total manually also, you should get these kind of numbers. Now you can see, this distribution coming for you and the numbers of the total is also coming correct. Okay. We have 8 here. We have 9, which we have basically 4, 3 and 2. So you can see here 4, 3 and 2 in this category. And then we have category 3, we only have 6, which is 2A, 2B and 2C. Category 4, we have 8 now. 1, 5 here, I think. Then 2 here and 1 here. Okay. So now we are able to do. So this seems pretty fine. Let's call it category ABC analysis. We have changed one function. Okay. And let's duplicate this. Can we do it with month here? can we do it with month year or year? Okay, month year is going to be a long one, okay, but we would like to check that out. So we bring in date table. Now remember, these two are coming from the same dimension. Now we are trying to add a twist where we are saying no, this is not a same dimension, this is a different dimension which is coming together with for you. Now let's look at this. Now don't go by this subtotal category because we are anyway not interested in that. So seems like something is working here, at least for January 2019. And then our month here is not sorted because we were sorting on the net. Now why this is giving us data? That because when we created we have not handled the null value properly, that's why it is giving. That we can always do. So let's remove this. Let's bring in month here. Let's leave all these. Let's expand and let's check here. 733 13 should be the answer. Now is it 733? Now problem here is if we sort there we can't sort on major, okay, and ABC is a major here, we have to manually count it. So let's say 1 2 3 4. Okay, let's do one thing. Major we can sort descending. Okay, so let's look at January 2019. So January 2019 we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. We have 7A, 3 and 3. Then comes December 2018, which is again 733. Seems like it is 7 3 and 3 because it's just 95%. Now here again it seems like February also it is 733. So let's see, is it a consistent distribution or something is changing? Here we have a change. October 2020 is something, or September 2020 is something where we have some changes, and this is because of manipulated data what we have. This because almost fall in the same kind of category now, but we can do this ABC analysis and this is happening. Now this count ABC, as you can see, basically it is the one which is basically having some challenges. So let's go to count ABC, and here we are saying can we add and not is blank net. Just wanted to experiment with that. Now seems much better. Okay, so small changes. How do you handle the values? Because there we are working with dimensions, two dimensions, and one of them is independent. No mention of a net because the join was happening between this ABC major is basically created based kind treat. It's a major, but blank value when you join with the dimension it does result in. Okay, so that's why we have to explicitly call, or we could have called this ABC is not blank also. That is also possible. Net is not blank or ABC major is not blank. But explicitly call because the left hand side has some value where we have the blank value, then it's going to give us the results. That's why we need to handle the additional condition. So now we are able to do ABC analysis on brand. We taken the brand and added category, still able to do. We added month here, still able to do. Now same thing you can take it back to the item dimension. Now when you take item and there is an item ID, you might also experiment. Instead of having this values item brand, you can only use item table because you are at the lowest level. Item ID is at the lowest level, so you will be able to do. Like here I have not used values, I simply use the table because at the lowest level the ABC is available at the lowest level. So now you know how to do ABC analysis and how you can extend that ABC analysis within the subcategories. So go ahead and try this out and do let me know what else you want me to cover in this particular series. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. You know Power BI, but still you have lots of questions in your mind. How does it happen? Why it happens? How can I do that? This is the series for you. Subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon to get the notifications. Hello and welcome to another video on abstract thesis series, and in today's video we are going to discuss how can we use matrix visual to display a calendar kind of a layout. Means I want to display how can I show data in this format, which is basically a calendar format where on the one side I have the weekdays, on another side I have week of the month, and then what I would like to have is basically I would like each date to be displayed, and for that date I want to display various KPI. Now if I change the month here, I can go to October, wherever I have data it will show the data. I can go to the December and so on. Another thing is I have used a slicer here, so if I only want to show net here or I want to show more than these things, so I can go ahead and do that. So this is what I want. To start this, actually we need to start fresh from a new file, but this new file is not going to be the blank file. I'm going to use the basic abstract thesis file which I'm having with me, and that is the one which I'm going to use it. So let me rename this basic abstract thesis file as save as AT calendar, and let's begin. Now first of all, to do that display, what I need is I need to enhance my date table, and let me check that does my date table have all those columns. So let's look at my date table, and here I have a weekday column. That's what I require, but it does not have week of the month column, which one of the thing I required. Also weekday sorting need to be corrected because the DDDD is not going to sort. So let's first correct the weekday and sorting. So by creating a new column, we create a weekday number so that we can sort it correctly. And weekday number is, we can have, because I want Monday to first, then I can sort it on 1. If I want Sunday to first, then I can make it. So let's make Monday as first, so that weekends goes on the other side, and then we can use the function weekday, which returns us a day, and we give our date, and in the date we give argument 2, which creates a Monday week. So that's the first thing which we have done. Now let's go to the data view and see what we are adding here, so that we have the visual view of what we are creating. So we got these, and this already Sunday, Monday is available. Now what I want is I want the month start. So to do the month start, what I need basically is I need the week of month, week number of the month. So for that I need a week start date. Now week start date I don't need basically here for purpose of displaying, because there is no need of this. So I need week of month, and in that one I need a week start of the week to be used. So first of all, what I need is I need to know month. So right now I can't use the month here column here. So I need to first of all create a variable which tells me the current month. So I say month, which is nothing but the current row's date, on which I can use EO month date, comma 0. So in the current row, this is what my month is. And let me have the another variable. Now I want to create the first. I want to create what is my first week. Which week should this month should refer to calculate the week of the month. So to do that, what we need to do is we need to create another variable which is let's say min week. Now how do I create min week? I say min x filter, and now there is no table here. I need a table to use the min x. So what I need to do is I need to create a variable first. So I need to move out this calendar. So this calendar is ending here. I'm going to move out this calendar into a variable underscore tab. Now right now the tab is not there, so it's going to give us an error. Alt enter. I'm going to call a variable var underscore tab is equal to this thing, and then I'll say return, and the moment I do this, you start seeing this things are there. Now there are 2 commas, so it's giving problem, so we give only 1 comma, there is no problem. Now I can use table. Now this table which I'm planning to use is only having one date column, and that's why I used the EO month there. Now the comparison is very simple. I need to again give this EO month, because in the entire table filter the EO month 0 means end date of this month with the current value of the row, which is 0, which is basically coming in this variable. So now this variable is making it static, the row value. The same way what earlier could have done, this variable is doing for us. So when the months are equal in the table, the complete table, this month is equal to the row month, then you give me the week start date. Now how do I get a week start date? I'm going to give a week start date by mentioning the date here. So now I need date, and to calculate, simple thing is date minus week day, and we need the Monday week because we want the Monday to be the first date. So weekday of Monday and then +1, that's my week start date. And I should, let me return this, and then we'll calculate the weekday. And whenever we use variable in the calculation, we need to return something. So I'll return underscore min week, and let's see what happens there. Let's commit this, change. And you see, and now let me sort this, actually sort ascending. Now the first, and then you see 29th is the start of the week for the first fab. Okay, the Monday is 29th. Okay, so you can see the Monday is here, and that's 29th. Okay, so now, but I'm not interested in this one. I need week of the month. So how do we get week of the month? So we say, okay, to get the week of the month, we are going to say date diff between the min week, the minimum week, and instead of date we can say, okay, take the difference with the week start date. Now again, the week start date is not created yet, and even if we create here, it's not going to do. So we say, okay, do the date diff between these things and return it in the day format. Now, but that's going to give the week difference in the like 0, 7 and all those. We don't need 0, 7, we need 1, 2, 3, 4. So we use quotient, and we say divide it by 7. And because remember, on the first week the difference is going to be 0, and we are happy with 0 because 0 to 6 is basically 0 for all of us. And then so 0 to 6 days should be 0 for us. But that 0 to 6 calculation when we want to use date, but when we are using it is week, it's already 0, 7 and all those. So but in both the cases we can take quotient with 7, and then we can do +1, and let's see what does it gives to us. So you will see we'll get week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, week 5 max, and then again it started. Now we have the setup done. Let's go to the visualization. Let's add a new page. In the new page, let's add a matrix visual. In the matrix visual, I just want slicers on the top, because see, definitely this is not going to make any difference if we don't have a month, because I don't want to see the calendar of all the years, isn't it? I want to see only one month. So I go here and I put in month here, and then I make it as a drop box, and I can select later on some month, and let me make it a little bit bigger. Then what I want, I go to this matrix, and in this one on the row, I want the week of the month, and what I want on the column, I want on the column the weekday. And weekday is not sorted because what we have done, we created a column but we not marked as a sort column. So weekday number is my sort column, and once I do, you able to see the correct sorting. Now what I need, I can bring in a measure. So I go here and I let me bring in net, margin, gross. Now this is how we don't want the display, so we go to the properties of the matrix, and in the properties of matrix we say switch. If you are on a little bit older version, it may be show prior to July 2020. So we got a display like this. So we are getting net, we are getting margin and all those. Now So we got our majors. Now this week of month is taking, isn't it, it's taking too much of space. And then second thing I would like to do here is I want to make stepped layout off. So let me say stepped layout. I want to switch it off. Now this week of month is taking too much of space, so I'm going to do two things. First of all, I'm only going to call it as WM week of month, so it's take lesser space, and I'm going to give it as less space as this. I might not need total, so I can remove the total column here, both row and this one. Okay, now I got this, and I can make it a little bit bigger. And once I'm doing with this little bit bigger, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say auto width is blank. So now I got this auto width also sorted out. Now the thing which is missing here is I don't have a date. Okay, you will say, why don't you go here and put date as a major, isn't it? Doesn't. Okay, let's put date as a major. Now the moment I put date, let's put a filter also here, October month. Okay, so we got date, or we can create a major of date, so that's not a problem. If we don't want this, we can create a major of the date, and major might be a little bit better in this case. So let's do, because I would like to do the formatting also. Let's quickly create a major of the date. So we say major of the date, and I'm going to do it with a little bit of difference. I can say date as my major, and that is min x or max x, whatever I want. Min x sales related date of date. Okay, so we call it date 1. Let's say we created a major date 1, and I'm going to change the format. So what I'm going to say, that format is basically I want the date, or I want month first. Let's say MMM, comma DD/YYYY. Let's have this format. Let's put this date. Okay, now what we can do is we can have some color for this date. So we can go here and we can go to column headers, and go to values. Actually we have something here, specific column. We go to specific column date, apply to header is correct, apply to subtotal, we don't have subtotals, apply to totals, we don't have values, and text color is fine. We say background color is something. We got that display. Okay, now I want to do a little bit conditional formatting for my margin. So I go here again, and I go to the cell elements, and I go to the cell elements, I go to the margin percentage, I say background, I say FX, I say field value, and let me see, do I have a color major for margin? Okay, I don't have a color major for margin, so let me create a color major for margin, or I can create a gradient based here. Let's have a gradient based on margin. Let's see, does it work for us? Okay, let's not have the same color. So let's start with the red and go till darker green. Okay, so we have the kind of coloring, and we can add the other major, but we don't want to add the other major. We actually want the field parameter to come in here. So let's bring in now the field parameter. So we have date, which is sorted out. We have majors, certain majors we have taken, but we would like now this to come out now. the field parameters to be used. So very simple, we go to the modeling view, we go to the new parameters, we go to the fields parameter, and I'm going to call it as major 1, and here I bring in my majors base majors, the gross, the net, the cogs, the discount percentage, the margin percent. Let me move margin here, okay, and let me say add to this one. Let's place it here, let's make it as a drop box, and let's do one thing now. Go ahead and add this one, so we don't need net and margin. So we, instead of that, let's bring in the major 1. So we go to major 1, we bring in major 1 after the date, and we remove these things. Now we got all of them. Now the conditional formatting still survive. If you go here, you go to cell elements, you can still see all of them, and you can do the conditional formatting. That's the good part of it. Now I can reduce, I can add, and I can do all those things. Now I'm done with this, and I can do little bit of renaming here. Let's say date, I want to rename. Let's say what happens if I need a little bit of space here. I need some space after this discount, and let's not immediately date coming. So what I thought, let's create a major. Let me create a major. Let me call it as filler. Let me create a major which is just a space. I go and put this filler major. After the majors, the field formatting, okay. And you see it's created just a little bit of spacing out here, okay. So now we have, this kind of display, which is very similar display if you look at here. Now let's look at December or November. Okay, now there we have used major base conditional formatting. So basically we have created a major base conditional formatting for the margin percentage. We can also create something like that here, and can also use it here, that kind of conditional formatting. We have used different kind of conditional formatting here. So now you have a display which is basically showing you a calendar, and we have used matrix to do that, and the display is happening, and because we have made the fixed one, you will see not many things is changing other than the height which is getting changed. So in this manner you can go ahead and try this display out. Do let me know what else you want me to cover in this particular series. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. Keep watching, keep asking questions in comments, subscribe to my channel and press the bell icon so that you can get notification for new videos. Thank you. You know Power BI, but still you have lots of questions in your mind. How does it happen? Why it happens? How can I do that? This is the series for you. Subscribe to the channel and press the bell icon to get the notifications. Hello and welcome to another video of Abstract Thesis series, and in today's video we are going to discuss one use case which you have asked, and the use case is basically that I wanted to select a particular column on the axis, and based on that my number of majors should change. So as you can see, when I selected brand, I am seeing 4 majors. When I select category, I am seeing 2 majors. When I select state, I am seeing another 4 major, and one of them is discount percentage. And when I select city, I am seeing all the majors. So this is what I wanted to have, and for this I would let you know what need to be done. This has been implemented using the fields parameters, so I'll tell you how to do that. So let's begin this journey by opening the base file here. So let me open the base file and start creating the field parameters for you. So what we are going to do is we are going to create an axis field parameter. Field parameter is the feature which has been released in May 2022, and I have already shown you quite a few times the use cases what we have for the field parameters. It can give you dynamic access, just like this one you have seen, dynamic access or row or column what you call, and or group by, and dynamic measures also. Right now I am not using any um, slicer for the measures because I am controlling it only by access, and but I do have a major field parameter. I have also created a field parameters for major, and that is what I'm going to use here. So I have a field parameter for majors, I have created field parameter for access, and then I created a set of majors which is actually helping me to bring in this one. So one of them is basically you can see here I created a selected access major, and this is the major which is helping me to bring in whatever major I wanted. So you can see I'm saying less than 3, I'm saying 2 comma 4, I'm going saying 0 1 3 and 5, I'm saying less than 5, and these are the majors I'm bringing in. I'll tell you how do we create this. Then also I have a selected major selected access major. Selected access major is actually basically letting me know what access is selected, and that is what I'm using here to make sure whatever access is selected, based on that I'm taking a decision here. So let's create this on a new file and see how does it work. So I have opened my base file, and this base file has my model, and this is also available at GitHub with the name AT small. So you can take this file from the GitHub and use it. The basic model which I'm using in all my series is the basic sales model, where I have the geography table joining with the sales table on city ID, customer table joining with the sales table or the sales fact, the central fact which I have on the customer ID. I have a date table which is joining on sales date, and I have item table which is also joining with this one on item ID. So this is my basic model, and there I'm going to repeat those steps which we have seen in the other file. So let's begin our journey. So first thing is what we need an access parameter. We are going to take the help of the field parameter for that. So we go to the modeling tab, new field parameters what we are going to take, and in the field parameters let's call the let's rename it as access. We rename it as access, and then we bring in the access here. So I'm going to bring in from the item table, I'm going to bring brand, category, state, and city. Fine. So I'm going to bring in these four, and I say create. And you might have noticed there was a checkbox, and because of that checkbox this slicer is coming here. Even if it is not coming, I can bring it like this, and I can create a slicer which will give me a slicer. So right now I don't need it as a slicer, so I need it as a table. So let me make it a little bit bigger and relocate it and then convert it into a table. Now if I check brand, I'll get a brand, and ideally I want it single select. This is the behavior I want in this use case. So I want the selection to be single select. So let only one of them get selected, so that I can make sure that only one value is there, and based on that I'm changing my major. Now the second thing which I need for this one is again a field parameter. So I'm going to bring in major field parameters, and then this is going to be major. I'm going to select dynamic measures, and what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drag all my base measures. So I have net, gross, cogs, discount percentage, margin percentage, margin. Let me move margin a little bit up. So all these measures are there. So I can add those measures. I can search something if like I want a discount measure. If it's not available, I can even add the discount measure here. Fine. I can move things up and down. Okay. So I say create. Now you have to remember how many of them are there. I had 6 there, and I'm having 7 here if I counted them correctly. And let me, I don't need actually the slicer here in those page. I just wanted to showcase you this the slicer I got, but this is the slicer which I don't want. But let me showcase you what this slicer is going to do. And it's created major 2 table because I already have a major table with me. So it's going to be all of them, and I can select and deselect, but I don't want this. What I actually want is basically whenever I select something, then based on that it should give me the major. So let me do one exercise. Let me try creating first of all what is my selected axis. So let's create the selected axis as a major. So I go on the major table and click on new major, and I created a new parameter which is my selected axis. So new measure I'm creating, the new measure is selected axis. So let's create new measure selected axis. And what we do is, we know that we cannot use a selected value on the directly on the axis means the this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a little bit of change. I'm going to say max x filter axis. I can use all selected, but here without all selected it can also work. Axis order equal to selected value or max axis order. Okay, so I said axis max axis order, and then I'm going to return the axis. And let's test what this value is going to give us. So I bring in this one here, and then I bring a card visual. It's showing state, category, city. So now we know what we need. Now we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 measures, and let's create some logic to switch these measures onto the axis. So what we are going to do is, we are going to create another measure which we will going to call as selected measure list. Not selected measure list I'm calling. And here I'm saying switch, and here I'm going my axis which I have selected axis. And the reason I'm not using true, because I have four five values which are already selected. So why to write down another unnecessary true statement? Just say this is selected and what is decision you wanted to take. So the decision here I wanted to take is, basically I wanted to say my brand. And for brand one, what I'm going to do is, basically, and you can optimize this statement. I'm just saying count x measure 2 and in the measure 2 we need to select. So let's go a little bit up. Measure to measure order I'm using, I can use the access name, but I'm using measure order. I say less than equal to 3 in this case, as we have said there. And let's return the count of measure to order itself, or measure to measure. You can get count of anything. Let's get count of measure to measure. Okay, I don't want to close this, so let's have few more rows, and let me write down the code for them quickly. So copy paste 1 2 3, and let's close it here. So next one is category. In category we don't want to say this, we want to say in 1 2 5 6. Okay, here we are going to say less than equal to 7. We want all of them. Here we are going to say, and it start with 0 0 1 3 5, let's say 7. I'm going to show you from where this number is coming in. Okay, so we have this selected list measure, and we'll compare it. Is it same as what we created? So if you go to the measure table here, you will see we have this order, and if I go and look into the data part of it, if I go and look at the measure to table, I see there is a measure order here, and that is what I wanted to have now. So my measure is created. Let's go here and see we have the similar kind of have here selected measure. Let's we have this old file, and in the old file let's look at what measure we are using. Measure order, and we have used it here. Selected axis measure. So selected axis measure, we say count x, and we didn't count of measure order, we have done measure count there. Let us see does it work out or not, but we'll see it. Okay, now what I need to do. So what first thing we came to my mind is, let's go ahead and filter this measure, isn't it? So we go to our file here. In this file and we go here and we say, okay, this selected major, why don't we put this as a visual level filter, and we say is not blank, isn't it? And we apply the filter. I remove this, but what's happening here is basically it's not working. It's not working as intended. So I said, what is the reason it's not working? So yeah, so this is there, this is not working. So what I've done next thing is basically I said, okay, this is not going to work out because it's not able to know which major is there. So it's not working. So what I've done is I went to this table. Major order was something which is hidden right now. First thing I done is I say, okay, let U be visible. So now the major order is visible for me. I went here, I clicked on this and I dragged the major order here. And then I said for major order, how can I use with the major order, how can I use the a major? To use that, the only way is TOPN. I have 7, so I say I can have a top of 7, isn't it? And then I need a major, so I say selected major. So I said give me selected major of the 7, and then I say apply. Immediately you see I have 4, less than equal to 4. Remember, this time we did not say 3, we said 3. Then I clicked on category. We selected 4 different majors. Okay, so we selected 1, 2, 5 and 6. Let's look what are 1, 2 and 5 and 6. So 1 is gross, 2 is COGS, 3 is margin, and margin percentage. Let's look at it. 1, 2, let's say discount percentage. Let's look at this. What's the number? So 1, 2, 5 and 6. 1, 2, 5 and 6. Same thing we are getting. Gross COGS, discount margin percentage. State. What we are saying for state? State we are not getting anything. There should be some issue. With city we are not getting anything. Let's look. I think I have not corrected this. Here I have not talked about state and I am not talking about city. Now this is something which you may commit a mistake while doing it, because if you forgot to change the names, this is disadvantage of what I call copy paste syndrome. So if you do this, you have to make sure that you're changing. So we are getting another 4, net, gross, margin and discount percentage. So we have asked for state 0, 1, 3, 5 and 7. Why there is no 7? Because when you look at it, actually there is no 7. Actually the max goes till 6 only. So let's go at 6, because it is, though it is 7, it is 0 to 6. Okay, so it is 0 to 6. The moment I do that, I'll get margin percentage. Okay, and this is less than equal to 7. Now there is no 7, it doesn't make a difference. It's going to give you all the 7 for this. So let me cross this and let me see city. So all the majors are coming. So now you know how we have tricked our major slicer to bring in this. I'm not using it in this page. Actually, there is no need of this major slicer at all. I'm just managing my major slicer with the axis. So axis is deciding what major it wants. Major slicer is helping. It is there. The field parameter is there. It is helping us out, but it has been used as a visual level filter, and we have unhided the major order column to do that. Okay, and you could try out different experiment you can do with that major or not. I just tried out with the major order. So there are immense possibilities there. So you now know that how powerful this feature can be, field parameter, where you are choosing a set of majors to be displayed just based on the axis. And what could be other option? You could have think about it. You would have think that I need to create bookmarks, 4 bookmarks, and what happens if your user doesn't ask for a bookmark? And this is what the requirement came in, that the user did not wanted a bookmark. They wanted it to happen using the a slicer like this. So we don't want it to have the bookmarks and button. So we came with this solution. So go ahead and try this out, and do let me know what else you want me to cover in this particular series. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. Keep watching, keep asking questions in comments, subscribe to my channel and press the bell icon so that you can get notification for new videos. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video of Abstract Thesis series. And in today's video, we are going to discuss a problem which you are often asking, that how can we keep the sorting of field parameters always on axis. So when I'm using field parameter, I always want my sorting to be on axis. So let me take you through one example. In this visual here, I'm using two field parameters, major as well as axis. So as you can see on the x-axis, I'm using axis field parameter. On y-axis, I'm using major field parameter. Now in such cases, if I go ahead and sort the visual on my axis, so I go to the three dots, sort axis, and let's say state. Now it will sort on state. Let me make it sort ascending also. So again, three dots, sort axis, sort ascending. Now as soon as I move it to another axis, let's say city, it starts sorting again on the major. So right now it is sorted on gross. I go to net, it got sorted on net. You can see, in the descending order, the values are going from top to bottom. This means I am not able to sort it always on axis. But how can I do that? Is there a way? So let me first show you what finally we wanted. So we want something like this. So if I'm on brand, you can see it's brand 1, 10, 12, 13, 2, 3, 4. This is a text sorting, and this is how text sorting works in Power BI. Then if I go to category, you can say category 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. If I go to subcategory, again you can see the subcategories are sorted. Then if I go to state, again you can see the states are sorted alphabetically in the ascending order. Same is true with city. City again are sorted on axis in alphabetical order. How can I achieve this? So to do this, let me open a new file and take you through all the steps which is going to make our axis sorted on axis values or alphabetical values in sort ascending or descending order. So I'm bringing in a new file. So in this file, I'll add a new page first of all. Now I don't have an axis field parameters and major field parameters. So let me create one. Before that, let me explain you my model. I go to the model tab using the icon on the left pane. So this is my model. This is the common model I'm using in all my videos. I have a sales table joined with dimensions like date, item, geography, and customer. All are one-to-many single directional join. I'm going back to the visualization pane. Now let me create axis field parameter. To do that, I need to go to the modeling in the ribbon. Inside that, I'll use new parameter, and under that I'll use field. New parameter fields. Let me call this parameter with a new name axis. And I'm only going to add categorical variables. So let me add brand, category, subcategory, and from geography let me add state and city. There is an option to add slicer on the page. I'll keep it. I'll say create. It added a slicer on the page. I'll keep it here on the left corner. Let me add another field parameter. Again, navigate back to modeling, new parameter, field parameters, fields. Let me call it major field parameter FP. Here I'm going to bring in certain measures from my measures folder. So I'm going to bring in net, gross, COGS, margin percentage, and discount percentage. Again, I'll leave this checkbox checked, add slicer to the page, and click on create. Let me move the major parameter on the right top. Now I would like to add a visual. So let me add a cluster column bar visual. In this visual, I'll use axis on x-axis, I dragged and dropped it, and major on y-axis. Now let me select a single one. And as this example is best suited for single select, I'm going to click on the axis slicer. I go to the format your visual. I'm not using on object interaction right now. Settings, selection, and I'm going to enable single select. So what does that mean? It is going to be a single select. Now let me select a major also. Now you can see that I have the same problem which I observed there. So first of all, let me experiment by sorting it on city. And then I also use sort ascending. But the moment I shift to any other axis parameter or axis value, it's changing the sorting again to major. Now to overcome this, we are going to take help from the tooltip, because clustered column chart allows us to sort on a tooltip. So I'll create a tooltip. To create this tooltip, I need to create a measure. So before I create a measure, I need to understand how my axis column are placed, because I'm going to use the axis sort order. So if I look at the axis, if I click on the axis column, you see that the brand has having the sort order of 0, category has a sort order of 1, subcategory has a sort order of 2, state is having a sort order of 3, city is having a sort order of 4. How to know the exact column name? For that, we can go to the table view, and in the table view, we can know what are the name of various columns. We should create a measure which take advantage of the axis sort order. Check for the selected axis order, and based on that, it's going to return the max value of the axis itself. And because axis is in the context, it's going to take that measure value for each row. To do that, I am going to take help from the home tab, new measure option. In this new measure, let me call it sort axis 1. I'm going to use switch statement, and in switch I'll say selected value axis order. Now my axis would be in order of brand, category, subcategory and state. So in axis sort, we are saying selected value of axis sort, and if it is not sorted, we can use any value. We can say 0. It means if there is nothing selected, use the 0 value. Then if it is 0, so first condition is what happens when the selected value of axis sort is 0. Then I'll say max of item brand, and I can use item brand ID here to sort it properly. So let me use item brand ID 1, max of item category ID. When it is 2, comma, 2, max of item subcategory ID. 3, max state, geography state. And last one we can leave max geography city. Now you might be surprised how I was able to get into the new line. So for that, I was pressing shift enter. You can also use alt enter to get a new line, shift enter or alt enter. Let me remove these. Let me press enter. Now this measure is ready. Now let's use this measure into our visual. So let me click on the visual, and into this tooltip, let me bring sort axis. So this will show you on the tooltip. Now let me go to the 3 dots of the visual, sort axis, and let me use sort axis 1 measure. Now you can see the subcategories are sorted in descending order. Let me go to 3 dots again and say sort ascending. Now you can see the correct sorting order, and because I use a subcategory ID, it has made sure that the subcategory 10 is coming after subcategory 8 and 9, not along with subcategory 1. Now let me click on state. You can see sorting on state, city, sorting on city, brand, all sorted on brand, subcategory, all sorted on category, subcategory, all sorted on subcategory. Let me change the measure and test it out. Even if I'm changing the measure, still the sorting is on axis. To make this measure work, we are taking the help of the row context because brand is in the context. So when I use max brand, it's going to give me that value. And based on that, I am able to sort it. So why don't you go ahead and try this out, and do let me know what else you want me to cover in this particular series. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video of abstract thesis series, and in some time that can field parameters can work with the Power BI dataset. Now Power BI dataset which is published and I'm going to use it back, can field parameter works with that. So let me go to the Power BI and let me try to explain you what use case you're asking. So what happens right now, this dataset, this is my generic dataset which I'm using for in most of my videos, and you might have seen that I have a sales table joined with the date table on sales date, and then this is also joined with the item on item ID, customer on customer ID, and geography on geography ID, perfect star schema with the measures like net, gross, etc. working perfectly fine. Date table is also marked as date table and working fine. Now here what happens, those of you who are aware, in May 2022 we got field parameters, and under the modeling you have something known as fields, which is actually going to help you in creating field parameter. Field parameter can give us dynamic access as well as dynamic value, means measures. Now what I'm going to do is, if you have not watched my previous video, please go ahead and watch. I have created quite a few videos on field parameters, so I'm going to quickly take you through the field parameters. So what I'm going to do is, first I'm going to create the field parameters and then I'm going to create the visual. So I click on fields and I'm going to create first of all axis parameter. So I'm going to call it as axis, and then I'm going to drag my axis, which my axes are going to be brand, category, subcategory, state and city. These are the things which I want on my axis, and they should be dynamic. So I'll say create, and then there is an option add slicer to the page. I'll keep it so that it add the slicer. I renamed it, and this is I'm creating field parameter. The other option is number, and I'm going to click on the create button. So create button will create an axis parameter. Now whether it is an axis or whether it is a measure, just the content is going to define. I got a slicer. Let me have this slicer as is now, because I'm going to create one more and then we are going to create our visual. So I go back to the modeling tab again under the in the Power BI, and then I go to the new fields again, and inside the fields this time I'm going to call it as measure. And because I already have measures there, so let me call it measure slicer, and I'm going to bring in some measures, and I have quite a few base measures which are net, gross, cogs, margin, percentage, discount percentage. And the good advantage when I use margin and discount percentage, they do show as percentage. That was a problem with the older measure slicer, but that has been removed with the dynamic formatting. Now we will take that in some different video. So now again we let that checkbox be there, and now we have created this. Now let me create a visual and show you how this is advantageous. So what happens here, let's say I want to create a visual. So let me go ahead and try to create a matrix visual. Okay. So in the matrix visual, what I can do here is basically I can go ahead and say add the row. In that one I can go add an axis, and then in the values I can go ahead and I can go to the measure slicer and add the measure slicer. Just have a look at it, what kind of table it creates, just for your reference. But please, my advice would be, please watch the older video. And similarly for the axis, please have a look at the table which has been created. Now I'm not going to explain you the functionality. Now if I click here now, and you can make it single select if you want. Now then I get this. If I select multiple values, I can get those values. If I select margin, I do get percentage. I can keep on changing it based on that. Now this is a great functionality provided to the users, and they will get a lot of flexibility, like they can simply go ahead and have this, and this maintains the order which I clicked first and which I clicked second. Now This is a great functionality to have, but most of the time these functionality work on import mode. And if you would have remember, our design pattern is that we are not going to create any visual on the dataset file. So if it is a dataset file, I'm not going to create any visual in that. That's what the call is. So then how do I going to do that? Because if it doesn't work, the field parameter doesn't work with the data set, then I'm not going. So is it a true statement, or is this function has been removed at least for the Power BI dataset? And when I'm talking about Power BI dataset, I'm not talking about the live connection to Azure Analysis Services, which right now is not part of this video. You can consider that out of scope for this video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this one and let me publish this file. Now this file which I am publishing already have a data set, already have field parameters. So this data set file which is going to be created will have the data set, and I have actually wanted to rename it. So let me say save as, and in the save as, let me call it as data set with field parameters. So that I can identify it. Okay. So this is there. Let me publish this file. So when I publish, I'll publish it in my demo workspace, and this is getting published. So now once this publishing is done, then okay, so that is done now. What I would like next thing to do is I would like to create a new file. So I go file and new. It's going to take a little bit of time to open this new file, but while it is opening, let me tell you what I wanted to do. I wanted to get this parameter, the live connection basically, and try to see whether it is working on. So the new file has opened on my other window. I bought it here now. See, is there an option? Direct option is not there. So let's go and say Power BI dataset. Now when I go to Power BI dataset, based on my login, it's going to show me, and it do show me 80 small with field parameters and connect. Now once I bring in these tables, see these tables are no more showing me like, any kind of a special table. If you look at here, they are showing the calculated tables and these three. But if I come here, these three doesn't show me any behavior like a calculated table. But I'll go and bring in access here, and then I'll say, okay, this is my slicer. And let me bring it here. If you remember, we were here. Now I go to the major slicer and I bring it here again. And let me do it, the slicer like this. Now I need to bring in a matrix visual, and we will play around with more visuals. So I bought matrix visual and I say add axis. And this too seems like something is working here. Now I have done one experiment where actually it did not work for me for the first time, but I removed it and I added it and it did work. So if I take brand now, you can see my axis is on brand. If I choose cogs, it is cogs. If I choose gross, it is gross. If I choose net, it is net. If I choose margin, it is margin. And you can see the numbers and the totals are changing. I can select multiple of them, and I can select the sequence of brand, and this is the sequence. So if I go here and expand it in the same order, it is coming. Now let's go ahead and change it to a different visual and see, does it work on those kind of visuals? So let's see, does it work for cluster column chart? And you can see it do work for cluster column chart, and I can have one measure at a time to make sure that it looks much better visual. And then I can expand it here further, and you can see it is still working. And to make sure that this is a live connection, I can show you. So I say go to data source setting. It directly opens this data hub. Second, when I try to open the transform data, it do ask me to add to the local model. And third thing which you can notice here, that I do not have any data view here, which is sometime also true with direct query, but it is true specifically with this one. So you don't see any data view here. So there's not three, actually there are two only model view. And when we go to the model view, you click on any of the table, you don't see any property, you don't see any advanced mode and everything, you don't have an access. And even if you click on the, see, even in direct query, I do have an option to create table. Here I don't have an option to create a table. I can only create a measure. So I'm working on live model, and I'm still able to use this with my data set, which is already having field parameter. Please remember, the field parameter is part of the original data set. I'm not able to create field parameters in live connection, but I'm able to use the field parameters which is part of my data set in live connection. So that feature is available. So why don't you go ahead and try this out, and do let me know what else you want me to cover in this particular series. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video of abstract thesis series. And in today's video, we are going to discuss one interesting question which you have asked, is basically how do we do a cross join or Cartesian product in Power Query. So basically what happens, the cross join or Cartesian product means if two tables, when you join them or when you do the Cartesian product, basically all the values will repeat for each and every value of the table. So let me take you through Power BI and let me explain you the function, the cross join function which is there in the DAX, and then the question is how do we do that in Power Query. So let me do one thing, is basically in Power BI desktop, I'm going to use enter data which is under the home tab, and I'm going to create two tables. And in the table one, let me have that say number. I'm going to have some numbers, let's say 1, 2, 3 and 4, and let me call it D1. The table D1, I'm renaming it, and I'm going to say load. Very simple table. Once this table get loaded, we will load another table. So now let me add another table. Now the table which I'm going to add is basically having the, let's say, text. So let me call it value, and let me have value, let's say A, B and C, only 3 values, and let me call this table as D2, and let me say load. Very simple stuff. Two tables having one column. Now I go to the table view and I'll show you these tables. So D1 has 1, 2, 3, 4, D2 has A, B, C. Now how do we do a cross join? So in the DAX, we go to the table tools. When we click on any of the table, we will get the table tool, and in the table tool you have new table. Click on the new table and say cross, the name, left hand side is the name, and then we have a function cross join. We can give tables, so I give D1 comma D2, two tables, and I just press enter. Now what you see is 1, 2, 3, 4 A, 1, 2, 3, 4 B, 1, 2, 3, 4 C. Now I want the same thing in Power Query. How do I do that? So I go to my report view, or I could have done from there also, and I go to transform data, which is in the middle of the home tab, and there I have another option, transform data, which will take me to Power Query. Let me bring in the Power Query window here. Now how do I do it in Power Query? So if you remember, we have something known as merge queries under the home tab of Power Query on the right. But here when you go to the merge queries, you don't have any option for Cartesian, and even if we do full outer join, it's not going to serve our purpose, especially there is no join column here. So how do I do that? Now to do that, what I can do is I can take any one of these table and go ahead and create a new column. Add column, I call it custom column, and let me call it tab 2, and let me simply give here D2. D2 is a table. So it starts showing me the table. Now once I get a table in a column, it starts giving me an expand icon. I'll expand this, and it asks what all column I will say value column I need, and I'll uncheck this use original column name as prefix. Let me press OK. Now as you can see, the moment I expand, it gives me ABC, 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 ABC. Because I have done it with D1, that's how it's going to happen. So for value 1, ABC. And then if you see for A, it is 1, 2, 3 and 4. Anyways, I could have done the same thing in D2. It would have given me A 1 2 3 4, B 1 2 3 4, C 1 2 3 4. So this is how you do a Cartesian product or cross join in Power Query. So when I was trying to save this, it given me some error. So what I've done is basically I changed it to value 1. The reason it is giving error because D1 and D2 we are again using in the cross join where the value column is, and so because of that it was giving error. Do let me know what else you want me to cover in this particular series. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. Hello and welcome to another video of abstract thesis series, and in today's video we would like to learn how can we append the sheets coming from an Excel sheet. Now we have seen append table in the past, but those tables were coming from different sources or different sheets at least. Now we have done append table means when they are different tables, but what happens, I say combine all the sheets. Now this is different from append table because here the objective, and let me show you what I have. So basically what I have these 3 item sheets and I want to combine them, and tomorrow there could be a 4th one, and if there is a 4th one, my requirement is that 4th one should also get combined. So in this case what will happen is if I try to get the append idea, the normal append idea where I append the table, how do I add the 4th table? Do I need to modify the code again and again? So I need to have some generic solution which can actually help me. So let's go and try out what actually we do in Power BI. So I came to Power BI, and in Power BI what I would like to do is basically I want to import this Excel sheet. So in the center of the Power BI screen, I have this option, import Excel. I do have import Excel option here also in the home tab, and under the get data also again I will get it, the option. But I'll use this direct option which is in the middle of the screen, and I say append sheets. Now once I do that, I'll get all the sheets. And what is the usual way is that click on all these 3, check. So when you check, you get you are taking that inside the system, and when you simply click, you are just viewing the data. Now instead of using the load data or load, I'll use the transform data because I want to go to Power Query and combine this data, isn't it? That's what I wanted. So let me go to transform data. Now if I go to transform data, and what usual append method is there, and let me bring that screen here. So if I want to combine these 3, I need to take that usual append method, isn't it? So I need to go to append queries as new or append queries, and then I need to say 2 or more table, and then I say item 2 and item 3. Okay. So I click on the add and I do that, and it's going to create in the table 1 all the tables. Table 1, it will give me all the data. That's not something which I wanted, because let's go ahead and add something here. Let's go ahead and add a new sheet here. Okay, and let's call it Control Z, not like this. We need to have the header also, and let's call it 56, 57. Okay, and let's keep everything else same. Now we got a new sheet. Now if I go and refresh this data, I don't get the sheet 4. So it means there is no benefit of this. So let me do one thing. Let me discard all these changes and do it again. Okay. So I discard all the changes. I come out, I say discard all the changes, and I'll do it again. Now this time what I'll do is, and now also what I need to do is, I also need to delete this sheet. Let me delete this sheet and save it. Okay. Now let me go back. I say import. I say append sheets. And this time I only bring in sheet 1, the item 1. And I again say transform data. Now I reach Power Query because I pressed transform data, I reach Power Query. Now in Power Query, I also remove these steps. If I go here, you can see that I see a table, and the challenge with this table here is basically the headers are not promoted. Okay. So I have the table which is having the data, but headers are not promoted. So I can expand it. I can expand it here, and you will be very happy to see that all the data is together. But what is happening here is this headers are unnecessary. Then you will say, okay, we can search the column name and then remove those rows and then do it. But what happens, sometime you might have a scenario where the column name which you are taking might also exist in data. So for that, what we are going to do is, if you are follower of the beginner series, you might have remembered we learned the function. And using that function, promote header, we can actually do a promote header in a table by using a Power Query function. And what we are going to do is, today we are going to use that Power Query function. So to do that, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go to the add columns and I'm going to add a new column. And remember, my table is a table is in a column right now. So my complete table is in a column. And when I click on the empty space, I can see that table. Always click on empty space. Don't click on this, it will add a step. Now, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new column, which I can call data1. And I'll use the function table dot promote headers. Okay, this is the function I would like to use. Now, sometime it doubled up the name. Get rid of that. And then I can say I want to use data1 here. I double clicked on the name. So once I double clicked on the name, it also appear. I can also type. It will also come in that case. So either I type, I double click, in both the cases. So now it's going to create one more column. I created one more column. Now look at this column. This column has all the headers as correct one. Now what I do is, I don't need so many things, but there are chances that I might need to still keep the file name here. So what I'm doing is, I'm keeping this file name here, or the tab name. Basically, I would keeping the tab name here. This is not the file name, this is the tab name. So I would like to keep the tab name here, and I want to remove columns, the selected columns. Now I will go and expand, and it is suggesting me all these columns, and I say okay. And then I can detect the data type and change it. Okay. So now what happened is, I'm able to expand and get the data together, and my all data is now lying together. Now the question will come, what happens when you add another sheet? Will it be able to take that? So right now we are taking sheet 4. Okay. So now let's go again and let's say Control Z. No, it is not coming. So we'll copy this. We'll add this one. We'll call it item 4. We paste this and we change this to 56 and 57, and we save it. Now what I'll do is, I will refresh this preview now. And you can see immediately item 4 and 4 has also come. Now if I go here to the source, look, the source has came in, edit column has added it, remove column has done it, and then this step is there. Okay. So we are able to do this thing in one go. Now I can, correct the data types of these things, or I can simply say close and apply. You know how to deal with all those things. So go ahead and try this out. Do let me know what else you want me to cover in this particular series. Thanks for watching this video. Thank you. Thank you for taking time to watch this video. Your curiosity and quest for the knowledge are what's inspiring this series. If you have any question or topics you would like me to explore in this series, please let me know in the comments below. Your support is truly means the world to us. It's the reason we create and share these videos. If you have enjoyed this content and would like to see more, please consider liking, sharing and commenting. It helps us immensely. Until next time, keep learning and stay connected. Thank you.